Welcome to PF International, a premier kart circuit here in the UK and host of many iconic events like Kart Masters and the World Championships. This weekend, the venue for our British Kart Championships, Event 3 with our E10, ROTAX and Tillotson T4 series. Let's take a look at your venue.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to coverage of Event 3 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. We're here at PF International. Busy day of racing ahead of us here. It's the second round of the championship for Micromax, Minimax, Junior and Senior Rotax. That's not the only Rotax action here today, though. Today's the debut of the brand new electric-only E10 Cadet category. Really looking forward to that. And we've got the Tillotson T4s here as well. It's the T4 Nations Cup qualifier and O-plate for both the junior and senior categories. My name's Andrew Mather. Alongside me this weekend, Keol Lynch. Keol, really looking forward to this weekend. The weather, though, is straight away the big talking point, isn't it? It's the end of May, but it feels like the middle of August.
I mean, yeah, as always, really exciting event, but it has been a scorcher so far, which has made for some really sticky rubber to be laid out on the track so far already. Of course, our Rotax classes, this is round 2. Got some drivers eager to continue a good streak that they've had, or really eager to get back up where they are meant to be. So it's going to be, as always, a very interesting weekend for us.
Not long to go before we get into the action. Keep an eye on that timer in the corner to let us know where we're going to be in terms of getting to those super heats later this morning. But before we get to the racing, let's have a little bit of a chat about something coming up in the Motorsport UK karting pathway. The Girls Karting Academy for 2026 is coming soon.
The Girls Karting Academy is a grassroots initiative run by Team Sport in 14 of their indoor karting locations from the south of England to the north of Scotland, designed to help girls get into motorsport in an inclusive environment. The team are here today and we're going to hear more about it from them. I'm here with Cameron Biggs, the Coaching and Academy Pathway Manager. Can you talk to us a bit about your role for the Girls Karting Academy specifically?
Yeah, so I look after the Girls Karting Academy, which is a participation initiative which operates out of 14 different team sport venues. And the aim of this programme is to get young girls into motorsport at an earlier age. So we have a couple of different events within Girls Karting Academy. The Taster Days are our first get into the sport. So you come along, do a little bit of on-track stuff, and then we do some off-track fun activities.
I'm here with a driver from the Girls Karting Academy, Eleanor Santos. Eleanor, talk to us about your journey so far with the Academy.
My journey from the Academy started when I was 9 years old and I was accepted into the Discover Your Drive Academy. I was welcomed in and it was a really fun and enjoyable experience which helped me progress further into go-karting.
I'm here with one of the drivers from the Girls Karting Academy, Mia Gautieri. Mia, it's great to have you joining us this weekend. Can you talk to us about how you got into the Girls Karting Academy?
Well, I got into it through team sport. I started and they were promoting it, and it's just helping girls get involved and encourage girls into the sport.
Is the British Kart Championships a championship you inspire to be in?
100%, just taking that next step up closer to a main goal, maybe F1 Academy or British GT, and it's just the Academy's just going to help me improve through the ranks.
For drivers who maybe would like to follow in your footsteps and get involved with the Academy, how did you get started? How did you find the Academy?
I just started going out for it. I really enjoyed it, so I just followed what I loved, and it got me really far in. So to the girls who want to start karting, I would just say go for it. If you love it, then just keep going.
I'm joined by Layla Fitzgerald, another one of the Girls Karting Academy drivers. Thank you for joining us today. How did you get into the Girls Karting Academy?
It wasn't intentional at all. We were just having a bit of fun, and we've joined, a few championships, see how it goes, and we've got scouted by a few places. There was Discover Your Drive, we joined that, and we tried, like I said, a few championships, and I think it just more went on from there, to be fair, and it's gone pretty well so far, yeah.
This is an initiative that we want to see you progress kind of through the sport. Is there any specific goals you have in mind for your future?
I'd say something like Formula 1, F1 Academy, something like that, but yeah, definitely the Formula cars.
Starting from complete scratch, how can they get involved, get in contact to begin?
Yeah, so best way to get involved is to come along to a taster day. They're really, really good fun. 14 different venues spread across the country. Just jump on the internet, search for Girls Karting Academy, and it will send you to the right place. But definitely come and get involved. The staff are really friendly, and I hope that you'll have a really good time.
It was great to hear from some of the team who are joining us this weekend. If you want to find out more, make sure to head over to the Team Sport website or one of those 14 locations nearest to you.
Great to learn more there about the Girls Karting Academy. If you want to get involved, as we say, June is when those sessions are starting across the country and running all the way through to December for 2026. And anyone and everybody can get involved in karting at Team Sport. Really good place to learn with all of their centres across the country and all of their efforts building towards the British Indoor Karting Championships, of course, later on in the year. That great first step on the Motorsport UK karting pathway.
Exactly that, but more about PF International for you. We are going to talk you through a lap with a Kart Masters champion. Who better to talk to than one of them? We're going to take you through a lap with, ironically, Albie Lapper.
Welcome to the race centre. Once again, we're here with Albie Lapper. Albie, this is a very special circuit for you, of course. That Kart Masters win was one of the highlights of your 2025 season here last year. Now you're in senior. Now we're going to take a look at a lap. We'll start, of course, where it all begins on the pit straight. Talk us through it.
Oh yeah, really long straight, so high speeds going to very fast turn 1. Same with turn 2, but then you're going to use all the curb on the right here to try and open up the corner. There's obviously very fast into the bowl, lots of grip, good overtaking opportunity as well. And it's a little bumpy over this section and almost off camber as you turn into here, which makes it very difficult.
This is one of those corners, isn't it, that I put it in that group of on a map it looks simple, but when you actually drive it, it's anything but. Would you say this is actually one of the hardest corners on the whole circuit?
Definitely, yeah, it's very difficult.
Playing through now down towards hairpin 1, we're going to see a lot of overtaking into these next 2 corners. But is this a bit of a breathing chance for you?
Yeah, I'd say it's one of the more simple corners on the track. Like, again, it's a good overtaking opportunity, but it's quite easy. Then obviously into second hairpin, you're braking very hard to try and set up the corner well. Like, slow down in a straight line to drive off the corner. And then obviously you use all the exit curb to try and carry the speed off the corner and get a good run onto the straight.
Next half of the circuit is a very different style, isn't it? It's to go through the Fullerton Hesses and then into Bobby Game, and plenty of overtaking opportunities around this circuit, aren't there?
Very, very fast section, and then it all tightens up in here, and there's the last overtaking opportunity here on the left. So if you carry more speed, you can get under the rubber and under the driver ahead. And then again, using all the runoff in the exit to try and maximise the speed.
Well, Albie, it's been a big season for you already. You had a great run a few weeks ago in Valencia for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. What's your outlook on the season ahead?
I think it's going to be a good season. I'm excited to see how it goes. Obviously, round 1 in the championship didn't go too well, but we're very confident going into this round because we know this circuit.
Well, Albie, thanks for your time. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you out there on track.
Thanks.
Welcome back. Big thanks to Demon Tweaks, one of the highly valued supporters of the British Kart Championships. And remember, if you need any new karting gear, they are the place to go to get you sorted out.
Well, exactly that. And a class that are having their first appearance with us here at PF this weekend is the E10 category. So Andrew heard from some of the key faces in the paddock.
A new class for a changing world. ROTAX E10 Cadet makes its full British Kart Championships debut here at PF International this weekend. But what's the new class about? We caught up with some of the key figures in the paddock to learn more. Daryl, welcome back to PF International. It's a big weekend for new things in the ROTAX family, but the E10, tell us about it. How excited are you to see it in action this weekend?
Yeah, it's good. I think it's a very nice introduction for the class, and to be here at the British Champs is always, the biggest championship in the world, so it's a pleasure to be here and see this on board.
And a new group of drivers on board with us this weekend as well. How important is E10 and the wider electric platform that ROTAX have been developing to getting new people into the sport and more drivers on the grid?
I think it makes a big difference, environmentally friendly, if you want to put it that way as well. I think in general, ROTAX are really pushing on this. They like to see the electric come on board. It's not to say it's going to overtake or take over from the combustion engine side of things, but they really need to be part of this. And with the new people, new kids coming on board, it's really nice to see, yeah.
Bernard Heversberger, welcome to the British Kart Championships paddock for the first time, and welcome to the E10 Cadet as well. Tell us a little bit about the project to date and how it started and how it's gone so far.
Yeah, hi from my side. So it's started a few years ago, so approximately 4 to 5 years. We started very from the scratch. We wanted to have a easy product for the kids, new product in karting, that it's possible to access easier the karting sport, and finally we are there with the serialized product in hand, and very happy to be here.
And as you say, it's an entry-level product. We've seen with the electric karts as well, it's that accessibility that you mentioned. You've not got the complexities of an internal combustion engine, but it's not about replacing internal combustion engines, isn't it? It's about further complementing the product scene in karting.
Yeah, definitely. So this is definitely true. So this is another option to enter karting. Very easy. So no chatting, no fuel mixing, no mechanical work on the engine itself, on the powertrain itself. So it's absolutely maintenance free. So just plug and race.
Arthur Jardine, tell us a little bit about what it's like to race one of these ROTAX E10s.
Well, they're slower in a mini-max, but they're still fun, because when you have more experience, you can go a little bit faster and more in the corners and all, thinking and all that. But so if I was racing a mini-max now, right, racing them, I think I would be destroyed by them, but racing these, right, say positions, right, on that times, I'm doing all right, and I'm still up to second and first and third.
Bernard, to talk further about the technical aspects, things that are the same, the chassis, the tyres, brakes, these are all the same, if not similar, to what we see with a micro or a mini-max, for example. But let's start with the battery though, 60-volt battery. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, it's a low voltage system, so on a safety perspective, very safe, so and also very easy to use. So it's, as you can see it here, you have the one battery system in place, which we call Bambini setting. It's possible to equip it with a second battery, so we have double the power, double the autonomy, depending on which power mode you're going.
As well, one of the things I really like about these karts is the safety light system that gives anybody who may be interacting with the machine the confidence of what state the system is in.
Yeah. So to be honest, this is a FIA requirement, so we need to show the people around in which state the kart is. So is it fine? Is it charging? Is it in a failure mode? Is it in limp home mode or whatever? And this is the reason why we have it here. Yeah.
The motor, the integral parts that transmits the drive over to the wheels. What can you tell us about that? This is another area that's seen a lot of develop, not just from an electrical side, but the mechanical side as well.
So it's a purely in-house designed motor, so it's with an integrated inverter, so you can run it with different power settings from 5 kilowatts up to 10.5 kilowatts in the highest power setting. So it's very easy to use. Just plug it in and go.
And that's a really important part, isn't it, for people buying the product and living with it for a good couple of years, that they can continuously, there's that continuity there as they go up the levels.
Yeah, that's true. So you can start, like you see it here, with the Bambini setting, one battery, always the same motor. You can start with 6, 7 and 8 years. And as soon as the customer, the kid grows, you can put on the second battery, get in the next category of racing, and you can run the motor over, don't know, many years.
Here with Ansel Murray, one of our drivers in the E10 cadets this weekend. Now, Ansel, do tell me, what is this like to drive? Because you've got a lot of experience, particularly in cadet machinery. How different is the E10?
It's a bit slower than normal, but when you use the boost, then it's a bit faster.
Now, one of the most interesting things for me is maybe an area that some people wouldn't think of first when we're talking about an electric system. But on the steering wheel here, you've got your starter, similar to how you would with an internal combustion, but you've then got a boost system, I believe, and then a reverse system as well. That's something that we don't normally see.
Yeah, that's quite new in karting, but now we have it possible with electrics. The boost is available every 50 seconds, so it increases the torque curve, and it's kind of a strategic aspect in training and qualifying and racing.
Now, yeah, tell me about this boost, because this is something that other categories you don't have to deal with. I'm sure it's quite a tactical thing as well as to when to use it and when not to use it.
Yeah, you have to normally use it on an exit of a fast corner, because if you use it when you're going too slow, then it doesn't work.
Great to hear there from some of our personnel in the paddock here at PF. Exciting times ahead for the ROTAX E10s. Let's see how they get on here this weekend. Welcome back, everybody, to PF International coverage of Event 3 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2026. And, of course, a big thanks to Wera Tools. Without their support, none of this operation would be possible.
That is right. And if you watched our paddock show last night, you will know the very exciting ROTAX news, an opportunity for the ROTAX drivers to make their way all the way to the grand finals later this year. If you missed it, don't worry, here it is.
Thanks, Keol, here with Richard Marsh from Jag ROTAX. Richard, great to see you here at PF International. But the reason for talking to you today, later this season, something very exciting coming to the British Kart Championships, the new ROTAX E-Plate. It's going to be over a number of meetings. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'd like to say that being at PFI today, the weather's been fantastic. We've had a great turnout of the E10 for the first inaugural event, which has been great. Looking forward, going forward, at the end of the year, we've got Wilton Mill, and then we've got 2 rounds at Silverstone, which is going to be really exciting. The E-Plate is going to be over a 6 points-based championship to stop this do or die, one-off event. Everybody just trying to get that ticket. The ticket's amazing. First of all, to win a grand finals ticket, it will be an Intermax. It's between 10 to 12-year-olds to go to Portugal at a fantastic venue. My son has taken part of that. Well, he's actually won that part in juniors. So for these 10 to 12-year-olds to get that opportunity is fantastic.
It's brilliant stuff. Who is it for as well? Because I know there may be some concern of like, oh, is this just for British Kart Championship drivers? But it's not, is it? It's for anyone who wants to come in and do those 2 race meetings.
Absolutely. So what we've managed to do is secure the, with hand in hand with MS UK. They're presenting the E-plate, which is ironic because obviously being electric and E is fantastic at the same time. So yeah, you can literally just come in, do the last effectively 2 rounds. So you must do Wilton Mill. You've got Silverstone, 2 rounds there. Great opportunity. Honestly, it's taking so much traction at the moment. We've got 11 competitors, 12 competitors here. We've got two additional teams coming on board as such. We've got Dunkeswell, which are starting up their own academy. They've got 12 karts there. So you get the opportunity to try it at Dunkeswell. You've got R1 Rookie Racing that's promoting the class as well. I think before the end of the year, we'll probably see 25 plus, if not more.
And it shows again the growth of ROTAX grids across the whole country, not just at the national level, particularly at the club level, is one I've noted so far this year, with the support of Jag ROTAX to give drivers that ladder and also further opportunities as the year goes on. Karting seasons are long, aren't they? Sometimes there can be a little bit of an iffy start for some, but the E-plate, especially over the 2 rounds, it gives another opportunity for drivers to qualify through to the grand finals, doesn't it?
100%. It's like when you start off at club level, Jag ROTAX is all about the clubs, supporting the club driver up to the pinnacle of motorsport, such as the British Championship. And this opportunity is open to everybody. So it's their one chance. It's almost like, that golden ticket opportunity. And, I can't wait to be there and support everybody and enjoy the racing.
Absolutely. Richard, thank you so much for talking to us. So very exciting news there, guys, that later on in the year, Wilton Mills, Silverstone, 2 events where you will be able, with good performances, to qualify through to the ROTAX Grand Finals and get those E-plates across that range of categories. But that's for later in the season, of course. Let's get back to the action. More coming here from PF International.
Thank you very much for that, Andrew. And if you're hearing it here first, what brilliant news for the ROTAX paddock. But speaking of qualifiers this weekend, the Tillotson T4 series, it's a very important weekend for them with their O-plates. Let's hear more from the drivers.
Andrew Fallon, welcome back to PF International. Great to have the Tillotson T4 series back once again.
Thank you, Andrew. Yeah, delighted to be here. We love coming here, being part of the British Kart Championships, and it's we've got junior and senior here this weekend, so looking forward to some great racing.
And the series going from strength to strength as well. Some really strong performances from British drivers out in the T4 Nations Cup in Valencia at the back end of 2025. It's going in the right direction, isn't it? And technical advancements as well.
Yes, for sure. I mean, the UK drivers are always at the forefront. Last year, the Team GB won their T4 Nations Cup, so they're always in every international competition in karting. We see the UK drivers come to the front. So I think this year they'll have it hard to regain it, but I know they're confident.
Lucas Blanford, welcome back to a PFI paddock. Good to see you here this weekend, but in something a little bit different to what we've seen you race before here in the Tillotson T4s. Tell us about it.
Yeah, obviously I used to drive in the ROTAX and the X30 machineries. Yeah, the Tillotson's all about momentum, not holding the brake into the corner as you do in the ROTAX and the X30, whereas this, you've got to power through the corner. Yeah, it's obviously a bit slower, but we don't mind that, but the racing's great.
And the tyres is always something that really interests me. I mean, to the untrained eye, they're round, they're black, they look exactly the same as any other tyres, but they're quite different, aren't they, in terms of keeping things affordable and level in this series?
Yeah, 100%. They last a little bit longer. But it's a different strategy because they overheat quite easily as well, so you've got to get the tyre pressure right. It's just different things to think about, really.
Here with Bram Osavada. Bram, welcome to the British Kart Championships paddock. It's not your first time here at PF, but I think this is your first time in this particular paddock. How are you finding it so far?
Well, I have to say this has been one of the smoothest experiences I ever had in any race event, because everything was just so well structured. Like signing in only took about 5 minutes, briefing's all clear, communication's clear. So far I'm actually quite impressed. So it's pretty good.
You've got a great following on social media. You've had many experiences in various karting series across the world. Tillotson T4s, what's the appeal for you? Because you've been racing these for a good while now.
Yeah, that's true. So originally I actually started out in ROTAX and then ended up switching to T4. So I did the other way around than what most drivers do. The appeal for me really is that it's just karting in its purest form, really. Setup is quite restricted, but that actually is a challenge, so that you can actually, or it's up to you to find more time in the driving, and in those little bits of setup that you can do, it actually pushes you to really look inward, work on your driving and work on your setup knowledge, as well as it's just a lot more affordable, which is of course a struggle that many people have in this sport. And yeah, the budget needed to win in T4 is just much, much lower than compared to other classes. So that's mainly the reason why I chose to race T4 this year.
This weekend, it's a big one. T4 Nations Cup qualifier again, and the O-Plate. So there's plenty for the drivers to compete for here at PF.
Yes, it's a big event it's the biggest event of the year in UK for the British drivers. We have some drivers from Ireland, from Holland, from different markets who have come here to race in PF. It's such a great track and famous facility. So for sure, they're racing for a Nations Cup ticket. They're racing for the O-Plate, and they're also racing for championship points. So there's a lot on the line, and I think we're going to have some really great racing.
Absolutely. Andrew, thank you for your time once again. Hope it all goes well this weekend.
Thank you, Andrew. Cheers.
Wera, what a start from the so hard, heading up into the top section.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to PF International. And a big thanks, of course, to Kartsim, another of the valued sponsors of the championship.
Absolutely. We took a track walk with some local drivers to give us that bit more insight here at PFI. Let's hear from the drivers.
Thanks, Kiel. Now, PF International, one of the granddaddies of British karting. A full international circuit, of course, that has held many a great race over the years. What goes into making a great lap here at PFI? Theo Bradshaw here at coming into the banking just out of the bridge. Really important corner this, and quite often a cool place to overtake.
Yeah. If you get the run from down there, you can have the slipstream, which means you can send it in here and hopefully they won't turn in, and then slingshot around.
And it's such a long corner as well as you go onto the bridge, so there's almost not a perfect line, is there?
No, not really. All you have to do is just get it on the inside. Then, because you can see the banking on the inside, which means you can get it round and carry the speed.
I'm here at Hairpin 1 with Micromax driver Jensen Darlow. Jensen, talk us through it.
Basically, you just want to send it in, get it stopped mid-corner where we are now, and just shoot out and get a good exit.
And we've seen previously, this is a prime overtaking opportunity. Is this what you're going to be taking advantage of?
Absolutely.
And any other technique heading into tomorrow?
Just be smooth. Don't turn in too early or don't turn in too late.
Otis Cleary, we're here in the Fullerton S's now, particularly for your category, Minimax. These are important corners, aren't they?
Yeah, you have to get the run from hairpin 2 and carry the speed through here, and then you could do the move into the 90 right.
And we have seen moves through this part of the circuit, both on entry and on exit. What's your preference of where to attack?
Really, if you don't get it in, you can cut them back and get them into the 90 right on the exit. But I think the best place to do it is into it, so then you can defend into the 90 right and you don't have to do the move then.
I'm here with Charlie King at Bobby Gain corner. Charlie, talk us through it.
So as you've come through the Fullerton S's, it's quite a high speed corner. You don't want to turn in too early or too late, so you get a nice run through the garage section down the main straight.
And with this heat, this corner can be even faster. Do you think that's going to add for an extra challenge this weekend?
Yeah, definitely, especially with as it's not been too warm in the UK recently, so especially as the heat's come quite soon, it's quite something to adapt to, but I think everyone will get there.
And you've mentioned this is one of your favourite corners. Why would that be?
Just I like the speed of it, I like how it runs. It's quite a nice one as it flows into the garage bit, so no, I think it's a good one on the track for PFI.
Final corner. This is one of those that I've put in the box of looks easy on a map, is anything but. What do you make of it?
I I think it's quite a tough corner. You have to roll the curb and not miss it, otherwise you'll be out here. And because it's the most vital corner on the track, because you need to get a good X out of here for this long straight.
And it's been the scene of many a dramatic moment in kart races around PF International over the years, particularly this curb on the exit as well. This can be very tricky for drivers.
Yeah, you can lose a lot of time here, even on the last corner on last lap, because someone could get you on the line, and yeah, that's your race over, isn't it?
Absolutely. Well, thanks to all of our drivers. That's our track walk for Event 3 here at PF International. Let's see what's going to be ahead of us here this weekend.
As always, some great insight from the drivers on a very hot circuit this weekend, but we are not far now from the action, are we, Andrew?
Not too far at all. Super heats coming up very soon. But let's hear from some of our drivers across the 7 categories here at PF.
I'm here with Guy Cunnington. Guy, it's been a while since we've seen you on a British grid. How do you feel to be back?
Yeah, it feels good. It's nice to be racing again, so we're looking forward to it.
And of course, you're out with your own team once again. What's it like to be racing for your own team? Does that add some pressure, take some off for you?
Like previously, yes, when I've raced in previous years, but now obviously not doing the championship. We're just doing a little bit here and there as and when we feel like it. So there's really no pressure. Obviously, like with my own team again, so it's really enjoyable having obviously like the family here and working with John as normal on the tools. So yeah, I think it'll be good.
What's the dynamic for you then being out? Is there a different dynamic with your family and the team who are helping you run it this weekend?
It's not hugely different to before. Obviously this year we've got our own engine brand, so obviously working with our own engines and obviously trying to put them up the front. So that's kind of another reason to do it, is first year being a ROTAX service centre. So that's really exciting for me to race on our own. The full package is now ours, obviously the karts and engines and everything, so that's really exciting.
And this is a good place to do it for you. We've seen you perform well at this circuit before. You've won GP plates here. Is that filling you with confidence?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously we've had a lot of success here over the years. So not obviously raced for a while, but I'm sure it will come back pretty quickly.
I'm here in the Sam Pollitt Racing awning with Cian Bernard. Cian, practice is going well for you so far. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel really good. Just can't believe how hot it is compared to Warden Law, but I mean, yeah, nothing to complain about. Had 3 practice sessions so far, so I had the first and a second, so yeah, got going really well.
And round 1, you came out of it 4th overall. I think you're 3rd in the points, maybe a joint 3rd. That's not a bad start to the year for you, is it?
Yeah, definitely. I was using the Kart Republic for Warden Law, and now, yeah, changed to the OTK. So, yeah, I feel like I'm definitely doing a lot better on this chassis. So, yeah, hopefully I can win this weekend.
I'm joined by Minimax driver Josh Cook. After a brilliant round 1 for you, took us through it, you took the win.
Yeah, it was a good round 1. I managed to pole it, I think, I'm pretty sure. And then managed to win my heats and then eventually win the final. So, good weekend.
And you've had a brilliant run with your team so far, not only in this championship, but other various European championships too. What's the dynamic like with your team at the minute?
Yeah, the team's running well. I think it's a good atmosphere in the team and they're helping me to win races.
I'm joined by Arshi Gupta in the MLC awning, Micromax driver. Arshi, this is your first year in the British Kart Championships, first full year with MLC. How's it going for you so far?
It's going good for so far. Yeah, not bad. Good.
Love to see the confidence. And of course, you're a driver that is backed by Formula One Academy. We see loads of girls coming through the sport backed by F1 Academy. What's it like to be backed by an organisation like that?
It's actually very good and it helps us a lot. So I like it, yeah.
I'm here with Sebastian Crawford in the Origin Garage. Sebastian, you're coming into this season as a seeded driver. You had a successful round 1 for you. Talk us through what your season's been like so far.
So we've won some races, done well in qualifying. We've just been fast all throughout the season, but we can push harder going into the next races.
And you mentioned that PF International is one of your favourite tracks. Is that going to help you heading into this weekend?
Yeah, I do really like this track. I've driven it quite a few times and it's quite technical, so I like it.
And we know there is some prime overtaking spots here. Can you tell us some of your favourite?
Just right going into the ball, the fast left coming into the ball, and probably both of the hairpins.
Joining me is Minimax driver Charlie Page. Charlie, you are new to Minimax this year. You were 6th overall in Micro last year. What's the transition been like for you?
Really easy, really. It's just a tiny bit faster and different tyre, really.
And we saw you have some hard battles at Warden Law for round 1. You came out of it 7th overall in the championship. Are you and your team happy with that?
Yeah, I am. It's my first year, so it's not bad.
And another thing to note that's an extra challenge for you, you're a privateer going up against all these big teams. We saw you did it successfully last year. What do you think it's an extra challenge for you this year?
No, not really.
I'm joined by senior ROTAX driver Hugh Moulton. Hugh, this is your 2nd year in senior. You were top 4 at round 1. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, round 1 went really well, to be honest. It was a good track. I love Warden, but yeah, good result. And I think it's quite close at the top of the championship, so hopefully we can move forward this weekend.
One thing we don't see too often is a change in teams right at the beginning of the season. After your years with Coles, you've decided to make the transition to Ultimate R. How has that been for you?
Yeah, it's really good here. I love the new team. Ben's amazing, and I get on really well with Matty, so it's good. It's a great environment here.
Touching on that, your new teammate, Matty Hingley, you'll be very familiar with from on circuit. Is there going to be some friendly competition between the two of you?
Yeah, I get on really well with him, so hopefully we'll have some hard but fair racing over the weekend, so I'm looking forward to it.
Jacob Underhill, welcome to the British Kart Championships paddock. First time here. How are you finding it so far?
Yeah, it's really good, really competitive, and yeah, fun.
Give us a bit of background. What's your journey in karting been like so far?
Well, I started in Club 100, then last year I won the Northern Championship, and now I'm in owner.
You've got good experience around this circuit, say, doing some club rounds. You raced here for Kart Masters last year as well. What do you think is going to be the difference, though, with this being a British Championships round as opposed to what you've raced in before?
Well, all the drivers have raced for like their whole life, basically, and they've raced in the British for maybe a couple of years. But yeah, I'll just try my best.
But you've taken those steps up the Motorsport UK karting pathway. How has that helped you as well get ready for this top level?
Yeah, it's really helped, especially Club 100. They like kind of start off your career with like the racecraft, all the pace and all that.
And what would your recommendation be to anyone looking at the British Kart Championships and how to get involved? What have you learned on that basis so far?
I think just enjoy it, just have fun. There's not really much pressure. Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, Jacob, best of luck for this weekend. We'll keep an eye on you out there in that very busy junior ROTAX field.
Thank you.
Well, it was great, Andrew, to hear from some very excited drivers out this weekend.
Absolutely. Well, the talking is done. It's time to head out onto the track for event 3 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. It's finals day. Let's go racing. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to live pictures here at PF International for event 3 of the 2026 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. We are just about set to go racing here for finals day and one of the premier kart circuits in the country. My name is Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box today is Keol Lynch. Keol, it's been a heat wave. It's been very warm so far. Thankfully for us here in the box, though, a little bit cooler here today. I think we're going to see some very fast racing around this 1.382 kilometre circuit. 10 turns, 32 feet in elevation. Established in 1994. The track is rubbered in. The temperatures are down, though. That is good for the drivers as they tackle the conditions here today.
You're right, some drivers are definitely struggling with that at the beginning of this weekend. It's been challenging. However, we had spots of rain this morning. Doesn't look like that is on the cards for us for the rest of today. As you can see, it's going to go up to 21 degrees, but that is not as hot as it has been throughout this weekend. 7 classes with us here today, 20 races and over 200 entries. It is going to be a busy day here at PF International, and we are thrilled for you to be joining us.
Yeah, you can get in touch with us in the comments both on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and on the Karting UK YouTube channel. These are now, I told a little while lie earlier, those drone shots weren't actually live, they were from earlier in the weekend. These are now live pictures from PF International. As you can see, you can tell it's been warm. The grass has been cut, of course. It's had that impact from the sun. It's a very open circuit here at PF International. So, as I say, it's felt almost more like a Kart Masters weekend if we've been blessed with good weather in the middle of the summer. So yeah, let's go through some housekeeping. Let's get you up to speed with things, because of course we had a race day yesterday. We had the heats for what I'm calling the established classes today, the micros, the minis, the juniors, the senior ROTAX categories. We will start with a new category, the electric ROTAX E10 Cadet Cup. Gets us underway for their first heat of the race meeting. They had a timed qualifying yesterday. They've got 2 heats today. 2 heats today, and then they go straight into a final. Same story for the T4s as well, the T4 juniors and the T4 seniors. More on them later. But there is the scene down in the dummy grid. David Manchester just overlooking things there, giving last instructions to the drivers. Something a little bit new for us in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, the first ROTAX E10 Cadet race, and on pole position for it in a little bit of history is going to be that young driver there, Ansel Murray. Familiar name to anyone who's followed cadet racing in the UK over the last couple of years. The driver flying the flag for India has a very strong record and has taken that experience, Keel, into this electric category. He's got pole position. And always something that we talk about with these electric categories is the first time we've seen a ROTAX E10 electric category, but not the first time we've seen any kind of electric category at this level. Yeah. Chassis. The chassis underneath Ansel is one that he's familiar with all of his work with the Richardson chassis engineering team.
That's correct. I think that is actually going to be something that sets him with an upper hand this weekend. Of course, of course it's electric, so it's a different story there. However, the chassis is the same, so he will be used to that. One thing to note is this is a lot of rookies on this grid this year. Of course, we've got Ansel Murray. Another driver who we have seen in the British Kart Championships before is Buddy Hugo, that Kart number 17 that will be there somewhere as we're getting a thumbs up from an E10 cadet who's ready to go out for their first race of the day. Buddy Hugo, though, a driver who we have seen previously before. He's raced in other classes. We saw him for some guest races in Micro in 2024 and Mini at Warden. So it's nice to see drivers that we've seen here before then moving into the E10 category also. Yeah, you've got a real plethora of drivers here. Some of them, this is their first foray into any kind of owner racing. A lot of them supported by the R1 Rookie organisation, who are, of course, based not just here, they're based directly below our feet from the commentary box here. So they've got the majority of the field. They've got 9 of the 12 drivers in this inaugural ROTAX E10 Cadet Cup. But let's get ready for it then. Heat 1 in ROTAX E10 coming up next. So here we go then for a little bit of history. The first ever race heat in the ROTAX E10 Cadet Cup in the British Kart Championship. One is Ansel Murray in the number 96. Heath Smith, another driver with a good amount of experience heading into this new category. Heath will start alongside Murray on an all RCE front row. Jamal Pumaram and Buddy Hugo on row 2. Arthur Thompson and Arthur Jardine on row number 3. Stanley Gill and Leo Hartley go from row 4. It's Adam Elahi, apologies, and Malachi O'Neill on row 5. Cairo Zubaida and Caleb Hiles go from row number 6. 12 drivers.
Of course, this is a brand new category. It's going to grow. I think a lot of people are going to have eyes on it this weekend to see how it performs. Times are not quite at the same level as a micro. But what I will say, I had a good watch of these karts trackside back on Friday. And I really like how they pick up off of the corners, particularly through the Fullerton S's. The front end on them is really sharp with the tyres and the chassis technology. And then they've got that punch out of the corners, which maybe you don't quite have in something like a micro or a mini.
Yeah. That is what we have heard from some of the drivers. Of course, some familiar faces are a fan of these karts and how they handles. Like we said a minute ago, some that are familiar with the chassis. Some that are coming into it, though, are also a fan. Like you said, it's not quite as fast as the micro. However, the way it handles and the way they go around the circuit is still very impressive. And this is the first time we're going to see them this weekend.
Now, other bits of history and other bits of new things to watch in this race, folks. These karts have a boost button, almost a little bit like Formula E in a way. And I've been told that has been a real challenge for the drivers not to use. It's a very simple system of pressing the button on the top right of the steering wheel. But it's when you use it, when you tactically deploy that extra bit of power. It's available every 50 seconds. So, give or take, it's available once a lap for the drivers, or maybe twice in every 3 laps. So, yeah, keep an eye on that in that race. I've no idea how it's going to go because we've not seen any of these racings so far here at PF International. This is the start of a 3-round series, of course, here at PF, Kimbolton and Wilton Mill later in the year. Here we go then. Shall we go racing for the first time in ROTAX E10? They're coming to the line. 8 minutes are underway down towards the Bruno Ferrari S as we go. It's a good start for the number 96 of Ansel Murray. Keep an eye on those R1 racing machines. A lot of the rookies in that, I've got to say, a really snazzy livery in the Rotax colours. That red on one side really popped, but don't get confused when we see them and then on the other side and it becomes a black liveried kart on the other side. Down towards hairpin 1 we go. Then it is the 2 RCEs leading at the moment of Ansel Murray and Heath Smith. I've got to say, I've been really impressed with Jamal Pumaram. We had a little chat with Jamal yesterday in the Jack Dex Racing awning off camera, and he was really excited. Oh dear, as there's a moment there for Malachi O'Neill. Malachi in the number 65, coming to a stop just out of hairpin 1, Keogh.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for that driver. But going back to Jamel Pumaram, that is correct. This is his first race in the British Kart Championships. Done really well yesterday. It looks like that kart is going to try and get itself going again, as we can see here from the comms box. I'm not too sure if that's going to happen yet, but we'll have to see how that plays out as the drivers come round once again. Over the start-finish straight then for the first time, and it is Ansel Murray, a pole sitter, that leads 7/10 already, but it is all to play for still as Heath Smith and Jamal Pumaram remains in third. Top 5 then heading out of this first lap is Arthur Thompson and Stanley Gill.
Yeah, it's a good battle starting to begin here with Pumaram and Thompson. There was a move between a couple of the R1s a little bit further back. I think Leo Hartley may have taken 7th place away from Adam Elahi, and indeed Hartley has got that move done. So that was into the Bruno Ferrari S's. This is a new product, of course, from Rotax. They've been running the E20 for quite a while, and that product is featured at the Rotax Grand Finals. Exciting to see as well that this E10 will also feature very heavily in the future amongst Rotax's national and international competitions. We had a really good chat with Daryl Smith and Bernard Hebersberger as well. If you weren't with us for the build-up show early, do go and have a watch of that one. The discussions with those two was really, really interesting to learn more about how this project has developed and is continuing to develop as we go through the coming months and years. 5 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go then. Murray leads by 1.3 seconds ahead of Heath Smith. Jamal Pumaram in 3rd, Arthur Thompson 4th. Stanley Gill is up to 5th place. But your biggest mover right now in the whole field is Caleb Hiles. Caleb up 3 places to 9th spot. Lap times at the moment, Murray setting a 1 minute 10.2 last time around. I want to say they were up into the 1 minute 8s yesterday in timed qualifying. Yes, they were. So 1 minute 8.1, the fastest competitive lap time from the weekend so far. Now on your screen there was Arthur Thompson, first of the R1 Racing team at the moment there, into the Mike Wilson complex, and Stanley Gill not too far behind at the moment. So Pumaram doing well to just start to pull away from the number 47 at the moment.
Yeah, that's correct. On that last lap, it was looking like it was going to get close between those two, but that is not what we're going to see just yet. Unfortunate start then for Malachi O'Neill and Buddy Hugo, who we saw at the beginning, but it is still all to play for here at the front as we have 4 minutes to go. Ansel Murray, though, your race leader so far, set a strong start yesterday, coming pole, and it looks like he is going to continue that as he leads now by 2.2 seconds. There you could see him off in the distance. But this battle, though, further back is looking like it's going to get pretty close as they head into hairpin 1. I wonder if we're going to see a change. Not just yet as they nearly enter hairpin 2. This is Stanley Gill putting all the pressure on Arthur Thompson now, who, this is how fast it can change in each class. You see, these are really young drivers out here, but still, this is how fast it changes. Arthur was putting pressure on Pumaram 2 minutes ago, and now he is being put under the pressure of Stanley Gill, looking to get inside that top 10 for their debut weekend.
3 minutes and 25 seconds to go then. Just to note, Buddy Hugo did get going again, so we've still got all 12 runners circulating round the track. There's actually could be a bit of a developing battle for 11th spot between Malachi O'Neill and Buddy Hugo. Buddy Hugo's pace is pretty good right now, down into the 1 minute 10.5 kind of region. Ansel Murray sets a new fastest lap. We're into the 1 minute 9s now. So, yeah, just looking out of the window, I think they're just coming through hairpin number 2 now. So Buddy Hugo starting to catch up to Malachi O'Neill. We'll keep on this battle, though. Arthur Thompson and Stanley Gill. This is for 4th place, down towards hairpin number 1. And I know there's been a lot of discussion in Formula 1, for example, at the moment, of battery management and when to use that extra pace. There's a little bit of that in this one, but I think in a positive way, because the drivers are learning all the time. As we say, with this boost button, they've used it in practice, but as you know from your racing career, Kiel, there's practice and qualifying is one thing, but actually being out there in the heat of the moment in a race session is very, very different. And they'll be learning all the time of when to use and when to deploy that extra power.
Well, absolutely. I mean, even we were talking about, we don't know necessarily what is going to play out this weekend with that boost button. We don't know the team's game plan, the driver's game plan. Of course, these are young, so it's going to be a full weekend of learning for them. But here we go then. All of the pressure is being put on that 4th place driver now as they enter the Bruno Ferrari S's. No change just yet. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go, but Ansel Murray, your race leader, to note, is 4 seconds down the road already.
Is indeed. 1 minute and 40 seconds of this one to go. I wonder if one of the places to deploy the boost is down here towards hairpin number 1. And indeed, Stanley Gill is looking down the inside, or thinks better of it. It is a tricky corner. It's one of those hairpin 1. It's in some ways a bit of a rest, but can be quite hard to keep your concentration into that part of the course. It's sometimes such a long way to get into hairpin 1. By the time you get there, you can get yourself in a bit of a fluster.
Well, you're right, and I think in our older classes, for sure, it's definitely where they can catch each other out after that long straight entering in. I know on the braking, of course, it's a prime overtaking opportunity. Conditions vary, of course, which can be difficult. Did we have a change there?
Yeah, we did for 11th place. Buddy Hugo through past Malachi O'Neill. So this is Buddy Hugo, who we saw having a bit of an issue earlier, has fought back through, and Malachi O'Neill there as well. Malachi O'Neill we saw having the stoppage coming out of hairpin number 1. That was a good move from Buddy Hugo.
That's correct. Of course, that was unfortunate for Buddy Hugo. Qualified P4 on his debut with E10 this weekend. So, unfortunate start for him, but luckily this is their first heat of the day, so he has all more to come. Malachi also, but this is only the beginning.
And as I say, with 12 of them, they'll all make the final, of course. There's no threat of a cut-off for these drivers here today. Change for 4th. Through has gone Gill, so that one's been coming for a while. Can Arthur Thompson fight back here into hairpin number 2? That's good covering off by Stanley Gill there. You can see with his race lid with the martini stripe down the middle of it, like that one. That's nice and easy to spot. Time is up, Ansel Murray just coming through the Mike Wilson complex. So the last lap board will be out in a few moments' time. Ansel Murray, as expected to a degree in this one, Kjell has done a superb job, leading by nearly 5 seconds. But, you know, seeing the data and the information, you know, in the stats sheets and all of that, that is one thing. You've still got to go out there and deliver the performance. Now, that's exactly what Ansel Murray has done up to this point.
Well, exactly. It's consistency. Ansel Murray in those last couple of laps extended the gap from just under 4 seconds to now 5.4. So clearly a driver who's confident with this circuit this weekend. But here we are back. We were back on the battle of that fourth place driver or Arthur Thompson, who was the fourth place driver, just missed out. But he is going to now try on this last lap to fight back. Doesn't look like he's going to get the opportunity just yet, though. Here we are following car number 96, your race leader, of course, who is off in the distance in his own clean air as he finishes his lap. Here is the gap, though, between those third and fourth place drivers. It looks like it's going to be quite the stretch for Thompson to close back in now, but of course we will let that play out towards the end.
Yeah, it's been good race management from Stanley Gill in this one, but for Ansel Murray, here comes Ansel round the last couple of corners, was confident before this race and with good reason. Ansel Murray takes the first heat ever in ROTAX E10 Cadet as part of the British Kart Championships. Good driving, wins by 6.5 seconds ahead of Heath Smith. It's a Richardson chassis engineering 1-2 on a circuit where they've had plenty of success in recent years. That is a good start to the day for the team. Jack Dex Racing and Jamal Pumaram, they come home in third place. Stanley Gill, the first of the R1 Racing Brigade, in fourth. Arthur Thompson, fifth. Arthur Jardine, who did a great interview with us earlier on in the weekend. If you didn't catch that earlier on the build-up show, do, when you've got a moment, go and watch it back. It was a really, really good description of some of the challenges in this class. But Jardine comes home in sixth place. Leo Hartley, we saw making a move in the middle of that race, comes home in seventh. Adam Elahi in eighth. Caleb Hiles comes home in ninth place. Cairo Zubaida goes into 10th place in the final classification for that one. Buddy Hugo 11th. Malachi O'Neill over the line. All 12 drivers who started the race finished. Like to see that. All of them on the lead lap as well, which with the pace of Ansel Murray out there wasn't a given. That was a strong performance from the driver who flies the flag for India. So it's British Indian heritage. And a really good start, and good to see as well that Ansel was continuing to increase the pace through that race. In the end, a 1 minute 9.396 was the fastest lap in that heat.
Exactly. Brilliant job. Great to see our E10s debut as they head through to the weighbridge. Good to have you with us in the live chat also. Opinions on the boost we are seeing when people think it would be best. Jensen Hookie says he thinks it would be best out the hairpins to give it that boost at the bottom end. Yeah, that's definitely one of the areas to use it. I think a lot of drivers may be using it off the bridge, so that you get that good run down towards hairpin number 1. The drivers coming over the weighbridge. And that's a good thing to know. I think because of that long straight, maybe a slower kart, I think that would give them the advantage then heading into hairpin. And the fact that hairpin 1 is one of the best opportunities to overtake around this circuit. You could use it out of the final corner as well and down towards the Bruno Ferrari S's, which, yes, are changing. This is going to be one of the last race meetings with layout that we've known since the bridge was put in. But I think we'll talk more about that when the changes have happened. When we're back, we do have another visit to PF later on in the year. And, of course, we've got on your Alpha Live feeds as well, Kart Masters later on in the summer, which, per the information that I've got, the changes will be in by that point. So we'll talk more about that later on in the year when we've got some new tarmac to go and play with. But clear skies in places here at PF International. I'm just glad for some blue sky. I don't have good luck with weather here at PF International, so I'm fine with this. Right, let's move on. We'll put the Rotaxes to one side for a moment because it's the first racing appearance of the weekend for the T4s. T4 Junior up next. Getting ready then for T4 Junior, race number 15 of the weekend, but the first time we've seen these particular drivers go out and go wheel to wheel for
intermediate points. Here's your grid for it. Angus Langley on pole position, Harry Ward alongside on the front row, Ben Cosgrove and Leo Belemenko on row 2. Adam Lismore and Elliot Drury go from row 3. It's James Sims and Freddie Denton on 4. Ronnie Legg back for the T4s. Has got good experience in these. Starts on row 5 alongside Jensen Turnock. Niall Green and Harry Gardner go from row 6. And then Kevin Gagarski had problems in timed qualifying yesterday, so we'll start this one 13th on the grid. Lots to play for the T4s today. This is the 3rd round of the T4 Series UK 5-round championship. It's the first part of a double header, in fact. They race again, I want to say next week or the week after, but very soon at Rissington. And then they're at Clay Pigeon for their final race later on in the year. So if you do want to get involved with this series, head across to the T4 Series website. All the details, 6th and 7th of June, they're at Rissington, and then the 8th and 9th of August. But here today, PF, 3rd round of it, as we say, but it's also the T4 Nations Cup qualifier. So whoever wins today from both our junior and senior classes, they will head to the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero up in the hills above Valencia. Great event, the T4 Nations Cup, which has seen a lot of success for British drivers in recent years. The likes of Findlay Lyons and Logan Rolfe won titles there last year, and Anwar Barul Smith as well. Who of these drivers is going to be joining the grid for the T4 Nations Cup? That is the order of events today, and it's also their O plate. We're counting down the minutes already. 8 minutes on the clock. Away they go down towards the Bruno Ferrari S's. All looking nice and tidy in the early stages. Good to see as well, Keel, this grid is growing. So last year when we had them on a guest appearance as part of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, we were talking single figures in the juniors. Now we're up into double digits, 13 of them racing out there, and they've looked pretty competitive so far this weekend.
Yeah, you're right. It looks like we're going to have a move already for 2nd place. That is Harry Ward regaining that 2nd place. Ben Cosgrove sliding in slightly just behind, and there is also a move then up for 4th. That is kart number 229, I think. Elliot Jury making his way up into 4th in the initial stage of this race. That is right, though. This is a grid who we have seen grow. It's great to see so many drivers who have done guest rounds in the past back here this weekend. Of course, it's a special weekend. Like you said, it is their O-plate. It's the qualifiers for the Nations Cup, so that is the goal for a lot of drivers this weekend. We've got, with our seniors as well, we have many familiar faces who the live chat will be familiar with from social media also joining this weekend. Here you go then, the 1 lap underway of the race, and Angus Langley leads Harry Ward. Only 0.7 of a tenth between them, not 0.7, 0.07 of a tenth, so it's still all to play for as the top 3 enter hairpin 1 now. I don't think we're going to see a change just yet, but that 2nd place Harry Ward is going to be on the back bumper as they go into hairpin 2. It's all looking pretty close still so far, Andrew.
So these karts, if you're new to them, if you've not watched the Tillotson T4 series before and think, oh, they sound a little bit different. Yes, they're 4 strokes. Some people describe them almost like a natural move on from a Honda Cadet. So remember, we've had a number of drivers in this junior category previously who've done Honda Cadet, and they say, it's been a nice way for them to transfer their skills into a full-sized chassis. And I said the other matter for the T4 juniors as well, they've all got a new designed carburettor. Previously, the senior carburettor was then, some of the settings had to be changed on it to restrict the power a little bit for the juniors. Is there a potential move coming in here from Harry Ward? No, not quite, so I'll keep going on about carburettors. It was a little bit tricky perhaps for mechanics, entrance. Oh, it was off his Ward. Ward off wide out of the bridge. Now, what has happened there to our driver who was in 2nd place? The courts, and he's absolutely gutted with that one. Understandably furious with the situation. Will get a 2nd heat, of course. Again, there's no threat of an elimination before the final in this one, but that's a real shame for Harry Ward, who was looking strong up to that point, was 6th in the final in his previous appearance in the T4 Series UK earlier on this year. Actually, just across the road at Fullback back in April. He's going to have to fight back here from this point, Kiel, to get back up the grid for the final.
You're right, and he had missed round 1, so coming in, he had a strong round 2, and of course was looking to be one of those contenders for the O-Plate this weekend. Still in contention though, as this is only the beginning of their weekend as we get underway with another lap. Angus Langley though, he got a breath of fresh air on that one because Harry Ward was putting some pressure on him, however, no longer needed as Angus Langley has a bit of breathing space now. Not for too long though, it looks like, as that car number 78 is closing in rather fast. See, this is probably where we're going to see Ben Cosgrove and Freddie Denton now work together as that first place is still in their touching distance. That is what Ronnie Legg is trying to do, but it looks like Adam Leesmore tries to take a look there on the way into the first hairpin, but doesn't get the move done. Here we go then, our T4 seniors up into the Sector 2 of the circuit.
Yeah, Ronnie Legg with a good amount of experience in this category. He's raced in it before. The last time we saw this category, if my memory serves me correctly, sometimes it doesn't, was Wilson Hill last year towards the back end of the 2025 season. Over the line once again, and Ronnie was a part of that race at Wilton Mill. Langley leads, Belimenko second. Leo Belimenko's story is an interesting one, and it is very much one in the ethos of the Tillotson T4 series. So I've seen Leo race before. He's raced in Club 100, he's raced in Arrive and Drive, but this is his opening forays into the owner world. And talking to Andrew Fallon and other members of the Tillotson team here this weekend, that for the juniors is very much one of their big focuses. Offering an accessible platform for drivers and families to do things like this, come into owner racing and be able to compete on a budget. This is good racing from Leo Belimenko. He's going to take the lead of this race. Was your winner of the second round of the season at Fullbeck and has been making really good striders. There's a good move around the outside from Angus Langley, trying to hold back Ben Cosgrove there, running in third place. Ben Cosgrove was the winner of the opening round of the season down at Clay Pigeon back in March. This is a good race, this is probably the best heat I've seen from the T4 juniors when they've been here so far. As I say, these extra numbers that we've got on the grid now for the T4 juniors, it's a proper scrap out there. Good to see.
You're right, this is also a really strong top 5. People have had really good starts to their season. Like you said, Leo Belimenko, someone who you're familiar with from the not owner car racing, just moved into it, but into hairpin 1 now, and he still leads coming off the back of a win. He will be confident after that and gaining the race lead. I doubt he is going to let that go easily, but Angus Langley and Ben Cosgrove are right there waiting for a mistake to be made. Ronnie Legg, though, is your fastest driver on circuit, running in that 4th place, about to put back onto the back of this train entering Sector 2 now. That it's all pretty close still between our T4 juniors, as we tend to see, and the gap between is still nothing. Further down at the back though, Jensen Turner hasn't had a great start to his race. Of course, Harry Ward also does not circulate anymore, unfortunately.
Good to see the equality of the pace across the field as well. Everyone in either a 1:06 or a 1:05 now as the tyre temperatures start to come up. The tyres are a key part of any karting series, but particularly here in the Tillotson T4s. It's a Maxxis tyre, so same manufacturer as you have, the very top of the sport in terms of single gear racing, the FIA OK categories. But this is a sport tyre. It's got a lot of longevity. There's a problem there. Langley gets into Belimenko. They both went for the same piece of track. It's a hairpin 1. Now Langley's continued. Has he got damage to the axle? Well, for Belimenko I think has got going again, but falls down the order. Here's a chance for Ronnie Legg, and Ronnie Legg, with all of his experience of Tillotson T4 racing, has taken the lead of this race from Ben Cosgrove. I'd be interested in another look at that one if we can. Belimenko has got going again. Is currently running in 8th place. And with 2 laps of this one to go, over the line once again. Here comes an attack from Ben Cosgrove. Now, the eagle-eyed amongst you will be able to note, yes, that is a driver who's had not too much running, because he's running on a black novice plate by the looks of things, but it's not bothering me here. He's got good pace, takes the lead of this one, going on to, the penultimate lap of this race, down off of the bridge once again. Other drivers still in this group. You've got Adam Lismore having a strong race here in the 310, running in the replica Fernando Alonso helmet. Investigation for the number 27 of Angus Langley. That's not a surprise. That's just an investigation at the moment. Unless I'm very much mistaken, and all of that will be for the incident that we saw with Leo Belimenko at Hairpin 1 a few moments ago. Race not done yet. The final lap board will be out next time around, but Ronnie Legg looking confident at the moment, holding a good line as there's another move. Angus Langley up past Lismore for P4.
Out of the final chicane then, they are about to head, and that is a prime example, Andrew, if you really do not know what is going to play out, even in these heat races, as Ben Cosgrove takes another look to see if he can regain that lead. Not just yet, though, as he's right on the back bumper of Ronnie Legg. We are, of course, onto the final lap of this race. It's been very unexpected so far. That second place runner drops back. It looks like he's going to miss out to Freddie Denton now, heading over the bridge. Not just, but Freddie Denton is right there, ready to pick up that position. It looks like he's now having to defend as he takes a look back behind him. This is going to give Ronnie Legg the opportunity to drive off ever so slightly as they enter hairpin 2 on this final lap. Ronnie Legg really took advantage of that unfortunate situation that happened there at the front, but was a driver who was setting purples anyway, so we knew he was going to be pushing towards the front. Leo Belimenko, though, now setting fastest laps right at the last second, trying to regain as many positions as he can.
Yeah, he's not got a long amount of time to do it, though. That's a move from Langley down the inside, takes third place away from Freddie Denton. Final lap board is about to be brought in and replaced by the checkered flag. Ronnie Legg is going to take the first heat of a quite dramatic T4 Junior race. There it is over the line. Legg takes it from Cosgrove. Langley third, but is under investigation. Fourth for Freddie Denton. Fifth for Adam Lismore. James Sims completes the top 6. Let's have a look at a replay of that moment into hairpin 1 between Langley and Belimenko. Yeah, I mean, difficult to call because it's not necessarily like Langley's come in from half a county behind. He is alongside there with Belimenko. So, yes, we'll leave that one to the race officials to look through, and we'll update you on any news as and when we receive it. Got a feel for Harry Ward in that one as well, but at least Harry will have the opportunity to fight back later on in the day. But Ronnie Legg takes the race win. That's a good start to the day for Ronnie Legg after those difficulties in qualifying yesterday. Remember, we started P9 in this race, so we'll look to do the same again later on. Cosgrove, Langley, Denton, Lismore, that is your top 5. James Sims, Elliot Drury, Leo Belimenko, Niall Green and Harry Gardner complete the top 10. 2 more finishers in the form of Jensen Turnock and Kevin Bogarski, but everyone looking on pace there. Everyone, in the 105s, the 106s, no one, 2, 3, 4 seconds off the pace. That was really good from everybody out there. Unlucky as well for Harry Ward. That technical problem put him out of the race with 7 laps to go. We'll take a short break here on the comms. T4 Seniors coming up after this. Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at PF International, Event 3 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. T4 Seniors out next, and I know we've got a lot of people tuning in today, particularly for the driver that you just saw on your screens there, Bram Osavade, the 2024 T4 Senior Nations Cup champion. It's a great record, of course, racing out of the Netherlands, has won many races and championships in Germany as well. Has raced here at PF before, but the first time in the T4s here at PF. Has got a big following online, and it's clearly got a bit of pace about him as well, as expected. We'll start this race from the front row of the grid. We'll bring you that full grid in a moment. And again, increased numbers, good grid size here today for the T4 seniors. 27 of them ready to go racing. Let's take you through the grid then for this first heat of the day. Lucas Blanford starts on pole position. He knows this circuit very well, of course, and will take on Bram Alcivari down towards turn number 1. Joe Bechtold's back as well. Good representative from the Netherlands. Starts P3. Philip Rawson, last year's T4 Series UK champion, starts alongside on row number 2. Ollie Clark and Charlie Bingham on row 3. Bingham's got plenty of experience in karting as well. Amelie Ackett has just moved up to the seniors. She's had a great start to the season. Starts on row number 4 alongside Matt Wildman. James Park and Henry Bell complete the top 5. Chris Alcock, very experienced in T4 machinery, starts this race from row 6, is joined by Peter Caldwell. Row 7, Jason Bradbury and Braden Donoghue go from that middle part of the grid. Luca Dolby and Conor McDowell go from 8. Archie Dyson and Pierce Armstrong go from row 9. Alfie Litter, Max Davidson complete the top 10 rows. Ollie Cooper-Welton a little bit out of position there on row number 11. Will start alongside Caleb West. Conrad Coveney and Warren Dommett go from row number 12. It's then Luke Morton, Jeff Johnson and Joey Kearns completing your field.
Really strong field here then, but it is going to be a very interesting front row. Of course, Bram Ovzwade, who has won the Nations Cup in 2024, was it?
Yep.
Who, of course, is here this weekend, doesn't do all rounds of this championship. He's got one goal, and that's to regain that win.
Get that ticket to Valencia for later on in the year. We're going to go into the tram lines and get this race underway for 8 minutes plus 1 lap here at PF International. No, not quite. The acceleration and formation of the grid, not to the lofty standards of our race director, Nigel Edwards, you see on the gantry there. So we'll go around again for another formation lap. Keep comments coming in. I know there's a good number tuning in for Bram. It does a lot of really great content for the sport of karting online. Yeah, he's got, I want to say, about 31,000 Instagram followers. And yeah, I know he's documenting this weekend as well. I've seen him out on track and around the paddock with his camera and his camera op as well. There he is. Philip Rawson there as well in the number 1. But a driver I think we really need to keep an eye on in this one, Keol, is Amelie Ackett. So Amelie raced as part of the junior field the last time we saw the Tillotsons in this paddock at Wilton Mill last year. So she's just made that step up into seniors. This is a very, very experienced senior field with drivers with experience across a whole variety of different categories. She's had a really good start to the season, was 2nd at Clay Pigeon, 4th at fullback. So keep an eye on her there in the black helmet, the blue suit, kart number 11. Could put a good performance here in this first heat.
I agree. Like you said, she's had that podium already, 2 top 5s to start her senior season. Brilliant job so far. I reckon she is looking for that win this weekend.
Bit of technical news for you as well. The T4 senior package has had a lot of updates focusing on the cooling and the efficiency of the engine, which I'll tell you, it's been needed this weekend with some of the heat that we had earlier on in the week. It's not quite as warm. It's 17 degrees air temperature at the moment here at PF International, but it's been up into the high 20s, if not the low 30s, earlier on this weekend. Are we ready for a race this time? Yes, we are. Away we go then for the first heat in T4 seniors for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Steady start from Lucas Blanford, who will lead into the first couple of corners. Joe Bechtold having a go there for 2nd place, trying to take it away from Bram Alcivari, but Bram has done brilliantly there to hold on to that one. Philip Rawson down the inside, trying to take 3rd place away from Joe Bechtold, and the reigning T4 Series UK champion looks to have done that. So good start for Philip Rawson. Little bit of a conglomeration going on in the second half of the field. So already, what's that, about 10 drivers off the back. They're going to need to work together to rejoin the main peloton of the T4 senior field. Battles continuing as that's a move for 2nd place from Philip Rawson. So Philip Rawson wearing that number 1 plate on his kart. Not messing around here, Kiel. Straight up from 4th to 2nd place.
You're right. Really mixed start there for the T4 Series grid. That's Henry Bell, I think, possibly got a problem with his kart dropping further down the field. Yes, that would be correct. Unfortunate start for him. Like you said, mixed start, 1 lap complete though, and it will be your pole sitter that leads. New 2nd place though, Philip Rawson, that #1 kart. Of course, the driver to watch out for this weekend. One thing to note with this series, we've got multiple returning drivers who did well last year. You've got Jason Bradbury, Chris Alcock and Ollie Cooper-Welton, all top 6 seeded drivers who will be really reaching for that O-Plate win this weekend. Lucas Bamford, though, into hairpin 1, and he's got some space.
Yeah, Amelie Ackett's looking down the inside there of Ollie Clark, and that's a nice move from Amelie up into P5. I really like the spirit of this category, Kiel. I've been into their part of the paddock a few times over the course of the weekend. I have had offers previously of jumping in one myself. I think I need to get a little bit more kart fit before I do that, because that would just be embarrassing for me mainly. But you know, I say you've got a good number of drivers who've, say, raced in other owner categories and race this again because they want to keep their eye on and be involved. You've got other drivers, particularly drivers that I used to race with back in a few years ago. Chris Alcock, Jason Bradbury, they've come across from the in-drive and drive world. Chris was actually racing in Italy a few weeks ago as T4 continues to grow across the continent. But they're a really friendly bunch. They help each other out. They want to make sure that there's as many drivers on the grid as possible and that they're competitive. And I'll use the example of our race leader, Lucas Blanford, who didn't run that much on Friday because he was driver training other drivers. Like, how about that you've got a driver in this competitive sport who is going, do you know what, I'm going to help some other people today, get them up to speed, improve the community, forgo my practice, and then still be at the front later on in the weekend. But what other category would you find that in? That the guy or girl at the front is training their competitors?
I do agree. That is rare. And that is one thing that I agree with you, that has been great this weekend in that back paddock with the Tillotson series. Both the juniors and the seniors, they seem like a close-knit
They really are.
paddock, a close-knit group. They're all sitting around enjoying the sun together. But there you go, Philip Rawson sets fast lap, but Amelie Atkins is going to take that away as we are underway with another lap. She is putting the pressure on. But here's the battle between Bram Oveswade and Joe Betchold. It looks like Betchold is putting some serious pressure on Oveswade as they head towards hairpin 1. Is he going to go for a move now? He pulls out, and it looks like he is. Let's see if he can get the move done down hairpin 1. Oveswade missing out on 2 positions now, that will be, and bringing that kart number 17, Charlie Brigham, now into play as he's on the back of this 3-kart battle now for that 4th position.
Yeah, that's a good move there from Joe Betchold. Battle of the Dutch drivers there. Good to have the Dutch drivers back across. They also, as a nation, have a very, very strong record, particularly in the T4 seniors when it comes to Nations Cup competition. They are another one of the heavyweights of this division. Out to the final corner. 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock here. Blanford still leads from Rawson, Betchold, Oveswade, Ackett's in that top 5. Matt Wildman. Matt Wildman's another driver who's stepped into this owner category. He's raced in it, I think, a couple of years now after doing a lot of arrive and drive high-level competitive racing in things like Club 100 over the previous seasons. He's running in 6th place. Charlie Bingham as well. Charlie, good to see Charlie here. Charlie, I remember commentating on him racing in British 24-hour kart race, for example. Very experienced in pro kart, and there will be a good degree of knowledge transfer into a category like this, with the 4-stroke engines being the base of the package. But more on that later, because I think Bram Oveswade is going to be fighting back here. This is a much stronger lap so far from Bram Oveswade. He's got down the inside. That's a great move on Joe Betchold into 3rd place. Amelie Ackett's getting involved as well. Amelie Ackett straight through into P4. But Bram Oveswade using good speed there. Now, whilst you can't play around with too many things in this series, again, to keep the playing field level, I think it actually puts even more impetus on setup and things like tyre pressures, using those Maxxis Sport tyres that are designed and regulated to be run for many racers, this is not a category where you can just go, oh, I'll buy another set of tyres and bang it on and spend another chunk of cash. You're not allowed to in this series, which I think is really, really good. So you've got to really focus in on getting the setup and those parameters correct to get, we're not talking tenths in this category, we're talking hundredths of a second per lap to get the edge over the competition.
I agree. I think it forces the drivers and their teams to find different opportunities, different ways. But brilliant move there from Amelie Akis. It looks like she's now putting the pressure on Bram Obswade. Both of them had a good last lap, gaining one position each. And it looks like pressure is on now out of nearly out towards the final chicane. Let's have a look then as they come across the start-finish straight. What the gap is between these two, because there is going to be pressure on. Here's your race leader though. Philip Rawson has closed that gap. He has reined your race leader in. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, and round the bowl they will go, and it is getting close between these two now at the front. Rawson is going to be on the bumper, the back bumper of your race leader as they enter hairpin 1. Doesn't look like he's going to go for the move just yet. Let's see how it plays out. No, cleverly through hairpin 1 they go. These are of course senior drivers, experienced drivers. They know the drill. They know not to risk anything too soon. Of course, this is the start of their racing this weekend, so no silly moves will be done just yet. Here's Amelie Akis shaking her head ever so slightly, trying to make her way past Bram Obswade, who's lost out on a couple of positions this race. Not had the smoothest race, but Amelie Akis making her way back up. In that top 6 then for you is Matt Wildman, Joe Berthold and Charlie Bingham in your top 7 with 30 seconds to go.
Joe Berthold's fading a little bit, unfortunately, in the second half of this race, now back behind Matt Wildman. So, again, maybe that's a setup thing. It's been tricky conditions for everybody out there in terms of it's just been so warm heading into this one. To say the track is driving differently to what you would expect at this time of year. It's been a busy few weeks here at PF International, and with the good weather, the unseasonable good British weather. Yes, you did hear those words come out of my mouth if you're watching from overseas. There's a lot of rubber that's gone down, and everybody's had to react to that one. As here's a move from Philip Rawson for the race lead. On the penultimate lap, the champion is through. Lucas Blanford's going to try and fight back here into the Fullerton S's. That's tight. That's side by side. Little touch off of the Fullerton S's between Blanford and Rawson. I think this is going to be a really good race day for these T4 seniors. I don't know about you watching at home and trackside, but Rawson is through from 4th place on the grid. There were questions asked overnight as to whether Philip Rawson could refine that kind of form that we saw in 2025 that took him to so many race victories that often were quite comfortable in this category in 2025. This hasn't been comfortable at all. This has been a really, really competitive race to kick off things for the T4 seniors. Matt Wildman's finishing this race strongly as well. Matt Wildman there in the orange helmet trying to close in and trying to overtake Amelie Akits for P4. We are now on the final lap. A little bit wide there from Lucas Blanford. Knows this place so well, of course. Lap record holder round here. Out of hairpin number 2 towards the Fullerton S's. Now he's not as close as he was a lap ago to have a go into this part of the circuit, but he's still potentially in range for a go into the Mike Wilson complex. But again, this is a heat. It's not the final yet. Through into that right-hander, then immediately into the tricky left-hander, using all of that curb on the outside. But Philip Rawson's going to hold on to this one. Impressive run this from the number 1 plate holder. Philip Rawson from 4th on the grid takes the first heat ahead of Lucas Blanford. The battle between the two Brits is on. Bram Obswade comes home in 3rd. That is a strong start for the former T4 Nations Cup senior champion. 4th for Amelie Akits. Great drive from Amelie there. Matt Wildman in the top 5 as well. Charlie Bingham, Chris Alcock, Jason Bradbury, Ollie Clark and James Bark all in the top 10 in that one. I'm going to say it straight away, Keol. Those 2 racers there from the T4s I think have been the best racers in this paddock, on this programme of the British Kart Championships that we've ever seen from the T4s. That was fantastic stuff.
I agree, that was phenomenal. All top 10 drivers there, incredibly making a lot of incredible effort. There was so many changes. It looks like really hard racing out there
It is.
for them this weekend. There is your race winner, Philip Rawson, in the #1 car, Lucas Blanford. Bram Ovswade, Amliakis managed to just hold on to that 4th, but Matt Wildman at the end there was putting the pressure on her. Charlie Bingham there in 6th. Chris Alcock, Jason Bradbury, Ollie Clark and James Bark then rounding out the top 10. Like I say, Andrew, I agree, that's really impressive so far from them.
Yeah, Joe Bechtold falling down there, unfortunately, to 13th place. So things to work on across the course of the remaining part of this morning. They will have another heat later on before we go to the lunch break. But Caldwell, Donoghue, Bechtold, Dyson and Pierce Armstrong all in the top 15. I said good to see Pierce Armstrong here. I've seen Pierce race up at Chennington a few times already this year in the Formula Libre category. Another, cost-controlled, accessible karting platform in terms of a formula. So good to see him here this weekend and improve of 3 places in that one. Max Davison, Luca Dolby, Caleb West, Conor McDowell and Joey Kearns all in the top 20. Good drive there from the Irishman. Kearns started at the back of the field and gained 7 places. I think, was your biggest mover in that race. Conrad Coveney, Alfie Litter, Luke Morton, Warren Dummett and Ollie Cooper-Welton take us down to 25th. Difficult start to the weekend for Ollie Cooper-Welton. Not quite on the pace that perhaps we would have expected from Ollie earlier on in or before this race meeting, but still time for that to change, of course, in the positive direction. Jeff Johnson and Henry Bell, all 27 drivers who started that race, finished it. Really good to see from the Tillotson T4 seniors. That was a proper race. That has whet the appetite good and proper for their second heat, which will be at 12:10, all being well. Juniors will be out before that, of course. That'll be at 11:55, just to note if you're particularly following the T4s. And apologies, we didn't mention that the E10 cadets will be back out at 11:40 for their second heat. So that now means that all 7 of our categories have raced here this weekend in some capacity. But we're going to switch things up in a moment, Keol, in terms of going towards the super heats. And I say the sun's starting to come out a little bit more here at PF International. This is when it starts to get really interesting.
You're right, we are into now our ROTAX categories, our established categories. Sun has come out significantly, shining on the circuit. There you can see some of our Orange Army cleaning up ahead of the super heats that we are about to begin. Some great racing from our ROTAX classes yesterday who are ready to get underway with their second round this year.
We'll take a short break. Micromax up after this.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from ROTAX parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Wera, what a start from the so hard. Heading up into the top section.
Welcome back, everybody, to PF International for Event 3 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Keol Lynch in the commentary box. And getting ready, Keol, for the first appearance today of Micromax. They had 2 heats yesterday. Everybody racing 2 heats yesterday and a timed qualifying. We saw Jayan Prakash, of course, take the first round win, a maiden win at this level for Jayan. And the form's been competitive so far this weekend as well, not just for our winner from Karting Northeast, but others as well. This is going to be once again a very tight affair, I think, for Micromax today.
That's correct. We saw a heat win from Ronnie Allen yesterday and a heat win from Albert Farrow also. Like you said, Jayan Prakash, really strong so far this weekend. Strong at round 1 also. Pole position. Here we have a Paddock Pooch ready to watch his sibling, his driver. And yeah, it's been a really strong weekend for Micromax. There they are. It's nearly time.
Mentioning Paddock Pooch, Henry says hello. He's down at Silverstone this weekend for the ROTAX Racing Club finals, but he sends his regards. Let's get into it then. Micromax UK Heat, Super Heat we should say, up next. Here's a grid then for race number 17 of the weekend here at PF. It's the Super Heat for Micromax UK. Albert Farrow starts on pole position. Jayan Prakash was the Tool Mechanic Pole Position Award winner yesterday. 2 top 3s so far, puts the winner from Warden Law on the front row for this one. Ronnie Allen and Hendrix Falat on row 2. Falat, the Wera Tools driver of the day from Warden Law. Arthur Bowers and Arthur Rhodes. It's an all Arthur row 3 there. Arlo Gamble now with DHR, races alongside Kian Hay from row number 4 in this one. Caden Hanley and Freddie Baker go from 5. Jensen Darlow knows this place very well. Starts on row 6 alongside Rafe Owen. Row 7, Freddie Walker and Benjamin Schlivar. Oliver Woodall and Sebastian Crawford go from 8. Keep an eye on Crawford. He has a good record around these parts. Elliot Hitch and Max Armit go from row 9. It's Tommy Lovejoy and Ashi Gupta inside the top 20. Rudra Pratap Singh Shekhawat, RPSS, goes from row number 11. Is joined by a newcomer to the championship this weekend, Australia's Adam Al-Sheikh. Jensen Kelly and Will Wainwright go from row number 12. It's then Kai Suri and Bobby Slater on row 13. Lenny Barton completes the 27-strong field. 27 means there's no threat of elimination. All of these drivers will make it through to the final. But, of course, this being a super heat, greater distribution of those intermediate points, which we'll update you on as and when we can. The order from overnight is quite simply the running order that we've just read out there on the grid. It is an all Sam Pollitt Racing front row for this one. The orange, blue and white machines ready to charge down towards the Bruno Ferrari S's, and no, we're going to go round again. The flashing yellow light still on the gantry below Nigel Edwards, so we go around for another formation lap. Let's actually just go through those points as they stand overnight for this one. Remember, the points from yesterday's heats do carry on and are combined with the results of this one to give the final intermediate classification, but the intermediate classification, the not final one, as it stands, is like this. 2 points for Albert Farrow, a win and second place yesterday. 5 points for Jayan Prakash, a second and a third. Ronnie Allen, 8, a win and an 8th. But because of that win, takes the tiebreaker over Hendrix Falat, who got a 3rd and a 5th yesterday. Arthur Bowers is on 11. Arthur Rhodes is on 12. Arlo Gamble, 14. Kian Hay, 20. Caden Hanley, 21. And Freddie Baker, 24. So it's pretty close there, particularly, from 8th place downwards. Quite a few drivers in the 20s.
You're right. A driver who we have seen further up the grid than he is this weekend so far is Freddie Baker. I think he struggled slightly yesterday, but he's going to be on a redemption charge for the Super Heats today. We saw him take a win at round 1 of this championship. He was also in the other half of the events, and he's been doing strong so far, so I think he's going to be one to watch out for. Yeah,
Freddie Baker was very, very strong at event 2 at Wilton Mill, of course, where he took that race victory. Okay, second attempt then of getting this race underway into those tram lines. Longer race, of course, 12 minutes plus 1 lap. We are away and racing at the second time of asking. Very even between the SPRs going into the first couple of corners, but that's textbook. That's exactly how you execute a front row lockout. Farrow leads, Prakash second, bold start from Falat as well, who is your top rookie in this category overnight as well. Rookies, of course. Oh, there's a bit of a moment, big moments coming off of the bridge. Is that Freddie Baker possibly, who's had a spin coming off of the bridge? We'll confirm that in a moment. It was, Arthur Bowers. Apologies. Arthur Bowers was the driver involved. and falls to the bottom of the order. So no worries, Freddie Baker fans. I identified the incorrect shiny yellow helmet as, oh, there's a spin for the 47 and the 31. That is 31 of Wraith Owen and the 47 of Lenny Barton. So Lenny Barton must have had a really, really good start. But unfortunately, that all comes to nothing. Benjamin Schlivar there, down the inside. Good stuff there from Schlivar. Been very impressed with how the driver flying the flag for Bosnia and Herzegovina has done so far this year. And that was another good move for Benjamin Schlivar. Has he broken into the top 10? No, not quite. He's further down the order at the moment. But end of the first lap, Pharaoh, Prakash working together, doing exactly what they need to do at this stage, Kiel, to try and take a 1-2.
That is right. Entering hairpin 1 now, and it was a textbook start for the Sam Pollitt racing team. Of course, going to be pushing each other. That is what we expected to see. Hendrix Fallat, though, brilliant start for him, up into third position. He had to defend there on the first lap into the first hairpin, but he's got himself a bit of a gap now to try and tag along to the back of the Sam Pollitt racing carts. Arthur Rhodes then there in fourth, and Caden Hanley being put under some serious pressure by the rest of the pack back there in fifth.
Indeed. I think we can have another look at what happened down at hairpin 2 on lap number 1. So this was it. Oh, this is all just going to be too many into one space. Oh, Sebastian Crawford was involved in that one as well. So, yeah, it was Wraith, though, and I think Wraith might have been a little bit physically encouraged into that one. I don't think that was of Wraith's making. And, yeah, and then for Lenny Barton, who had a good start, unfortunately just spinning in avoidance and continues on. Everybody's still in this race, so all 27 still circulating. But here are your leaders as Pharaoh and Prakash continue to control things from the front of the field. It's in the TW Racing, number 15 of Hendrix Fallat, then the 2 RCEs. So you're seeing a bit of teamwork starting to come into this one. Arthur Rhodes and Caden Hanley, 4th and 5th, and what a start as well for Rudra Pratap Singh Shekhawat, RPSS as he likes to be known, because it's just simpler. MLC Motorsport driver number 26, up 13 positions in the first couple of laps of this race. That's a tremendous run.
You're right, what a brilliant job. I mean, I don't think that's what we expected to see this early on in the Super Heats, up there into the top 10. We've got 8 minutes left to go, top end of 8 minutes, and he's already up into that 9th place. We also have Freddie Walker making his way through the pack there, up into 8th. Some other big movers so far. Caden Hanley there, looking strong, has looked strong at this circuit before, previously during club races also. So a driver who's experienced here up into 5th.
I just had a very quick sight a few moments ago of Dean Singh Pahal waiting for the next race, which will be Minimax. And Dee, of course, won this championship at this very circuit with that dramatic last lap race here for taking the championship by 1 point in those RCE machines. So we know it's a good package. This is some good racing going in and through to hairpin number 1. Shekhawat was involved in that down the inside. Another of the number 92. So that's Freddie Baker starting to fight back up through the order. So Freddie Baker now into P9. Shekhawat at the front of the field. I'm a little bit concerned about that front fairing. It's wobbling around a little bit too much for my liking, but again, we'll leave that one to the race officials. 7 minutes and 35 seconds of this race to go. Elliot Hitch is under investigation in number 76. Where is Elliot at the moment? Running in 16th on the road. Good crowd, good support for our Micromax drivers there on the tribunes down the pit straight. 7 minutes and 15 to go. I tell you what, Hendrix Fallat has driven very, very well in this race. Kiel, not easy to close a gap when you've got 2 drivers ahead of you working together as teammates, but that's exactly what Hendrix has done, showing once again the talent and the speed that got him the nomination for Driver of the Day last time out at Warden Law.
That's right, he takes a quick look behind him and sees he has got breathing space. Of course, these teammates, it's going to be difficult to stay on the back of them as they continue to work together. 6 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Here is further on in the field C. Hendrix Fallat takes a look, but he is cleverly held off by JM Prakash, who says, nope, not just yet. Closes the door. Oh, 5-second penalty, though, for Rudra Pratap Singh Shekhawat. Unfortunate for the driver who is up 13 places so far. Going to drop them further down the field.
Yeah, we haven't seen here in the box what that could be for, but either way, that's going to drop the number 26. Oh, that's going to be quite costly at the moment. That's going to drop RPSS out from 8th place, and I think down to maybe even out of the top 20. Just to note before we get into the middle part of this race, other great drives. Jensen Kelly up 11 places to P12. Bobby Slater as well in that number 27 machine, up 6 spots into the top 20, continuing to improve. Bobby's impressed me a lot so far this year at some of the club races that Bobby has taken part in, racing a lot out of Shennington earlier on in the year, and very busy as well, running multiple classes as well at this cadet level. 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go out of the Fullerton S's. This is the fight for 8th place. This is Freddie Walker in the number 13, holding off Oliver Woodall very, very nicely at the moment. Then it's the number 92. Sorry, it's the number 13 of Freddie Walker. Yeah, there's many Freddies in this race. Freddie Walker in 8th, Oliver Woodall 9th, Freddie Baker in 10th place. And there's Jensen Darlow. Jensen Darlow, one of the strong club runners here at PF, now stepping up to the top national level and looking for a strong start to the day. Here's a squabble for higher up the order. That's Benjamin Schlivar. Sorry, no, that's Oliver Woodall moving through into 8th place.
Speaking of the bowl, I think we have a replay of what happened there a couple of laps ago if we take a look at that.
So this was into and through the bowl. Oh, right. So that's the number 31 of Wraith Owen. Oh, Wraith's had a tough race in this one. And the Thule Motorsport number 31 falls down to the bottom of the order. I think it was the number 17 of Kai Surrey, was it not? The other kart and driver involved. But 4.5 minutes to go. Pharaoh and Prakash, for now at least, Keol, have seen off the challenge of Hendrix Fallat, but that's not to say that their work is done, and Hendrix still not too far behind, only down by about half a second.
Yeah, that's correct. We can see, we have seen so far today even how fast that gap can be closed. Difficult to stick on to those two when they are working together. We saw Prakash having to go defensive on that last lap from Fallat when he took a look down the inside in Sector 2, but no change for them just yet. They take a look behind them and see he is about half a second behind, so they have got breathing space into hairpin 1 as they go single file once again, and that is Arthur Rhodes and Ronnie Allen now trying to catch up onto the back of Hendrix. It would probably benefit him to have people pushing him at this stage, but we will see. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. It's still all to play for.
I'll just make this note. I know it's still very early in the season, but I wonder, Sam Pollitt Racing have had this great last couple of years. They've had race wins. They want to start, adding to their championship tally now. And I just wonder, with Albert Pharaoh, from Warden Law, a little bit further back in the championship points, it's 5th in the points going into this round. Albeit it was very close at the start of the season. In fact, 2 points covering the top 5. But I just wonder if a little bit of a discussion's happened in the SPR camp this morning to say, look, if we get into this position of 1 and 2, this is really good for early championship points and getting scores on the board and trying to get as much work done early in the season as possible so you're not under as much pressure perhaps later on in the year. And for Jane Prakash, one last time out, he does have the share of the lead in the championship heading into this one today. I think he'd be quite happy with second place. Yeah, he'll lose some championship points to Albert Pharaoh. In fact, Albert Pharaoh might just nip past him in the championship standings heading towards the final as things stand. But I'm already seeing long game, long-term thinking from these two drivers. It's like, no, it's round 2 of the championship. Let's try and get as many members of the team in as strong a position and have those firmer fights, which the neutrals of us want to see right now because we want to see drivers go wheel to wheel. But they're playing this really intelligently of let's get the race result first and then have the big dramatic fight later on, either today or be it later in the season.
You're right, round the bowl they go once again, and that's correct. This is something that their teams, of course, young drivers, this is Micromax, will be trying to teach them. And I agree, I think that has definitely been a conversation that has been had. Look at this gap now. They have now extended to Hendrix Fallat, who's tapping his wheel, tucking his head in there.
And you saw it there. Both drivers looking over their shoulder, which sometimes can be a critique of drivers. Like, stop overlooking your shoulder. I don't think that's the case in this one. I think they're overlooking their shoulder, saying, where's Fallat? What gap have we got? That's really good race management from both Pharaoh and Prakash. This is a good scrap as well. This is once again the one with Shekawat. You've got Elliot Hitch in there. Benjamin Schlivar fighting back as well. So Benjamin Schlivar now up into the top 15. Freddie Walker in there once again. Micromax delivering plenty of entertainment, as we've come to expect in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships in recent years. Since this class's introduction, what was it, back in 2023 as a full championship category. Cian Hay just set the fastest lap of the race with a minute of this superheat to go. Cian Hay quietly getting on with things. One of a number of Danish drivers racing here this weekend, and I think most of them are all in the KR Sport awning. Quite an international flavour in the KR Sport awning here at PF, but more on that later. But good running there, up in 6th place. As once again, here comes a potential attack from Benjamin Schlevar. Back with our race leaders, Farah and Prakash, still doing this sterling job. They've extended that gap over Falat to 2 seconds now.
You're right, brilliant job. Textbook from this team from the beginning. 20 seconds to go. This is going to be the penultimate lap of the race. Hendrix Falat maintaining his position there, but Ronnie Allen, Arthur Rhodes, and now Cian Hay, who set that fastest lap onto the back of that pack at the front, are going to be trying to fight for that last podium position. We will see if they're quite able to do it. Here go your race leaders, as that is Prakash takes a look on going onto the final lap of the race to see if he can get past his teammate. Doesn't quite get the move done though, loses out slightly, heading over the bridge then. We will see what he's able to do into hairpin 1.
Yeah, I think they got all across the line just before the timer hit 0, so this is going to be 2 laps to go. 5-second penalty for Jensen Darlow has come in. We just momentarily saw as well Adam Al-Sheikh getting through past Archie Gupta. That was for 14th place. So Adam's had a good run, up 8 places for the XL Motorsport team. Here's your fight for 3rd place, Falat. This has still been a really good race from Hendrix Falat. Not easy to be in this position when you've got the 2 up front teammates. They're going to work together through these early stages. He gave it a really good go. Has slipped back now, but he's not looking tight. He's not looking in a panic to keep ahead of these drivers here. In fact, Arthur Rhodes really on the defensive now to keep Cian Hay back for 5th place. Now we might see a little bit of a scrap here between Farah and Prakash. On paper, they should have this race won because it's more than 2 seconds the gap back to Falat and to Ronnie Allen. Got to get it over the line. They don't want to take each other out at this stage. They are due for the front row of the grid in the final. It just depends which order it's going to be. Farah takes a middle line down in towards hairpin 1. That's good defence from Albert Farah. He's not lost too much speed off of hairpin 1. He'll have to do likewise into hairpin number 2. This could be Prakash's best chance, running up towards the Fullerton S's, but that's good driving again from Albert Farah. This is textbook again. PF defence down towards Bobby Game this time. Middle of the road again. I'm really impressed with this. This is good racing from both Albert Farah and Jane Prakash. The Sam Pollitt Racing boys doing their team proud right now. 2 more corners to go. Is Albert Farah going to hold on and take pole position for today's final to the line? I don't think Prakash is quite going to have enough on this occasion. Farah takes it and will be on pole for the final in Micromax later here today at PF, and I think may be in the lead of the championship now. We'll do the championship points over the lunch break and get them all updated before we go to the final. But that is a big statement win from Albert Farah. Plenty of pressure, but a very mature drive from your race winner and from Jane Prakash, showing once again that speed we saw at Warden Law was not a fluke.
That's correct. Brilliant effort from him. We saw him trying to put pressure on his teammate there at the end. Textbook though, fair racing between the 2 Sam Pollitt Racing karts. Couldn't quite get the move done, could Prakash, but he knows he's got the pace heading into the final this afternoon. Albert Farah though, there is your race winner and pole sitter for the final. Jane Prakash. Hendrix Falat though, brilliant drive for him, trying to catch on to the back of those 2 teammates, which he did do, then lost out slightly towards the end. Ronnie Allen and Cian Hay, who came away with possibly the fastest lap. I don't know if he just lost out on that yes, he just lost out on that at the end to Prakash, but brilliant drive to him towards the end. He really came on there at the end of the race. Arthur Rhodes then following on. Caden Hanley, Freddie Baker, Oliver Woodall and Jensen Darlow up promoting himself into the top 10.
Yeah, some good drives in the midfield as well. Rudra Pratap Singh Shekhawat up 10 places to 11th, although it does have a 5-second penalty, so we'll lose some of those positions. Jensen Kelly up 11 to 12th. Archie Gupta as well. Good to see Archie up to 13th place there, a gain of 7. And Adam El Sheikh up 8 to 14th. Lenny Barton gained 10 positions in that one, up to 17th. So good to see a good number of drivers making their way through the field. We'll see the Micromax drivers out for their final at 1 o'clock. Let's move on though. Next up, first superheat for Minimax. Back here at PF, ready for our next race, which is going to be Superheat A for Minimax. Austin Owen has been absolutely superb so far this weekend. Comes into this one unbeaten. James Roots alongside on the front row of the grid. It's Sebastian Behrman who's had a change of team for this one. Sam Pollitt Racing have taken him on board. Joshua Cook, winner last time out at Warden Law, starts on row number 2. Ralph Martin, Logan Rolfe on row number 3. Row 4, Ryan Townsend and Eddie Duncan. Eddie Lloyd and Maximilian Eberhardt complete the top 10. Keep an eye on Eberhardt, a little bit out of position, had a bit of bad luck in his first heat yesterday. Maria Roberto starts on row 6 alongside Flynn Grantham. Row number 7, Dimi Uzanov and Dean Singh Pahal back on the same circuit that D took the Micromax British title in 2025. Riley Blakemore and Darren Dimitrov will go from row 8 in this one. It's Jensen Skeffington and William Moore on row number 9. Ayrton Galsworthy is one of 2 drivers overnight currently outside the top 36. Remember, 38 drivers in this category, so unfortunately 2 drivers across this race and the next one will see their weekends come to an early conclusion. And as I say, Ayrton Galsworthy, currently one of those 2 drivers overnight outside the top 36, and needs to go forward in this one. 7-point lead for Austin Owen heading into this one, so he doesn't even necessarily need to win this race to secure pole position for the final and the next haul of 65 championship points. Austin was, of course, the first ever driver to win a British Kart Championships round win for the Sam Pollitt Racing team. That was a couple of years ago at Lark Hall. Can he deliver another great result for them here? Into the tram lines, 12 minutes plus 1 lap are underway at the first time of asking. Down towards turn 1 they go. Owen will have the early lead. James Roots for Dan Holland Racing there, fighting to hold on to second place. But it's another of the SPRs who's come through. It's Sebastian Behrman. Sebastian Behrman, who likes this track, has had many good days round PF before. That's a super start, Keel, to his finals day up to P2.
Exactly that, Andrew. Look at what we have seen again. 2 Sam Pollitt Racing karts at the front of the pack. Towards hairpin 2 now they will go, and no one wants to see this again in this field. James Roots is going to want to regain that P2 early on before the teammates have the opportunity to work together like we saw in the last final. There, though, is that driver putting the pressure on to regain his second place. Further down the field, though, it is all sideways action. That is Maximilian Eberhardt working his way through the field already. Of course, a driver who we don't necessarily usually see at that end of the field after a difficult qualifying. It's all to play for, though, in his heats. 1 lap complete then, and it is Austin Owen that leads. Sebastian Behrman, Josh Cook, Logan Rolfe and Maximilian Eberhardt already into that 5th position, up 5 places already, Andrew.
Yeah, Maximilian Eberhardt again showing what we saw at Warden Law. He's an overtaking machine this year in Minimax 950s, not to be ruled out, as here comes Josh Cook down the inside. Winner last time out was his maiden win in the British Kart Championships. A fact scarcely believable given how many big races, you know, a ROTAX Grand Finals champion. Back in his Micromax days was the Cookie Monster, but now his aim in this championship is to take the #1 plate from Minimax 950 for 2026, and well, with this form he's definitely going to be in the mix here. A little bit further back, that's Maria Roberto, who had a good day yesterday, did Maria in the 152. Starting well up the order in this superheat. If you are watching or following any particular Minimax drivers and you're wondering, where are they? They're not on the screen. they'll be in the second superheat. We have got another one of these to come because we've got more than the max number of drivers that you're allowed on track at any one time. That's going to get tight. Very tight indeed. Ralph Martin for a moment there up on the rear bumper of Maria Roberto's 152. That was through the bowl. As here down the inside is Logan Rolfe. Logan Rolfe taking third place there away from Sebastian Behrman. We had a chat with Logan yesterday during the paddock show. The full version, all the whole two-parter is up on the Alpha Live and Karting UK channel now. Part 1 you'll be able to watch a little bit later on today, including a little announcement from the guys and girls at Jag Rotax for something later on in the season. I'll leave you to watch that one later on in the day. And Logan gave us a really good insight into the T4s as well, in terms of how you have to drive them differently to what he's driving here in Minimax. Was the T4 Mini champion at the Nations Cup last year, but back here in the Rotax categories. It's looking good this weekend is Logan Rolfe, and now looking to close in on his teammate Josh Cook.
You're right, that's what we like to see. He touched on with you yesterday in that second part of the paddock show. The karting pathway, another driver who we like to see moving now up into owner kart. The two KR Sports, though, running in second and third. Josh Cook, off the back of a brilliant weekend, was feeling confident, is a fan of this circuit. Not too great in the heat, didn't like the heat too much, but it's cooler for them today. KR Sport, then, we're going to see them attempt to work together then in the latter stages of this race. That's Sebastian Behrman then that just dropped back, and Maximilian Eberhardt up into fourth. What a drive so far.
Yeah, good stuff. We had a very brief sight there of Darren Dimitrov, one of the wildcards. The Bulgarian driver up 4 places in this one. If you're new to the series and you're wondering why has Dimitrov got such a big number, if it's a wildcard entry, for expecting just for this one-off round, the race number starts with a 6 in terms of all of the classes as well. So the standard for the minis is that they have 3 digits and start with a 1, unless you're a seeded driver like Austin Owen. But if you're wondering about that, why is he number 667? It's because he's a wildcard driver here this weekend. More important matters, though, here for second place. Josh Cook holding on to this one at the moment. No answer to the pace of Austin Oman at the moment. Oman doing a really, really good job at the front of the field. 5 tenths clear now of Cook, Rolfe, Eberhardt, Root. However, that was a moment for Josh Cook. Just ran wide out of Bobby Game corner, and Logan Rolfe pounces to take second place. A little mistake there from the winner of round number 1, and Maximilian Eberhardt will have seen that as well. Little tap on the head, communicates to James Roots immediately behind, say, let's keep working together. I was going to say, you think back to all of those great Minimax races of 2025, whether it was here for the championship finale for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. You think back to Kart Masters here last year in that grand final, that Grand Prix race won by Emerson McAnder-Uren. This race could potentially turn on its head in about 4 minutes' time. If you're in play with 2.5 minutes to go, you can round this circuit, charge through from 5th, 6th, 7th place, a little bit further back, and still win round this track. Maximilian Eberhardt's going to have a look now here for third place into Bobby Game corner. Great move there. Maximilian Eberhardt could win this race, you know. Maximilian has got great race pace aboard that Coles Racing 161 through the final couple of corners here on lap number 6. Half the time gone. The field, in terms of those competing for the win here, Kiel, has been whittled down. But I would say any of this top 6 have got a very good shot of winning this race.
Absolutely. That is what we have seen so far this weekend, which means James Roots, who started on the front row, didn't have the best start to his race, is still in contention. I agree with you, though. Maximilian Eberhardt, it was unfortunate for Logan Rolfe, who made the mistake a couple of laps ago. I did think that Eberhardt was going to maximise on that, and he did, managing to get past. He's got his sights set now on Logan Rolfe, who's closing in on Austin Oman. Brilliant start for the 6th seed there for the start of this superheat. After a pole position yesterday, led straight off the line, and now he's going to be put under some serious pressure by Logan Rolfe as we see what he can do in the remaining 5 minutes. Eberhardt, though, sets the purple lap, so I think you're right, Andrew. We're going to see these close up very soon.
Yeah, 5 minutes to go in this one. This is a good drive from Logan Rolfe, his best result in his career in these championships. It was last time out at Warden Law. That was his first top 10. This is a big step forward for Logan Rolfe, and he's taking the lead. Taking the lead up onto the bowl. Ahead of Austin Oman. So there we go. This is where things will start to get really interesting now, because unlike the first half of the race, Austin Oman's pace has just dropped a little bit. It's brought him back into the pack, and Logan Rolfe has taken track position. That is a really good bit of driving from Logan Rolfe. Good initiative taken by the youngster there from Toaster in towards the Fullerton S's. Maximilian Abrahart is closing in now with the Travis Perkins logo on the top of his helmet. Keep an eye on the 161. 4 minutes to go in this one. I tell you what, Eddie Duncan, Ryan Townsend, Dimi Udinov in a little group 7th, 8th and 9th. They're a longer shot, but I wouldn't rule them out either. If this top 5 starts scrapping, you know, a 2-second gap. It's less than 2 seconds now. It's 1.5 seconds between Behrman and Duncan. That gap could close. A lot is going to change here, I reckon, in this first superheat with 3.5 to play.
You're right, Andrew, and I think Austin Oman would agree as he pushed the race leader around the bowl that time. He is seeing how close this is getting between our Minimax drivers. Maximilian Abrahart is not someone who you would want to have right on that bumper entering hairpin 1. Towards hairpin 2 though, Logan Rolfe leads once again. Austin Oman, what can he give back in the next 3 minutes and 16 seconds of this race after a brilliant start for him? Leading the initial stages of the race, he's going to be coming back harder than ever. Maximilian Abrahart though is not letting them go loose of him whatsoever as they enter the last couple of corners. It's going to be single file. James Roots, after a front row start, they're trying to pick up the pieces. He is still in contention, though. It's closer than ever.
Just to note, Austin Oman would still have pole position for the final with this result. Remember, it's double points for a superheat, so a second is worth 4, or you get 4 intermediate points at this stage of the competition. Remember, he's got that 7-point lead heading into this one, so he could even afford to drop behind Maximilian Abrahart, and he would still take pole. He would still take the 65 championship points. But I think in this kind of race, you've got to keep eyes forward. This is the opposite to what we talked about with Micromax, where, you know, drivers overlooking the shoulder to assess the situation, to manage the latter stages. This one, you've got to just go fully in. Keep pushing. Keep your eyes forward. If you start turning your head around, you'll look vulnerable to others. And you can see that pace from Rolfe, from Oman. It's just starting to dwindle the numbers now. Behrman's dropped out of this pack. Joshua Cook needs this top 4 to start fighting pretty quickly, otherwise he's going to drop out of realistic contention. This is a super heat to start the day for Minimax. Continuing again what we saw across the course of 2025. New fastest lap has just come in from Abrahart. Rolfe starting to feel the pressure a little bit now as Abrahart looks down the inside onto the bridge. That was a bold attempt from Abrahart. Stays there in 3rd. James Roots playing a really smart game at the moment, just holding there in 4th place as Abrahart looks down the inside. Oh, needed to fully commit to that one. That was good for Rolfe. Rolfe's got a little bit of breathing space now as they go through hairpin 2.
What an effort from Maximilian Abrahart. He set the fastest lap. He really closed in that lap on your race leaders. Knew he had the pace, tried twice, couldn't quite make the move stick, but there is still 1 minute of this race left to go, plus a lap. Now the top 4 closer than ever. Once again, James Roots is officially now back into contention. Austin Oman, though, played a really clever game those last couple of laps. He had the opportunity to go in on your race leader, Logan Rolfe, but he thought better of it. However, now he's going to regain the race lead. Austin Oman gets back into the lead of our Minimax Super. Brilliant effort, Logan Rolfe. Steps back then into 2nd under more pressure than ever from Abrahart and Roots. Let's see then as they head towards hairpin 1 what they can do. Austin Oman now goes defensive, knowing this is the important stages of the race. Takes a look behind him. Logan Rolfe closer than ever now, once again looking to regain, but defensive once again goes Austin Oman into hairpin 2.
Yeah, this is again really good race management from Austin Oman. He will be thinking, going onto this penultimate lap, I don't want to get swamped. I don't want to drop back 3rd, 4th. He's taken a bit more control of this one. Logan Rolfe, I've got to say, this is one of the most mature drives I've ever seen from Logan Rolfe. This is really, really good progress from Logan Rolfe. We're going to see the final lap board now. Who is going to win this race? Joshua Cook is digging deep. He is not dropped out of this pack. He's actually the quickest of this group of 5 right now. Joshua Cook could still win this race, you know, which in terms of championship could be quite important. Over the bridge, down towards hairpin 1. Who's going to make a move, if anyone, at this stage? Oman has to defend hard. Goes to driver's right. Abrahart steps down the inside. That's a great move from Maximilian Abrahart. Logan Rolfe's out on the curb. James Roots is through into 3rd. Nearly a clash there between the KRs. Joshua Cook has to step out of it, but that could be the move that gives Oman the win. Here back comes Rolfe, trying to retake 3rd place into the Fullerton S's, and does so. Great overtaking once again from Logan Rolfe. Roots drops to 4th. Now has to deal with the winner from last time out. Austin Oman, this is going to continue the streak of results from yesterday. Will take pole position for the final with a perfect run through the heats, through this super heat. That was a properly mature drive from the man from Stockton-on-Tees. He takes the win for Sam Pollitt Racing and the latest haul of championship points. Maximilian Abrahart, though, will now look towards the 2nd superheat. He needed a big performance, up 8 places. He will move up the intermediate classification through this stage, and I still wouldn't rule him out for a win here later in the final. He has got absolutely superb race pace. He's going to start the final further up the order than we saw at Warden Lawn. We saw him tear through the field up in the northeast, what, about 6 weeks ago. Keep an eye on that young driver in the 161 for Coles. Logan Rolfe, P3. I'm going to say it, that was the best performance I've seen from Logan Rolfe in the British Kart Championships in his racing career. That is a good step forward for a driver who hopefully will get a best result of his career in the final later on today. James Roots, P4. Josh Cook, P5. Ryan Townsend, solid drive as well for one of the championship rookies there. P6. Sebastian Behrman, Dimi Uzanov, Eddie Duncan and Ralph Martin, all in the top 10. Flynn Grantham was P11. Riley Blakemore continues his progress. Last year's Honda Cadet champion, up 3 places in that 1 to 12. Will be through to the final. Maria Roberto and Dean Singh Pahal likewise. Ethan Lloyd, I think, will be okay with that 15th place of making the top 36. Jensen Skeffington 16th. Darren Dimitrov, William Moore and Ayrton Galsworthy. If I've got my mental maths right, I think that's the end of the weekend for Ayrton Galsworthy. Galsworthy needed to move forward in that race to improve from 37th place overnight. That's sadly not going to be the case, but I'm sure we'll see the Origin Motorsport driver back in a future round. Well done once again to all of our Minimax drivers there in Superheat A. In fact, all of these drivers, yeah, with Galsworthy not making it through on my maths there. All the other 18 will be through to the final, so if you're particularly supporting these drivers, at 1:30 of course for their final. But remember, we've still got another superheat for this category to go for the other half of the field.
That's right, and Minimax has set a great benchmark, our first Minimax Superheat of the day. Really mature racing there from each and every driver. Austin Oman, though, really deserved that one. However, let's head to the rest of them.
Let's get ready for the second superheat then for Minimax 950. Once again, these drivers trying to qualify through into the main event for this category here today. The final will be at 1:30, but there is still the business of this next 12 minutes plus 1 lap race. We'll give you the grid in a moment. Weather conditions really good here today. Maybe not quite perfect karting conditions because it's still quite humid here in Lincolnshire, but 18 degrees Celsius, very grippy circuit. You just look at the track out of our commentary box window, and it's a much darker tone of greys and blacks versus the start of the weekend, or start of the week, I should say, all the way back on the setup day on Wednesday and on to Thursday. It just shows how much rubber has gone down across the course of the weekend. We have had a little bit of rain. There was a little bit of rain this morning, but short showers that were nowhere near the level to wash that rubber away. Drivers just waiting down there in the dummy grid. Mechanics just giving last little instructions to their drivers. can see at the very front of the field there, the 148 of Oscar Kenny for the Hunter Motorsport team, looking to continue the form from yesterday for Oscar Kenny, a second and a fifth across the course of the 2 heats. So has a nice position in this one. Very simple job, in fact, for Oscar Kenny. Win this race, and he'll be on the front row for the final later today. Hamish Gordon, you just saw there in the 111. Hamish is the other driver outside the top 36 overnight. So hopefully for the young driver there for Craft Motorsport, the Scottish team, that he can race forward and book a spot on the grid for the final later on today. It's tough, isn't it, when it's a field size about, I say, just over 36. It's like, oh no, there's like only 2 of them that aren't going to make it through. Let's take you through the grid, though. Let's take you through that and get that piece of business done and dusted. Oscar Kenny on pole position. Otis Cleary. I've been very impressed with Otis this weekend. Gave us some great insights into the Fullertonetters for the build-up show. Starts on the front row for this one. Charlie Page, the privateer. He's not worried about fighting the big teams. Starts on the second row of the grid for this one and is joined by MLC's Jack Fulbrook-Harmer. Chloe McGill had a really good day yesterday. She starts from row 3 alongside Akila Nani Giannone, who's had some very good form recently aboard that EKS machine. LBJ Stubbs is a wild card for this weekend. Starts on row 4 alongside Harris Barber. Jackson Hilton and Lewis Herbertson go from row 5. It's Alfie Phillipson and Ted Hayward. They're on row number 6. Arthur Farrow and Teddy Murphy go from 7. James Carver, George Simmons, welcome to the championship, George Simmons. They go from row number 8. Soren Gallagher and Hugo Torpy go from 9. And then, as mentioned, Hamish Gordon is the driver outside the top 36 as things stand. So needs to go forward, ideally gain 5 positions or so. That should turn the tide to get through into that top 36. So actually saying, yeah, there may be still one driver in that from that first batch who could befall the mathematical perils. It could also be someone in this race, so we'll wait and see on that one.
I do agree with you, though. So unfortunate for the drivers when there's 38 of them out there and just 2 miss out, so really bitter for them. However, gives them an extra ultimatum to try and make their way further up the grid, though. Let's see what our second Minimax group can do for us today. Another really strong front row for Hunter Motorsport and DHR once again on the front row.
So it'll be 12 minutes plus 1 lap once again here for our Minimax drivers. The second superheat of the day. Oscar Kenny just off the podium last time out at Warden Law. Could he start on the front row here today at PF International? No, we're going around again. Drivers with hands in the air, not happy to get that one started. Good call from the race officials. Yeah, there was a little bit going on there. So we'll go around again for an additional formation lap. Keep your comments coming in. Who we've got to say hello to? Hello to Dirk, cheering on. I think that's Charlie Page and Chloe McGill. Hello to Jane Bell as well, who's cheering on Riley Blakemore in the previous race. Hello to Grandmama of Jensen Skeffington. Pretty sure that Jensen's going to be through to the final later today, which is good to see. Hello to Frances Pasquale as well, cheering on Dean Singh Pahal. Yeah, keep your messages of support coming in for our drivers in the inter category for the ROTAX ladder over the red line there, just on the entry to the Mike Wilson complex. No more shuffling up and down the order. Got to stay in your rows, otherwise there'll be a little bit of bother coming in from those holding the regulations book. Looking good here for a race start for Superheat B, who's going to be alongside Austin Oman on the front row of the grid for the final later today. We are about to find out because we're 12 minutes and counting down once again here at PF. Good start for anyone on the pole side of the grid. Kenny's taken the lead. Charlie Page up to P2 and Chloe McGill as well up to P3. 3 wide, a little bit further back in battles just inside the top 10. Otis Cleary, where's Otis gone? Oh, he's fallen down to around 5th place. So yeah, it was a very good start for anyone on driver's right down towards turn number 1. Good start as well for Achille Nani Giannone. So I think Achille Nani managed to get across the inside, started P6, but has gained 2 places in the early stages.
That is right, Andrew. Really great for those drivers on that side of the grid. Chloe McGill, brilliant job up into that 3rd place. Had to go defensive into hairpin 1 to hold off some drivers, but it looks like that made it stick for her anyway as they enter sector 2. She still runs in 3rd. Some sideways action going on in the background at the last stage of this lap as it all plays out for our Minimax Superheat 2 of the day. Over the line they come once again. There is Chloe McGill being put under a lot of pressure from Achille Giannone, who had also had a great start. Otis Cleary there for DHR, dropping down there into 5th. Side by side round the bowl, over the bridge, and it looks like it is going to be Achille Giannone to get, to come out in front, but it is Chloe McGill who manages to keep her position. Very defensive goes Achille Giannone, some wheels on the grass, but they all make it out and through hairpin 1.
Yeah, Otis Cleary holding on to 4th place. All round goes Jack Fulbrook Harmon. That's all going to get a little bit close through hairpin number 2. They all continue, but for Fulbrook Harmer and MLC, that's going to be a few positions lost, and I don't think Jackson had much control of that one. That was not Jackson's fault. As down the inside, Achille Giannone takes 3rd place away from Chloe McGill. Chloe McGill has to get out of the throttle to keep it on the track, and Otis Cleary took advantage of that, is up to P4. End of lap number 2 then. Kenny, Page, Giannone, Cleary, McGill, Hilton, Murphy, Hayward, Herbertson and Barber all in the top 10 right now. In terms of looking at trying to qualify through, Hamish Gordon still running in this race, still holding in 19th place and maybe just letting the race come to that Craft Motorsport 111. Is not out of contention as here's a battle once again down towards the first hairpin. It's the 124 of Arthur Farrow coming through, so we've already seen Albert Farrow have a good run in the Micromax category. This is Albert's older brother Arthur. Thankfully for the confused commentator with the box, they're in separate classes this year. So A. Farrow is a nightmare on the time screen. They're through into Bobby Game. LBJ Stubbs. Albie's got a great race suit. If you've seen it in the paddock, it's kind of like a graffiti style custom design. Really cool looking. But LBJ Stubbs, last year's Miami Watersmith Restricted British champion, is looking to improve up the order. Here's the battle for 3rd as Otis Cleary trying to go around the outside there of Giannone. That's going to bring McGill and Hilton back into play. Good for Charlie Page and Oscar Kenny. They're going to be able to break away and gain even more time. As down the inside goes Otis Cleary. Good move there from Cleary up to P3.
It's also great to see these privateer drivers in the top 5 of such a competitive field here for Minimax. Charlie Page, who I spoke to yesterday, expressed he does not think he is at a disadvantage. He is filled with confidence after a really brilliant year for him in Micromax last year. Doesn't feel intimidated by the big teams of drivers that are able to work together around him. Achille Giannone is another driver who just lost out to Chloe McGill there, but is standing for the privateers and going strong so far though. But the DHR Kart of Otis Cleary leads then this pack into under the bridge and round the bowl. They will go. Chloe McGill trying to regain that 3rd position after she had to back out of throttle over the bridge. She's going to be on the back bumper now with possibly the run on Otis Cleary as they go to hairpin 1. But she's got Giannone and Hilton right there behind who are going to be waiting for that opportunity. All 4 drivers go single file towards hairpin 2.
Yeah, PF is Chloe McGill's favourite circuit. Has raced since the age of 5. Father Stephen on the tools once again, and really has found a good home in that Sam Pollitt racing team and a very strong record at Bambino level, and made breakthroughs in Micromax last year as Giannone finds a way through into 4th place. Just a couple of notices from race control and the race officials to bring you. +5 second penalty for Ted Hayward. So Ted is going to drop. Oh dear, now that could actually be very good news for the likes of Hamish Gordon, because right now Hayward will drop to the bottom of the order as Giannone out wide in the dust. Oh, I hope he's not got hay fever, because that's going to be uncomfortable there as gets back on circuit. That was with Otis Cleary. Also coming through here, Jackson Hilton in the 127, the second of the blue, yellow and white DHR karts there. Teddy Murphy now improving, gets past teammate Chloe McGill for P5. Chloe's not happy at all in this race, gesticulating there at the frustration of losing a bit of pace here as they continue to scrap. But the good news for this top six, they've got a bit of an advantage now over the likes of Achille and Giannone, and Giannone's going to have dirt on the tyres, of course, having run wide there after that moment with Otis Cleary round the bowl. Back to those notifications. +3 second penalty for Harris Barber as well. +3 most likely means tram lines jumping out of them before the lights went out. So some form of start infringement, I would imagine, for the Hunter Motorsport driver. Another driver who's moved teams, because Harris used to be with Strawberry, of course. So Harris Barber at the moment running in 10th place. So yeah, those penalties could be good for Hamish Gordon, who has also started improving up positions, gained 2 places on the road, as here goes Giannone once again trying to get past Pharaoh this time, and in the end loses out to Ted Hayward on the road. Remember, Hayward does carry that 5-second penalty. Giannone trying to get back down the inside. Harris Barber in the all green and yellow helmet there, loves his football, is a big Middlesbrough Football Club fan, was probably not too happy with the result last week at Wembley, but is having a good scrap here with 5 minutes to go.
That's right, it's all getting close then in the midfield. Achille Giannone then leads through the final couple of corners towards the final chicane then. 5-second penalty for Seren Gallagher, unfortunately, there from race control, but here is the DHR drivers working together. 3rd and 4th they run in so far. 4 minutes to go, just under 5 minutes actually, so they've got time to work together, but trying to cling on to the back of them is Teddy Murphy there as they head towards hairpin 1. It looks like he's successfully done that, but he takes a look down inside of his teammate and he gets the move done. Jackson Hilton now side by side with his teammate as they enter hairpin 2, but he is going to make it stick as now Teddy Murphy nearly loses out. Chloe McGill's now coming into play of this. It looks like she's going to gain a position out of it. Yes, to Otis Cleary, who now drops right to the back of this pack, down into 6th.
4 minutes to go. Here's a quick run down your FIC as things stand, as Giannone gets through past Barber. Barber had to correct the slide there, just coming out of Bobby Game corner. So Oman, as we know, Austin Oman has pole position for the final, irrespective of what happens in the next 3 minutes and 45 seconds of this race. Oscar Kenny right now has got a slot on the front row. It's got a good advantage over the next driver in the points, which is James Roots. James Roots and Charlie Page currently tied on those points. And remember, I'll correct myself from something I said earlier. We go back to timed qualifying for a tiebreaker in the intermediate classification, either last night or the stage after this one. So Roots 3rd, Page 4th right now. If Page could find a way past Kenny, of course that would put that tiebreaker into a null and void, not needed anymore bin, and put Page up to 3rd place in the scores. Cleary at the moment 5th, Cook 6th, Behrman 7th, Rolfe 8th, Fulbrook Harmon 9th, and Chloe McGill would, as things stand right now, would be inside the top 10 on the grid for the final. Over the line again though, another lap ticks on by, 9 of them complete, 2 3/4 minutes of this one to go. In terms of who's making progress, well, Teddy Murphy currently your biggest mover in this race, up 10 places, could be 11 if Murphy can find a way through here past Jackson Hilton. Pharaoh up 6 to 7th, and Ted Hayward on the road at least up 4 places into P8. Now there's the psychological side of this sport has started to play out here, Keol, because that's Jackson Hilton pointing forward to say to Teddy Murphy, come on, let's try and catch these two drivers. However, if I'm being honest, 2 minutes to play, gap 2.3 seconds, that's a bit ambitious. I think that's Jackson Hilton trying to, again, win that psychological battle and kind of put Teddy Murphy in a position of like, don't even think about overtaking me, not yet, I want to hold this 3rd place.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think we saw some hesitant looks behind then as they entered hairpin 1, questioning if that was going to be the case. There is the teams on the sidelines trying to help the drivers with what they should be doing for the remainder of this race. There was Teddy Murphy's team telling him what to do, communicating from the pit wall. 1 minute and 30 seconds then left to go, and that is the battle for the third podium position. Let's see if anything changes heading into hairpin 1. Doesn't look like it just yet. Chloe McGill now right onto the back of Teddy Murphy as they enter hairpin 2. Otis Cleary not far off after dropping back there into sixth. Unfortunate for Otis Cleary after a front row start and successful day yesterday. This doesn't bring him out of contention, but it's not what he would have wanted for this race.
No, not quite, but better hopes for the final, of course. 1 minute to go in this one. Bit of a calmer superheat for these mini-maxers, but there still could be some positions decided, as there's another look. Sam Pollitt there in the white shirt, and Teddy Pritchard-Williams there as well in the foreground. Teddy knows this circuit very well, of course. Does a lot of hard work, does Super Ted, training the younger drivers in Sam Pollitt racing team. 30 seconds on the clock to go. No move at the moment. I tell you what, Jackson Hilton's doing a really... This is so hard round this circuit. If you've not driven this PF International circuit before, it can sometimes be one that's quite hard to get into a rhythm, and that's why the drivers love it. That's why it's such a challenge. There's a little go from Otis Cleary trying to get through past Chloe McGill. It's not quite going to work on this occasion. No, it will. Otis Cleary holds it in there and takes 5th place through the Fullerton S's. The first... Oh, there's an incident behind. Giannone's involved. Iris Barber also involved there. And was it the 121? We'll just try and capture in the moment who the other driver... I hope it wasn't Hamish Gordon, because Hamish Gordon was flying up the order. No, it's Soren Gallagher. It's the 141 who I think has fallen down the order. Hope Soren's okay. That was quite a hard hit into the wall on driver's left out of the Fullerton S's. We are now on the final lap. There are your leaders, Kenny and Page. Teddy Murphy. Now, there are yellow flags out at the Fullerton S's, so Teddy Murphy, if he wants this 3rd place, he's going to need to get this move done now, because that yellow flag is going to neutralise things through the Fullerton S's. Good defence again from Jackson Hilton. There's Oscar Kenny. This has been a super drive from Oscar Kenny. Was very unlucky last time out to not get the podium at Warden Law, but it's going to start on the front row of the grid here today at PF International for the final. He has taken this race away from everybody else. Out of the final corner for Hunter Motorsport, Oscar Kenny wins Superheat B, will be 2nd in the final intermediate classification. A job well done for the young driver from Great Carlton. Over the line, Charlie Page, P2, will be on the 2nd row of the grid later today, looking to potentially get back to a podium position. The last time that Charlie, well, the best time that Charlie's had a result in this championship was back at Warden Law last year in Micromax when he took a podium in 2nd place. Jackson Hilton P3, that was a gutsy drive from Jackson Hilton, and the DHR driver with that 3rd place will move up the order in the intermediate classification. Does he break the top 10? No, not quite on this occasion. Teddy Murphy 4th, Otis Cleary 5th, Chloe McGill, Arthur Farrow, Ted Hayward, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer and Lewis Herbertson all in the top 10 on the road. Do bear in mind this is a provisional result. We do have some time penalties to apply at the end of this one. Albie J. Stubbs 11th, George Simmons 12th, Hamish Gordon 13th. I think that will be enough. I think that will get Hamish through. With the double points in a superheat. So well done, Hamish Gordon. 6 places gained in that race. Kept it calm out there and picked his through whilst others had problems, of course. James Carver, 14th. Achilles Giannone, 15th. But now into the drivers who had problems, of course. Alfie Phillipson, 16th. Harris Barber and Hugo Torpy both got to the end of that race, but 17th and 18th is not what they would have liked. Soren Gallagher, 19th. Now, how much of a margin did Soren have before the start of this race? Oh no, Soren Gallagher might be in a bit of bother, sadly, because Soren was 34th at the start of today and has, of course, lost ground. I hope I'm wrong. I always hope I'm wrong for the sake of the drivers.
Yeah, of course.
But I think with that 19th, that might slip Soren into that dreaded 37th place
That
in
is
the final
unfortunate.
intermediate classification. So we'll wait and see on that one. But yes, that is Minimax done. What do you think of those superheats?
Well, unfortunate for Seren Gallagher right
Yeah.
at the last second there out of the Fullerton S to just miss out. It looks like before that it would have been a safe game for them. So shame for them. However, Hamish Gordon, though, brilliant job. It's a hard position to be in when you're on that kind of chopping block on a such competitive field. Good race, though, well controlled by your race leader and winner. Oscar Kenny led from lights to flag. Charlie Page, Jackson Hilton, brilliant job. Teddy Murphy up 10 places, your biggest mover for that race to promote himself. Was fighting for podiums at the end, couldn't quite get the move done. Otis Cleary, brilliant job. And as always, Chloe McGill, a great effort. Here are the minis. Looking hot. It's getting hot out there. The weather is now 18 degrees dry, but the sun is blazing. And of course, after a hectic race like that, for each and every driver is going to be hot.
Yeah, as soon as we have an update on the drivers involved in that incident out of the Fullerton S's, we will let you know. I don't want to speculate, of course, at this stage. George Simmons there. Good debut for George Simmons and the 165 for the Craft Motorsport team. George moved 4 places forward in that one. There's the suit. There's the LBJ graffiti art suit. That's an absolute cracker. And good to see that in action. So you don't normally get to see things like that. There's Harris Barber. I will note, Harris, it's okay. A playoff final loss, I know how that feels like. As a Sheffield United fan, we've had many of them over the years. There's always next season. So the minis will get ready for their final at 1:30 p.m. today. And I think that could be contender for race of the day. We've had some superb Minimax finals here over the years. And look at them threads.
Our cameraman is once again.
That is a nice suit.
A fan
and not
of
a
the suit.
speck of Dayglow yellow at all. Well done, Stubbs family, on that one. So, yeah, we'll see those Minimax drivers 1:30. Do be with us for that one. And don't worry, if you can't be with us, you can watch all of the finals back at your leisure. Free. No paywalls, no anything like that. And of course, remember, we've got the Sky Sports F1 highlights from all of today's action for the ROTAX classes coming up in the week. We're going to take a short break here at PF International. Next up after this, Junior ROTAX.
Wera, what a start from the so hard. Heading up into the top section.
Welcome back, everybody, to PF International. Getting ready for the first of 2 superheats for Junior ROTAX, and this is going to be quite the race. This is the highest subscribed category of the weekend. This is the hardest final to make. Finley Lines will start on pole position. Blake Southern will look to use all of his experience around this circuit from second on the grid. Jensen Chalk and Riley Murrow, they're on row number 2. It's then Sebastian Clark and Lemon Wilcox on row number 3. Nathaniel Gray and Louis Radcliffe go from 4. Kai Clark had a difficult day yesterday, but he can race through from row number 5. He's joined by Thomas Jackson, Joseph Berkery and Reyes Pascu. Welcome Reyes Pascu to the British Kart Championships. They're on row number 6. Braith Murdoch and Max Douthwaite for a returning Guy Cunnington Racing. They're on row number 7. Aidan Clark, Luca Holmes-Ballock, they're on 8. Finley Smith and Josh Cormack on row 9. Here are the drivers currently outside the top 36. Ali Fuerten Miras is on row 10 alongside the new Lewis Gilbert. That's not the Lewis Gilbert who now races in GB4, of course. John Richardson and Benjamin Lawn go from row number 11. Henry James and Kartik Kameta go from row number 12. And then on row 13, Bailey Collins, Max Beau Sal, Adam Judaitis and Kian Bernard due to go from row 14. A really tough day yesterday for the runner-up in this category at this circuit in Kart Masters last year. Kian Bernard needs every position he can find out there in this one. He is going to give this one mode full attack because that is a championship contender, Kiel. Even at this early stage of the season, thinking, my oh my, not even making the A final. Yes, there's drop scores to come into play later in the season, but that would be a big problem if Kian Bernard was not to make the final here today.
No, I know, I agree. I think a big shame for him. We spoke to him yesterday, as you would have seen if you watched the build-up show, which if you've missed it, you can go back and re-watch this evening. But he was feeling confident after some good practice sessions. I think he's in for a good opportunity to make his way through the field. Of course, experienced driver who is going to be really eager this race.
Absolutely. So, 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Are we ready to go? At the first time of asking, yes we are. Lights are out. We're racing once again here at PF International. Good start for Finley Lines. Covers off the attack from driver's left. Oh, drivers involved in it. And I think Douthwaite was involved. The colours of Guy Cunnington Racing were off the road there. There was one other driver. And who is that? That's the 602 of Ali Fuerten Miras, our Turkish wildcard in the KR Sport team, who did not even make the start. Riley Murrow has come to the front of the field. He loves an overtake around this place. It's, of course, stepped up to the Junior Rotax category for 2026, but he's hit the front ahead of Finley Lines. Good start as well for Blake Southern. Blake racing in the British Kart Championships for the first time in 2026, but of course had that great run at Kart Masters last year and is looking to replicate that here this weekend. That was a good move as well from the 291 of Ian Clark. So another of the Dan Holland Racing drivers moving up the order. End of the first lap. It's Murrow, Lines, Southern, Radcliffe. Keep an eye on Louis Radcliffe. Louis has been mega through the practice sessions so far this week, and again, Sam Pollitt Racing are looking strong in this category like they are in micro, like they are in mini. Down towards hairpin one once again. It is an SPR driver in the lead of this race, but here comes Blake Southern down the inside to take the race lead. Finley Lines steps through as well. That's a mature overtake from Lines up to P2. Into hairpin 2 number go the rest of the field. The 240 of Nathaniel Gray moving around to try and gain positions. As expected, Keol Lynch, it's all going on. It's all Junior Rotax, and we're all here for it.
Well, exactly that, as always, Andrew. Blake Southern, though, an experienced Junior Rotax driver, experienced at this circuit, experienced in this field. We know that that was going to be his goal for the beginning of this superheat. Into the lead, and another lap complete once again for our Junior Rotax. Let's see what can be done, but there is a change for the race lead. That is Finley Lines that takes the lead back already off Blake Southern. It's going to be all guns blazing for these two for the remaining 10 minutes of this race as they head towards hairpin 1. That is Riley Murrow then for Sam Pollitt Racing. That's just dropped into that third position. Some more defensive lines there at the back from some more Sam Pollitt Racing karts through across hairpin 1 they go. Blake Southern going to be hungry to get that back, but that is Kai Clark, the number 4 seeded car, stopped on the exit of hairpin. Disappointing for him. It looks like he's not going to get back out this race. He jumps back into the kart though, and they do manage to get it back going. It's going to be a recovery drive for him as his head's down. It doesn't look like he is going to be moving.
Yeah, I think he might be out of this one. If that rear fairing is detached, it's had a bit of a non-factory spec angle at the moment, and I worry now for Kai Clark, because Kai started this race 13th. Now, of course, this is half the field for the junior ROTAX drivers. There's another load to come, so what's that? Kai must have been around 26th position overnight. That's going to be a nervous wait, you know, Keel, as to whether the number 4 seed is going to make it through to the top 36. We did say this is the toughest category to get through to the final. More than 55 drivers with us here this weekend. It's not the case like we saw in the minis of only 2 of them go home at this point. Pretty much a third of the field is going to be out after this one. And this superheat carries so much weight in terms of the points. That is going to be, I can fully understand why Kai's got himself back in the race, because it could be a 26th or 25th place, even though he's off the back of the field, could still get him through into that final. But that's going to be a nervous wait for the number 4 seed from last year. On a complete flip of that, Kian Bernard, 17 positions gained for the runner-up from Kart Masters last year. Now, he did do a little bit of this at Kart Masters last year. He's flying through the order. We're having a look, of course, at the battle for 3rd place. This is Sebastian Clark, Riley Murrow, and through comes one of the Crafts as well. That's going to be Thomas Jackson gaining a position past Louis Radcliffe. 4th place, Jensen Chalk there as well in the green, white and red race helmet. Nathaniel Gray looking to get involved, but keep an eye further back. There is Kian Bernard. Kian Bernard, as we said, just needs every position that he can get. It's not necessarily a case of, oh, he'll get in the top 10 and that'll be enough. I'm not sure that's going to be the case. So Bernard will keep going. So this scrap of this 4 on your screens right moment, that is quite useful for the driver who started at the very back of this field. 7 minutes of this race to go. Lines, Southern, great job from them so far. Keel, they are leading this one. And we're still in a position where potentially we could be going into the final today with 2 drivers unbeaten. Finley Lines, if he can win this one, and Charlie Wolfett, who goes in Superheat B, did not race against Finley Lines yesterday. They all did 2 heats. It wasn't a full round robin like some other competitions. So if Wolfett wins Superheat B, I know there's a lot of racing between now and this potential situation, but we could have 2 drivers unbeaten so far this weekend facing off for the first time in the final.
Well, you're right, and I think that is going to be very likely now as Lines leads, but let's see what he can do for the rest of this. 6 minutes left to go of the race as the drivers approach the final sector now. Finley Lines, that is exactly what he is going to be looking to do. He wants to come across Wolfett in the final and battle it out for the overall win.
Kai Clark is out of this race, so Kai has stopped. Or brought it into the pits. So unless there's other drivers who receive post-race sanctions, that's going to be P27 for Kai Clark. Yeah, that's going to be a nervous wait to see if Kai, and I hope we see Kai in that top 36, because he's an entertaining racer to watch here in the British Kart Championships, but it has not been the kind of superheat that the number 4 seed from last year would have liked. You saw a few moments ago Ali Fuat Miras as well there. I think that's Ali's day over. Yeah, because Ali was outside the top 36 overnight. So that's definitely one of the junior ROTAX drivers gone. Lines, Southern, what's their pace like at the moment? 57.7s last time around. It's not the fastest in the field. Kian Bernard is the fastest driver on circuit. 57.5s that time around. Likewise for Sebastian Clark. Jackson, Murrow, Chalk, Radcliffe and Gray all in the top 8. Kian Bernard, hasn't done as much running as the other drivers, so may have a little bit of a tyre advantage, and he's putting it to good use right now and has joined this group of 4 now as through comes Louis Radcliffe. Riley Murrow trying to do Riley Murrow things around the outside, but this time, well, that's juniors for you. That's not going to work on this occasion. Kian Bernard gets another position. This is a superb drive from the young man who was nominated by Motorsport UK, was the FIA Academy representative for the UK a couple of years ago in the junior category. It's a big season for Kian Bernard. This is probably going to be his last year at this level. He expects to do big things, and right now, I think now we can start to say with some confidence he is looking likely to save his weekend and get onto the grid in the final, which that was the aim at the start of today.
Correct, Andrew. I think that he is on for a good run after so far this run. There's still 4 minutes to go. Close call there, but there is 4 minutes and he still has time. Up now into 7th place with the fastest lap of the race and still charging through as he gets another position there through hairpin 1. Someone's just dropped back. They're going to fight back, but Bernard is all eyes ahead as he's fastest driver out on circuit right now with one goal, and that is to make it a better weekend for him. This is a driver who we know is going to be battling for, well, we would have thought would be battling for that win. Another driver, though, is Kai Clark, which is really unfortunate for him. They're two drivers we do expect to see in those top positions when it comes to the final this weekend, so that's already mixed it up.
Out of the race is going to be Max Douthwaite, technical flag. Remember, Max was involved in the first corner incident, so I wonder if something on the rear of the kart has broken loose, a rear fairing, a rear bumper, maybe part of the exhaust, but either way, that's the race over for Max Douthwaite, who's now also under investigation, so it goes from bad to worse, unfortunately, for the driver of the 223 on debut here this weekend. Good to see the Guy Cunnington Racing team back. Guy Cunnington himself, we will see later on in the seniors. It's the battle for 5th place, which with 2.5 on the clock, I think this is all it's going to be for Kian Bernard in terms of race positions out there. I would think 5th place for a superheat would then be enough to turn over the points disadvantage from overnight. 2.25 minutes of this one to go. Line still leading from Southern. Sebastian Clark digging in deep as well. Is not too far behind, only 3/4 of a second off the race lead, as here goes Kian Bernard through past teammate Louis Radcliffe. Now I don't think Louis is going to fight that one too hard, because for these drivers now at the front of the field, Kian Bernard is not an immediate threat in the intermediate scores, so being teammates, wanting to get as many of your teammates into that final as possible, that's some good tactics from the SPR boys. There's a change for 2nd place. Sebastian Clark through past Blake Southern, and Thomas Jackson having a great race as well there in the Craft Motorsport 216. Sebastian Clark is, I think, gone a little bit under the radar so far this season, Keol, but he's been driving really, really well for that KR Sport team and is starting to get a bit of a run of results together.
Well, yeah, that's just how fast things can change. And again, we're going to see a change for 3rd position. Thomas Jackson moves up. Blake Southern missing out once again on another position. That is how fast things can change on this junior ROTAX field. We've got 1 minute to go. Lines leads once again. Southern was just within 1/10 of Lines a couple of laps ago, and now he runs down in 4th position. He is going to put the pressure back onto Thomas Jackson if he can, heading into hairpin 2, but Jackson takes a look down the inside and makes the move done to get up into 2nd place.
Other moves further down the order as Thomas Jackson holds on to this 3rd place. Max Botsal, the Danish driver for KR Sport, up 13 places to 13th. Not sure whether that's going to be enough to get through to the top 36, but it's a good effort nonetheless. Likewise, Kartik Kameta for Vantage Racing, the driver flying the flag for India, up 9 spots into the top 15. Hopefully the arithmetic will be on their side. But of course, there's still a 2nd superheat to go for Junior ROTAX. Meanwhile, back in this fight for 3rd place, Sebastian Clark trying to find a way through past Thomas Jackson. Sorry, this is for 2nd place, of course, because they've dispatched Blake Southern. So through goes Clark. Jackson cuts to the inside. Still one more lap after this one. I tell you what, maybe not 5th place for Kian Bernard. Kian Bernard's only 9/10 of a second behind this group, and they're fighting really, really hard here. They need to be careful that they don't let that group back in. There's Max Douthwaite out of this race. I don't think we'll go any further in the weekend. This is going to get spicy here for this second place. This is great for Finley Lyons. Finley Lyons is gone. Finley Lyons is going to have won this race unless something extraordinary happens, and it is going to be a good result on a Sunday in this superheat. Speaking to his dad, Stuart, yesterday, he was hoping for a bit of good luck in front of the cameras, which has eluded them so far this season. Final lap board is out then. Lyons leads by 1.5 seconds. Clark's gone as well. Clark going to have second place as Cian Bernard has a nibble at the rear bumper of Blake Southern for third place. Bernard has already got through past Thomas Jackson. Louis Radcliffe and Jensen Chalk could have something to say about this on this last lap as well. Down towards, slinging around the outside there's Louis Radcliffe. That's not going to work though. That's really, really wise driving from Jensen Chalk, who's just taken two places there. That was brilliant stuff. Wide again is Radcliffe, nearly catches the curb, coming back of the circuit. Through goes Bernard. Bernard is through. Blake Southern's having to really make that kart as wide as possible. He's struggling a little bit in the later stages of this race. Back down the inside. Jensen Chalk does it again. Really good racecraft from Jensen Chalk. Off over the out part of the circuit there is Thomas Jackson. Checker flag is out. Finley Lyons over the line, takes the race win. Sebastian Clark P2. Cian Bernard, 25 positions gained, takes third. Jensen Chalk with two brilliant pieces of shrewd positioning out of corners, gains 4 places on that last lap to take P4. Thomas Jackson was out over the kind of the alternative route through the Mike Wilson complex in 5th. That'll be interesting to have a look at. Blake Southern 6th, Louis Radcliffe 7th, Nat Gray 8th, Riley Murrow 9th, and Joseph Berkery up in the top 10. And breathe. That was Junior Rotax, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much for that, Andrew. It all kicked off there on the last lap, and you took us through it thoroughly. Finley Lyons, then, there is your winner. Like we said, was looking for a bit of luck this weekend, and he got that in the first superheat for our seniors of the day. Sebastian Clark, there in second. Brilliant drive. Cian Bernard up 25 places. What a drive. Exactly what he needed to do to get himself in a better position than what it was looking like before this race. Jensen Chalk and Thomas Jackson. Blake Southern drops down then into 6th place. Not ideal for him after starting on the front row, but it could be worse.
And with that, Finley Lyons also has pole position for the final. That's confirmed. Even if Charlie Wolfett wins the second superheat and they're still tied on 0 points, TQ will come into play, and Finley Lyons was fastest in timed qualifying yesterday. So well done to Finley Lyons. Truly got on his bike there and pulled away from the rest of the field. There are your drivers from that first superheat done and dusted. And those who qualify through to that final will be back out at 2 o'clock. But we've still got the other half of Junior Rotax up next. Let's take you through the grid then for the second superheat in Junior Rotax. Charlie Wolfett on a winning streak that goes all the way back to this place last year for the last round of the championship. Starts on pole position alongside teammate Harry Taylor. Ellis Bell, great run yesterday from Ellis. The Scots driver is there on row 2 alongside Zach Turner, starts P4. Tom Reed, the farmer, knows this place very well, local to this part. It's alongside Fletcher Jameson on row 3, 2 drivers who know this place very well, in fact, there. Ewan House and Colby Patterson, they're on row 4. Cal will be on a wildcard appearance here this weekend. George Fountain and Conor Large on row 5. Alex Goodson had a midday, is how he described it to me yesterday. Starts on row 6 for this one, alongside Stanley Stafford. Row 7, Harry Radcliffe, George House. George House also on a wildcard appearance here this weekend. Jacob Underhill and Ryan White on row 8. Samir Paul and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson stand inside the top 36 overnight. They're on row 9. Outside at the moment, looking to race through, Theo Bradshaw, Devon Taylor on row 10. Jack Beasley, Lucian Smith on row 11. Austin Mayhew and Alex Shepherd on row 12. Henry King and Tobias Johns on row 13. Sam Kohler and Clark Naylor go from 14. So, the drivers coming through the Mike Wilson complex now, ready to go racing once again. Charlie Wolfett, winner last time out at Borden Law, and took the final here last year for MLC Motorsport to round off the 2025 Junior Rotax campaign in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. What can Gold Chain Charlie do from the front of the grid? Here we go racing. 12 minutes plus 1 lap underway. Good start for Charlie Wolfett. Better start from the field. No major dramas to report. Top 2 already breaking away there. I think Harry Taylor was having a moment through the bowl and has dropped to 3rd place. Down towards hairpin number 1. Few drivers running wide off of the Litchfield Bridge. But apart from that, all pretty clean. Oh, spoke too soon. That's a mess. Into hairpin number 1. Out is one of the wild cards. It's the 676 of Austin Mayhew who started towards the back of the field. That's Austin's weekend. And was that George House in there as well? In the XL Motorsport. Yeah, I think it. Oh, that's going to be danger for George House, who normally, of course, races in the other half of the British Kart Championship categories. But George was near that dreaded 36th spot overnight. Oh, and he's got loads of damage on the rear of his car. So you can just see outside of the commentary box window. So that may be House out. Wolfett, Bell, Taylor, Reed, House, Turner, Jameson, Patterson, Large and Fountain, your top 10 at the end of lap 1.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Brilliant start then. Someone moves up into, that is Tom Reed, promotes himself up into 3rd early on in this race. Takes all the exit curb, loses a run slightly to Harry Taylor, who just passed, but it looks like he is going to make it through hairpin 1. Okay, this also brings Zach Turner into contention as he promotes himself up 1 position. Ewan House also there in the mix. Some defensive lines as we go towards the Fullerton S's, but it looks like everyone is going to make it out okay. Charlie Wolfett, though, textbook start for him off the line. It goes into the lead of the race. Doesn't follow by his teammate, though, who just dropped back. So now he is being hunted down by Ellis Bell, who's just 3 tenths behind that lap, but we will see as they come over the line once again. Still 3-tenth gap, but Wolfett sets purples as we've got more moves down the inside from that teammate of his trying to make his way back up. That is Harry Taylor.
Yeah, Harry Taylor with good power there down towards turn number 1 and takes that position. Stanley Stafford plus 5-second penalty. Stanley currently down in 18th place, so that's not going to help matters as there goes a move successfully through for Ewan House in the 262. Past Fletcher Jameson. Fletcher Jameson out wide there. Just got to be patient at this stage of the race. That was the 253 of Harry Taylor going back up the order. So 9¼ minutes of this one remaining. Ryan White's having a good run in this one, up 6 places so far. The Hunter Motorsport driver had a strong showing last time out at Warden Law, at the home circuit for that particular team.
That is right. Alex Shepherd, bit further down the field again for Evolution Racing. Brilliant start for him. The biggest mover in the initial stages of this race. Up into 14th, up 10 places. Started down in 24th, but making his way through the field. Ryan White sets a purple lap. Charlie Wolfett, though, takes a look behind him towards hairpin 1. See, Ellis Bell is between 2 tenths of him, so it's going to be close as they enter the hairpin section. Hairpin 2, here is the middle of the pack. Bumper to bumper, they go single file so far, though, for our second heat of junior ROTAX drivers at this stage of the race. 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go. I think a lot of them are going to try and be clever here if they're in a good position for the final this evening.
Yeah, and I think the 2 leaders are going to try and be a bit clever here. I think there's going to be a truce at the front of the field because Ellis Bell, with this 2nd place, would start 3rd for the final, and it's a 10-point gap up to the driver directly ahead of him. Basically, for Ellis Bell, there's no real advantage to be gained from winning this race over Charlie Wolfett on 2 counts. 1, you can't overtake Charlie Wolfett in those point standings with how the points would shift. But also, he probably doesn't want to. P3 round here is a very, very nice place to start for that initial run through the Bruno Ferrari S's. So I think they'll keep working together and try and pull off the front of the field. Connor Large getting in amongst it there in the 273 for Strawberry Racing. Straubs, of course, know this place very well, and we'll be expecting strong results here today. A little bit further back through going there. Harry Radcliffe trying to move back up the order and amongst the likes of Alex Goodson and George Fountain there as well. George, one of the championship rookies, racing for Jack's Motorsport. Once again, really good to see a strong number of, when we talk about rookies, we don't mean them in terms of novice players. We mean them in terms of they haven't raced in this championship before. They will have raced in other championships. They may well have raced in other national touring championships. They definitely will have done a lot of club racing, but they're new to the British Kart Championships. That's what we mean when we say rookie. There was a move through once again, Harry Taylor. But as soon as he's gained that position, he's lost it again. This is good scrap with Zach Turner. Zach Turner trying to drive down, just gets ahead of Harry Taylor there before they get to the Fullerton S's. This is good news for the likes of Ewan House in there. Fletcher Jameson, Ryan White, as Ryan White slips down the inside and gains 2 positions there past Fletcher Jameson and Ewan House. That's the first half of the race done, pretty much, in terms of time. Down the pit straight once again. Here goes Fletcher Jameson for a move. That was a brave attempt from Fletcher Jameson. Didn't quite pull it off. But, well, he's been in very good form this year, Keogh, particularly around this place. I remember watching Fletcher race the very first Trent Valley Kart Club meeting of the year, and I was very impressed. Very, very impressed with Fletcher's spirit. And, well, he's shown that he's well up for the battle here today. Is once again Taylor and Turner going wheel to Ryan White. Ryan White, again, like we saw with Jensen Chalk in the previous race, really smart moves. He's not going all in full attack, but he's letting everybody else get involved with one another, and he's then just picking them off one by one coming through the field.
You're right, and sometimes that is so important to do for these heat races. Unfortunate for Zach Turner of Coles there, just missing out, but 5 minutes still remains, and it is still very close between, of course, our junior Rotax drivers. Over the line once again and under the bridge. Charlie Wolfett still leads, extending his gap now to 9/10. Here are the Coles karts making their way over the bridge, and that is the 2.53 of Harry Taylor, who is gaining some positions back now, hunting down that 4th position of Ryan White.
Down towards the, it's the Coles boys getting a little bit close and personal, but they're keeping on track. They have a little bit of a wave to one another to say, we are teammates, you know. But through there goes Ewan House ahead of Zach Turner. Zach Turner doesn't look too happy about it. As Colby Patterson trying to find his way through. Fletcher Jameson still there. Out onto the grass goes Zach Turner. Rejoins and is well out of this battle now. Fletcher Jameson gets back ahead of Colby Patterson. Another of the SPRs coming back through is Harry Radcliffe. There's Connor Large getting back ahead of 252 of George Fountain. I tell you what, this is one of those races that you, don't like to see that. No, don't like that. That was a bit naughty in my book. 4 minutes to go. Charlie Wolfett. This is an imperious run of form from Charlie Wolfett. 1.2 seconds clear of Ellis Bell. Tom Reed looking good for 3rd place right now. And then this is your pair going over 4th place. A little bit further back. Colby Patterson. Colby's mum sang the national anthem here for the World Championships in 2024, of course, and sang it very well indeed in the pouring rain here for September 2024. And a sterling effort being put in here by Colby Patterson as well. He's got back ahead of Alex Goodson there. I'd say this has been more than mid. This has been very good from Alex Goodson. He had a really good spirit though. I always like to ask the drivers in the paddock, how's your day been? I was like, not great. But no, this has been good from Alex. This performance should see him through to the final later on today. And he's not done here because he's going to stick it down the inside, right on cue, past Colby Patterson. Connor Large with a nice move as well. Connor's raced very well so far this season. Another driver who's been competing in Trent Valley Kart Club meetings earlier on in the season.
Shame for Colby Patterson though, just missing out on a few positions there. You can see the significant size difference in the karts. Of course, a younger driver who's stepped up this year into junior, making his way. His debut here with us, he's in the other half of the British Kart Championships also. But doing well this weekend, he made into the top 10 for the Superheat. But Charlie Wolfett sets fastest lap once again. Now has a 1.9 second lead to Ellis Bell. Tom Reed there, going smoothly so far in 3rd place.
Black flag, kart 299, Zach Turner. I just want to make it clear, look, this is not personal. Zach is a very good racing driver. But I have to say that, for me, is a very good call from the race officials. That will have been, for the moment, coming down the pit straight. It's not what we want to see. That is, I have to back that one from the race officials, that Zach Turner's race is over. I think he'll still get through to the final in terms of the intermediate points, but we don't always see that jurisdiction come out. We have seen it here before at this circuit in other series earlier on in the year, and it is one of the things I must say about the officials here and at Trent Valley, in conjunction with the national officials. They do not mess around with driving like that, and it doesn't matter who you are. If you're going to drive in a manner like that, that's going to be game over. So I just want to say that's not personal against Zach Turner from me here in the box, but I have to say that is the correct call, and I would like to see more of that when, sadly, that kind of incident occurs. Let's get back to the racing, though. 55 seconds of this race to go, and still plenty going on here for Ewan House in the 262. Fletcher Jameson just behind, and then it's Harry Radcliffe for Sam Pollitt Racing. This is all over 6th place. 40 seconds on the clock. Zach Turner there out of the race. And that's good from Zach as well. Zach's come in and he's served the black flag, because that doesn't always happen. So that's a praise for Zach, that he's come in and gone, yep, I've had a black flag. I've done something that maybe I shouldn't have done. We move on. We move on to the next race. So, yeah, that is to be noted. Ryan White's fastest lap of the race, 56.648. In 4th place right now. We're coming to the end of this superheat. Into hairpin number 1 they go. Tom Reed's had a quiet one in this one. Minimax Grand Finals champion, of course. And this is a good step for Tom Reed and Thule Motorsport. I think they were still finding their feet last time out at Warner Law, though Ryan White's going to breeze past here and take that position. But this has been a much stronger run. And we shouldn't forget again, this is the tough prospect for Tom Reed.
Yeah.
Yes, he's a Minimax Grand Finals champion, but it's that big step up into junior, which many drivers take a little bit of time to get used to.
Yeah, you're right. We did hear from him at Warden Law at how his transition into junior is going. He's a man of few words, but he said it was going well, smooth transition, but I agree. Warden Law was always going to be a learning weekend for him. He's had a smooth race, gaining into that 3rd place, just missed out. We will see if he's able to gain that back onto, as we are now, onto the last lap of the race. Wolfert is down the road, 2.9 seconds ahead of Ellis Bell, Ryan White, Tom Reed then in 4th, and Harry Taylor then rounds out your top 5.
Do indeed. Still lots to be decided here in this top 10. There's the Connor Large going for it round the outside of Harry Radcliffe. That was mega. Here, though, is another mega performance from Charlie Wolfert. And I tell you what, I'm really looking forward to this final now, if we weren't already, because Charlie Wolfert will go into it unbeaten. Finley Lyons will also go into it unbeaten. In the final, one of them is going to lose their winning streak here this weekend, maybe both of them. But right now, Charlie Wolfert wins this superheat and will look to make it 3 on the spin for final victories in the British Kart Championships. One of those previous victories was, of course, at this very spot. A win by 3 seconds from Ellis Bell. And don't count out Ellis Bell. That is a really solid set of results for the Scottish driver. In with Ultimate R as... now what's happened there for George Fountain? Now that is that after the checkered flag? Yes, it is. So George finished this race in 13th, so I'm not quite sure what happened there. Ryan White's 3rd, Tom Reed 4th, Harry Taylor 5th. Great drive from Harry Taylor there. Yes, lost a position from where Harry started, but that was a good tenacious race from Harry in that he could have disappeared out the back of the pack early on. You know, got his elbows wide, kept himself in there and brings home a top 5. So credit to Harry there. Ewan House 6th, Fletcher Jameson 7th, Connor Large, Harry Radcliffe, Alex Goodson 8th. Into page 2, Stanley Stafford 11th, but remember the 643 has a 5-second penalty, so Stafford will drop out of the top 20, I think, as a result of that one. Colby Patterson 12th, George Fountain 13th. Theo Bradshaw, I think, will be through to the final. Needed to gain some positions, did so, good driving. Likewise, Alex Shepherd and Tobias Johns, I think, might have done enough. Or Johns might still be a little bit close. He might have been a little bit too far back before these races. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson 17th, Devon Taylor 18th. Sam Kohler, got to give Sam credit, up 8 places, but I don't think that 19th place will be enough for Sam to go through today. Henry King completes the top 20. Lucian Smith, Jack Beasley, Jacob Underhill. Oh, I think Jacob might miss out on the top 36 as a result of dropping 8 places in that one, but good effort on his first run at this level. Clark Naylor 24th, George House 25th. And then 3 drivers didn't see the end of that race. Zach Turner received the black flag. Austin Mayhew and Samir Paul had problems as well. Lot to talk about there in that second super heat for Junior Rotax over the lunch break. In terms of when we'll see them again, that will be at 2 o'clock for the final. And I do hope you can be with us for that. That is sure to be a proper duel between Lyons and Wolfett, who, as I say, they didn't race against each other. How the groups ended up being drawn off the back of qualifying yesterday, Lyons and Wolfett never had to race one another. So that's how they've managed to both get through to the final unbeaten. As a little wave there from one of the Ultimate R drivers. Let's move on, though. Juniors done for their super heats. Seniors up next. Here's your grid for Senior Rotax Super Heat A. Freddie Lloyd starts on pole position in the same spot where he finished at Warden Law. Matty Hingley continues his strong form at the start of this season, starts alongside on the front row. Ewan Charman and Joshua Turnbull go from row 2. Jack Lilly and a returning Guy Cunnington, they go from row number 3. On to row number 4 then for this first Super Heat. We find Thies van Wyk and Eva Morris, Ryan Gandor and Joshua Smith. Bomber Smith go from inside the top 10 on row 5. Jack West and Mikey Walker. Michael Walker goes from row number 6. Oliver Smith and Joshua Graham go from 7. Oliver Liversidge and Albie Lapper on row 8. Oliver Walker and Jack Thompson, the last of those, inside the top 36 overnight on row 9. Outside the top 36, needing to race forward, we're expecting to see Zaki Hussain and Ryan Kairouz go from row number 10. Just Reece Bailey on his own for row 11. Morgan Hudson-Brown will not take the start of this race. James Tester completes the 22-strong field for this one.
Now, one thing to note for this field, Albie Lapper, after a difficult day yesterday, sits 31st overnight. So he is in danger zone. We are going to see a hack from him.
Yeah, he needs to go forward to make sure that he doesn't drop out. I say it's been a bit of a mixed weekend for Senior Rotax. For those of you who've been looking at the results, I'm no doubt that you noticed quite a few drivers had their times scratched off and nullified. A lot of rolling over, just to be clear on this, in qualifying yesterday. So I think it was 19 drivers were told by the race officials, look, you've not followed the instructions from the briefing. Again, very firm jurisdictions here this weekend, which I think is an appropriate thing to do with some of the actions, not all, and everyone will learn from it going forward. So let's get into some racing then for Super Heat A for Senior Rotax. Freddie Lloyd takes us down towards turn 1, and it's a good start for the winner last time out. They're all through. A little bit of a wobble there in the midfield for one of the Jax Motorsport runners. I think that might have been Oliver Walker, but apart from that, all good. Already up onto the Litchfield Bridge. Down again towards the first hairpin. Bit of a move to the inside there from Joshua Turnbull for Coles Racing. Simple task, simple in describing it for Freddie Lloyd. If he wins this race, he will be on pole position for the final. And just like we saw in juniors, we could have a situation of 2 drivers going into that final unbeaten, the other being Macaulay Bishop. But that is all still to come. There's lots of this race to go. But a top 3 breaking away already, Keel, with Lloyd, Hingley and Ewan Charman.
That is right. That is a strong top 3 there to start this heat. 11 minutes to go and 1 lap complete. Like you said, Lloyd, Hingley, Charman. They've got a slight gap for themselves so far. Here they are entering the bowl. We are not going to see a change in position yet. Of course, our senior ROTAX drivers are going to be all eyes forward for now as they go into hairpin 1. Joshua Turnbull then enters just behind. He's in a bit of a gap for himself. Some clean air. He's going to be hoping to make his way up. Ties van Wijk has made his way up into 5th position, followed by Ryan Gandor, both up some places. Jack Lilly, though, and Guy Cunnington not had the best start to their race. Guy Cunnington dropped down into 8th. Great to see Guy back.
Yeah.
Of course, been out the kart for a long time. He was saying he's not too sure how this weekend's going to play out for him, but of course, high hopes as always.
Yeah, former champion, of course, in the modern era of the British Kart Championships. One of the big names, the heavyweights, to say. I know we talked about it on the Slipstream Bump Draft podcast. That last time out at Warden Law was the first time. Oh, look at this as a scrap. We'll come back to that, and it is involving Guy Cunnington there. Ties van Wijk right in the middle of all of that as well, racing for Dan Holland Racing here this weekend. Down towards hairpin number 1. Good covering there by Jack Lilly to hold on to 8th place ahead of Eva Morris, and Eva's teammate Joshua Graham not too far behind. Jack West we had a little chat to on the paddock show yesterday. He looked and sounded pretty confident going into this weekend for MLC Motorsport. Oliver Walker under investigation for something earlier on in this race. And the final corner, Lloyd, Charman up to 2nd place now, but for how much longer? Because here goes Matty Hingley down the inside, retakes that spot. I tell you what, keep an eye on Joshua Turnbull. Joshua Turnbull's pace is very good at this point. Hope it's not too early in this race. If the setup's on song now, it won't necessarily be on setup in, what, about 9 minutes' time. But either way, this is a really good run for the Coles Racing, man. And Coles Racing, again, it's good to see them back in this kind of form. Charman down the inside has a go at Hingley. Hingley has to run a wider line, and Hingley communicates there to you and Charman, say, come on, what are we doing here? We're letting Freddie Lloyd run away with this race.
Exactly that. His frustrations there are there's still 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Charman is eager. However, they do not want to let Freddie Lloyd get that pole position. Of course, if he wins, that puts him on pole for this evening. That is what Matty Hingley's thought process is going to be behind it. As he takes a look back behind him, he's actually got some clean air now. So he's going to be hunting down Freddie Lloyd by himself. Another lap complete. Lloyd leaves by 8/10. Matty Hingley now has to work by himself to regain those. Ewan Charman, though, was under some pressure last time we saw him. Here they are heading down towards hairpin 1 now, all noting to work together as they do as they head through to hairpin 2.
And that's Guy Cunnington, who's joined the back of this group now. One of the OGs in the modern era as Ryan Gandor gets wheel to wheel. And again, I'm not a massive fan to see that. Ewan Charman just about left enough space there, pointing forward. I think the problem, though, for Ewan Charman right now, just doesn't look like he's got the kart underneath him to propel forward and keep up with the likes of Turnbull and Hingley. That's going to leave him vulnerable. Guy Cunnington, as you mentioned, Keol, had an extended layoff last year, had a bad crash in a club meeting up at Lark Hall that was, for many of the drivers, acting as a pre-round before a British round at the same circuit. I must say, Guy's done a brilliant job. First of all, to be back on circuit. There were proper concerns that we might not see Guy again. So the fact that he got himself fit, back on track, still, of course, doing his team manager job as well of that operation there, and clearly competitive and clearly up for the fight. Down the inside goes Guy Cunnington, up to P4. Here comes Ryan Gandor as well through the Fullerton S's. That was close. That was brilliant, though, from Guy Cunnington. Ewan Charman's going to try and fight back. Yeah, just doesn't seem to have the pace at the moment, does Ewan Charman. Jack Lilly might be thinking about a move on the Hunter Motorsport 384 in the not too distant future. 6 1/4 minutes of this race to go. Lloyd leads, but Matty Hingley, new fastest lap of this superheat so far. 55.94. Lloyd might need to look over his shoulder in a minute as Charman continues to scrap out there. Gets back ahead of Ryan Gandor for 5th place. There are your two leaders. Lloyd from Hingeley. And Joshua Turnbull is not too far behind as well. 2.4 back. If these two scrap, could still be in play. Mechanical flag is out for the 3-4-2. Joshua Smith will go no further in this one. Ooh, that could be a worry because Bomber Smith started 10th in this one. No, I think he'll be okay. I think he'll be okay. He was in the top 20 overnight, so that would be quite a dramatic fall to end up outside the top 36. Here are your leaders.
Here is your race leader over the line once again. Thank you very much, Andrew. Hingeley now only 4/10 behind. That gap was nearly a second a couple of laps ago. He has reined that in. Freddie Lloyd, like you said, is going to be looking over his shoulder very surely. Here's the rest of the pack going through and over the bridge. Now it's getting close as we enter Hairpin 1, of course, a prime overtaking opportunity. Won't see any of that just yet as there is still 5 minutes to go, but Matty Hingeley is still your fastest driver on circuit, and as we are going to see it out of Hairpin 2, he's going to be significantly closer to that DHR car of Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd will want to win this as it will put him on pole position once again, but Hingeley will be doing everything in his power to stop that from happening. Round the second sector, they will go then, both on their A game, as there is 4 minutes and 30 seconds left and they are ever so close. Out of the final chicane, over the start-finish straight once again, and the gap is now just 1/10. Hingeley is getting closer.
4 1/4 minutes remaining then. Lloyd still leads this race, but if Hingeley can find a way through, and he has! Oh, game on here in Senior ROTAX. Matty Hingeley hits the front. That could be a big moment in the story of this second round of the championship, because now Macaulay Bishop's opportunity to take pole position for the final is open. Freddie Lloyd moves onto 4 points in the intermediate classification. If he can find a way back through past Matty Hingeley, he will take pole position for the final. And for Hingeley as well, because Hingeley is also on 4 points. Now in a tiebreaker between these two, we go back to time qualifying and Lloyd would take it. But again, if Bishop was to have misfortune, or well, not even misfortune, fall down to say 3rd place, Hingeley with this run could still be on the front row of the grid for the final later on today. Wrapping round onto the bowl. Has Lloyd got anything in response? Evolution Racing have been in very impressive form over the past couple of months in the hands of Freddie Lloyd, in the hands of others as well, but Ultimate R looking for a big result here to kick off finals day at PF in the hands of Matty Hingeley, who's been so consistent in recent times, but wants that first position in the final. A little bit further back, this is all around 4th, 5th, 6th place. Sorry, a little bit further back, this is the KR Sport 359 of Ryan Gandor. Yeah, it's 5th, 6th and 7th places. Albie Lapper's driven well in this one. He's let the race come to him. Up 8 spots. He had a really good run in Valencia a couple of weeks ago as the latest representative of the UK in the FIA Academy Trophy in the senior category. Was on the podium and could well still be on the podium today with this kind of form. Investigation underway involving Ryan Case. As here goes Lloyd down the inside and takes the race lead away from Matty Hingeley. Not too much defence there from Matty Hingeley, and I can understand why, Keol, because we've still got 2 minutes on the clock, plenty of racing to go. They don't want to let the likes of Joshua Turnbull and Guy Cunnington back in, but Freddie Lloyd on the front foot, this is what he likes to do, has retaken the lead of this race.
That's right, it's been polite overtakes so far for these top two. Like you said, 2 minutes to go, just under 2 minutes now, and they are not wanting to let those other drivers catch up. Of course, 2 very experienced drivers there running behind. That Evolution Kart, though, is looking fast towards the latter stages of this race. Can Matty Hingeley regain that race lead? Let's see. Here we are going to see them come over the bridge. Lloyd leads this time. Hingeley takes a look behind him. See, they have a lot of breathing room. So is that going to affect his opinion this lap, his moves this lap?
It's the tricky thing for Hingley, though, is how much risk do you want to play at this stage of the day? This has been a great load of work from both of these drivers to put themselves in this position. You don't want to throw it away now and give yourself more work to do when you get into the final later on this afternoon. And I've got to say, Freddie Lloyd is starting to gap Matty Hingley now. This is where Freddie Lloyd, I've said it before in 2026, I think has taken a huge step forward. He's always had the speed. That's why we've called him Fast Freddie for so many years. But now it's his ability to race manage and make sure that he's fast towards the end of a longer race, a superheat or a final. He has become superb at it. Here's your fight for third place, Guy Cunnington. Well, if there was any doubt that Guy Cunnington was ready for this one, it's gone now, because he's trying to find a way here through past Joshua Turnbull for third place. Guy Cunnington looking to the outside, switch back possibly on. Good defence from Joshua Turnbull there, good respectful racing between these two. Next up, hairpin number 2, another switch back. Oh, a little bit of a slide there for Guy Cunnington just on turning. Means he's not going to be where he wants to be. Time is now up. Final lap board is going to be out in a moment as our leaders come across the line. Here's your fight for 5th place that's still going on. Gandor, Lapper, Charman. Charman's dug deep in this one. I had a little fear that Ewan Charman was going to disappear out the top 10 based on how the first half of this race is going. Could still happen, of course, because he's in a bit of a battle pack, but it doesn't look like on sheer pace that it's going to happen. Back with those at the front of the field. We're on the final lap here, Keol. No move from Hingley yet. Not close enough.
That is correct. Let's see, though, what the moves are as they head towards hairpin 1. Lloyd takes a look behind him and goes defensive, which will make Hingley get the better run out of hairpin 1. He goes defensive again, does Lloyd. No change just yet as they head towards the Fulton S's. Now side by side. Slight touch of the wheels, and Matty Hingley is going to get into the race lead right at the last second as they enter Sector 2. Let's see how this plays out. The final few seconds, Guy Cunnington makes his way into 3rd, also to promote himself up onto the podium for his first race back. That is Matty Hingley to take the checkered flag. Brilliant driving from those two at the front. Freddie Lloyd, brilliant effort in that Evolution Kart. Just missed out there at the end. Fair racing, though, from those two. Guy Cunnington into 3rd on his first race back.
Game on. Game on in Senior Rotax. Matty Hingley wins Superheat A and will at least be 3rd on the grid for the final, which, again, is probably where he wants to be. If he can't be on pole, he'd rather be directly behind pole for that run into turn 1. Freddie Lloyd, with that 2nd place, drops to 2nd in the intermediate points. Now he's guaranteed a front row. He will at least be 2nd on the grid. But if Macaulay Bishop wins the next race, Bishop will start on pole in that one. So there's your top 10 result from the first superheat. Hingley, Lloyd, great drive from Guy Cunnington, showing his class there, up 3 spots. Joshua Turnbull 4th, Ryan Gandor 5th. Albie Lapper, job done, through to the final, and actually moves a long way up the order, I think, in terms of that intermediate set of standings with that 10th-place gain. Ewan Charman 7th, Jack Lilly 8th, Michael Walker 9th, and even Morris will be through as well with that P10. Oliver Smith, Thies van Wijsk is through into the final with that 12th place. Reese Bailey, I think Reese might be through with that up 8 to 13th. Oliver Liversidge 14th, Jack West 15th, James Tester I think will just miss out, but that was a good effort from James, up 7 spots to 16th. Jack Thompson, Ryan Cagruz and Oliver Walker, the last of the 19 finishers, 4 retirements, or 4 drivers who didn't see the end of that race, I should say. Joshua Smith, Zaki Hussain, Joshua Graham was out of that one, and Morgan Hudson did not take the start. And with that is half of the senior Rotax field done for this morning's session. Those who qualify through will be back out at 2:30 this afternoon.
There is Eva Morris on your screen also. Not a bad race for Eva Morris. Started just inside the top 10 and finished inside that top 10. She'll be one to watch out for in the final, as she did a brilliant job at Warden Law on her debut in senior for the British Kart Championships.
Yes, she's had a solid season so far. She's doing a a lot of racing as one of the F1 Academy-backed drivers for some of her racing in 2026. The rest of the drivers coming through. A bit of a difficult race that time around for Ewan Charman, but he did solidify in that top 10, P7. But maybe some setup work to do there before going into the final later today. And Thies van Wijsk, good drive, will be through to the final with that 12th place, and another chance for Dan Holland Racing to get a good result here today. Still the second superheat to come up, of course. Do stick about for that, and don't forget we've got more racing before we have the paddock show during the lunch break for the E10 cadets and the Tillotson T4s. Their second set of heats coming up after this next race. Keep your comments coming in. Morning, Roger Young, cheering on Eason Seng and Kian Garrity. Kian back in a kart race. He's been doing some great workouts in some of his car racing recently, but yeah, still doing a dual program, still very much focused as well on his karting with Strawberry Racing. Hello to plenty of support for Matty Hingley with that result. Hello to Dirk again, and Harry G in the comments also, so keep them coming in. And if you're new around here as well and you're enjoying the broadcast, do hit that subscribe button. Really does help us out. Right now, though, we'll take a very, very short break because Senior ROTAX Superheat B is up next. Here we go then for the second of the superheats in Senior ROTAX, and there he is on the front row, Macaulay Bishop. If he wins this race, he'll be on pole position for the final later on here today. Kian Garrity is his nearest opposition, starts on the outside of row number 1 for this superheat. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Harry Freeman will go from row number 2. Leon Hasty won the O-Plate here in Junior ROTAX last year, so has a good slot for this superheat. Starts on the inside of row number 3. Hugh Moulton has changed teams, and now with Ultimate R, had a strong run last time out at Warden Law. Row number 4 for this one, Daniel Kilpatrick of Northern Ireland starts alongside Zip Factory teams Lorenzo Cordell, Pearson, Bullock Carter and James Kell complete the top 10 there on row 5. Will Archer and Charlie King are nicely positioned for runs towards the final with a decent showing in this one. They start on row 6. Brandon Truman and Eason Seng, they go from row 7. It's then Mac McGilvery and Jake Fisher on debut in the British Kart Championships for Evolution Karting. They go from row number 8. Canada's Antoine Lemieux goes from row 9 alongside Victor Hansen. Those are the last drivers currently inside the top 36 from overnight. Harrison Crowther starts outside the cutoff at the moment. Needs a good race here to continue through into the final. Starts alongside Leo Steed on row 10. Miles Roby and Connor Tubby go from row 11. Jaden Sherwood will not take the start in this one, or at least isn't out on circuit at the moment. So I think it's going to be 22 drivers for this race.
That is correct, and that seems to be the story of this one. Harrison Crowther, of course, not where he would want to be. Starts further towards the back. We've seen a few of those drives today so far, drivers who have had to come through the field. He is going to be another one of them, hoping for more.
So towards the last couple of corners go the field. Macaulay Bishop will know the task at hand after that result for Freddie Lloyd in the first superheat. Can he do it? Can he be on pole position again here in the British Kart Championships for a final? We are away and racing then for the second superheat. Very tight through the first couple of corners, but it is Bishop who will lead round the bowl for the first time. Good start for Jared Fox-Whiteley there in the green, blue and white Jack's Motorsport machine. Started grid 3, already up to second place. Can they all make it through? Off of the bridge, yes they can. A couple of the KR Sport drivers running wide. Here goes Jared Fox-Whiteley trying to sling it to the inside. Has he got the overlap there on Macaulay Bishop? He has! Brilliant move from Jared Fox-Whiteley. Took it out wide, back to the tight late apex. Macaulay Bishop's throwing it back in though, retakes the race lead. Keane Geraghty's forming up behind there in third place. What a start to this superheat here in Senior Rotax. And keep an eye on Leon Hasty there as well in his first year of Senior Rotax racing. Running well in P4, likes this track, has had good results here before. End of a cracking first lap there. Keogh, Bishop leads from Fox, Whiteley, Geraghty, Hasty, Moulton in your top 5.
Well, that is right, Andrew, and there is no time between anyone as you see the top 6 there. Bishop leads over the bridge, then Jared Fox Whiteley, Keane Geraghty. Fox Whiteley, Keane Geraghty is putting some pressure on Jared Fox Whiteley there. What a brilliant move in the initial stage of this lap. But it looks like Geraghty is going to get side by side on the exit of hairpin 1. And yeah, Fox Whiteley goes onto that exit curb. Geraghty takes a look behind him and makes it out second of hairpin 2. There he is now, dropping back ever so slightly in the pack, but everyone makes it through the first sector of the second lap of this race. Into sector 2 then they go, teammates side by side. That is a bit further down the pack. That is Will Archer in this pack with some more drivers as they all head through the final sector, and that is going to be one more lap complete. Macaulay Bishop now leads to Keane Geraghty by 2/10. Still no time between the top 3, and there's a change in the top 3. That is Leon Hasty made his way up now into third, the new driver to Senior this year.
Yeah, it's a good bit of racing there from both Leon Hasty and from Harry Freeman, as just noted as well. As oh, look at this, Keane Geraghty going for the race lead. Well, he's won here before, of course. He's a former Kart Masters Grand Prix champion round this place. Hasn't won a round of the British Kart Championship. I think back to Wilton 2024 with his 3 wins that he's had at this level. Was it 4? I'll check over the lunch break, remind myself. But either way, Keane Geraghty into the lead of this one. At the moment, Geraghty would be on the second. Oh dear, James Kell, what has happened there? We've gone back to the 1960s almost with the rear end of that kart, but James Kell's going to be out with that one. Jaden Sherwood, as we mentioned, hasn't taken the start of this race, so James Kell will become the second non-runner in this one, because there's no way that's going to be allowed to continue around the circuit. 9 minutes remaining on the clock. Is there a response from Bishop? Right now, as things stand, Lloyd would be on pole position for the final later on today. Oh, big send-in from Leon Hasty that nearly caught the back of Harry Freeman there. Out once again onto the infield straight into the Fullerton S's. And Keane Geraghty, I was going to say, I think a move's coming in from Bishop here. You could feel that because Freeman and Hasty catching. Geraghty's pace on this particular lap not at 100%. Macaulay Bishop retakes this race lead.
Another lap complete then for Senior Rotax Heat 2, Super Heat 2 of the day, and it is Harrison Craver who's making his way up through the grid to set the fastest lap. Now up into 10th. Up 9 places so far. Good job is doing Harrison Craver. Macaulay Bishop, though, still leads this race. Keane Geraghty now being put under some pressure from the newbie to Senior Rotax, Harry Freeman. Leon Hasty also stepped up together. 2 drivers that are very familiar with each other running in the top 4 this weekend. Through hairpin 2, they will go single file so far, but Keane Geraghty has something to look out for now. Entering sector 2 as Freeman is on that back bumper, takes all the exit curb. Does Freeman gonna get a bit of a better run, I think, than Geraghty? We will see what plays out in the last couple of corners as they head over the line.
Yeah, I'm heading into the mid part of this race then. Out of the final corner once more. Bishop's lead 0.3 of a second from Geraghty, from Freeman. Harry Freeman, who's done a good job so far this year. Another driver stepping up from Junior Rotax in 2025. Very competitive KR Sport Group coming through. And here on the attack then, Freeman on Bishop. And nearly getting Geraghty as well. Bishop looking to the outside. This could get a little bit tight, and Bishop has to back out of that. That was good driving from Harry Freeman. He can be proud with that one to put a move like that on Macaulay Bishop. Bishop having to think bigger picture here at this stage. Remember, he did not have the best of times at Warden Law. So in terms of the championship, and there's no doubt that Macaulay Bishop has got one thing in mind in this British Kart Championship for 2026, and that's to take that #1 plate back that he last received at the end of 2024. He's already short on drop scores because of what happened at Warden Law. There's no point losing your front fairing fighting with someone who's maybe a little bit newer to this category. He's still going to be scoring good championship points at this stage, but that's a different style of racing to perhaps what we've seen from Macaulay Bishop before. Having to be a bit conservative and play this race out, and still plenty of time for Bishop to come back through. 6 minutes on the clock.
Well, exactly that, and that's what you were touching on earlier this year at Warden when we saw them, how mature you see the drivers get each year in not only driving style, but their decision-making on the circuit. There is Bishop now, side by side.
That's Harrison Crowther. Sorry, Keel, that's Harrison Crowther out of this race. Had gained 10 positions up to this point, and that's going to be Crowther out of the final. Crowther was outside the top 36 overnight, will not move forward. That's one of the big hitters gone in senior Rotax, and he's had a big hit into the wall as well. I hope Harrison is okay. That is a very fast part of the circuit. I think the rear end of the car has taken the majority of the hit, but that is a real shame after what was a great drive. Back at the front of the field, though, look at this scrap for the lead. Daniel Kilpatrick getting involved there as well, the young man from Northern Ireland, down towards hairpin one again. Yellow flags are going to be out, so there shouldn't be any overtaking through this part of the circuit at this particular time. Lorenzo Cordell also part of this this scrap. Great drive for the Zip Factory team there in the 333. Cordell doing a superb job. Has actually got the fastest lap of the race at the moment at 56.415. Out towards Bobby Game and through into the Mike Wilson complex once again. If you're just joining us, 4.5 minutes to play in the second of 2 superheats for senior Rotax. Right now on points, it's a 3-way tie at the top of the intermediate standings between Lloyd, Hingley, who have raced already, and Macaulay Bishop currently sat second in this race. Right now, Lloyd would be on pole position for the final, going back to timed qualifying performance yesterday. But if Bishop can find a way through past Geraghty, he would take the lead in those event points. He would take pole position for the final. If he loses second place, though, he'll be off the front row of the grid for the race later today. Leon Hasty slips down the inside of Harry Freeman, takes third place. Kilpatrick's looking around the outside now as well. This could be a tough few moments. Whoa, as Kilpatrick's out on the grass there, out of hairpin number 2. Cordell's coming through as well. Freeman does indeed drop down to 6th place. It's starting to heat up out there, Keel. The temperature's starting to rise as well as we approach the lunch hour. This race is not done.
That is right, Andrew, and there is 3 minutes still left to go, and Keane Geraghty was forced to go defensive then on that last lap. Over the line, they are coming once again, and through turn 1, here we are. Macaulay Bishop is closer than ever, less than a tenth between him and Keane Geraghty right now. What is he able to do as they are heading over the bridge towards hairpin 1 is going to be the one to watch. Everyone is so close now. You can see Harry Freeman and Lorenzo Cordell being brought into contention. Defensive goes Geraghty again. This forces everyone to bunch up even more. You've got Lorenzo Cordell back there. The fast driver on second. There's a spin at the back.
Freeman gone. Freeman out of contention with that incident at hairpin number 2. I tell you what, Jared Fox-Whiteley did very, very well to not get involved in that one as Freeman was out of control. But that is a real shame for Harry Freeman. He'll still make the final. But in terms of being high up the order for the big race later today, he's going to have some work to do from further down the field. 2 minutes and 20 to go then. Geraghty, Bishop, I've got to say, this is classic Keane Geraghty. This has been a really, really smart race from Keane Geraghty so far. Has the pace been, you know, the top level pace? Probably not. But Keane Geraghty won't care about that right now because he's controlling things. Here comes Bishop. Geraghty just does just about enough to cover off Macaulay Bishop's move to the inside there. It's fair defence for me at the moment, although he has had a warning flag. Okay, so the warning flag has been shown to Keane Geraghty, most likely for the defensive moves and not wanting to do what we term blocking. So that's effectively like a yellow card in a way, or the wagging finger of the match referee to say, you've got one more before the yellow card comes out, I should say. 1 minute and 30 seconds of this race to go then. Leon Hasty and Lorenzo Cordell still there, 3rd and 4th. The 320 is under investigation. That's Daniel Kilpatrick. I wonder if that's for the moment that we saw Harry Freeman just spat out of the pack down at hairpin number 2. So the race officials will be having a look at that. It does look like Kilpatrick has also, yes, it has had a warning flag as well. So there's a few warnings, no time penalties on our screen at the moment. Geraghty again in the middle of the road there. No way through for Bishop. Bishop doesn't seem to have the speed. Leon Hasty slips down the inside and takes second place away from Macaulay Bishop. Bishop now down to P4. This is not how the former British champion, the reigning Senior Rotax Grand Finals champion, would have expected things to go in this one. And this could unleash Cian Geraghty now. Has Cian Geraghty got a bit of pace in hand? There'll be 2 more laps to go. Bishop does not look happy at the wheel of that number 6 Dan Holland racing machine. This is something we don't often see for Macaulay Bishop. He's the one checking over his shoulder to see where the next attack is coming from.
That is right, Andrew. So unexpected there, right at the last couple of laps. There is another driver who has...
Jared Fox-Whiteley. Jared Fox-Whiteley out of this one. Will make it through to the finals. Got enough points from earlier on in the weekend. But Jared Fox-Whiteley, similar to Harry Freeman, will drop down the intermediate classification now and have work to do in the final.
Shame for Harry Freeman now also after that brilliant move at the start of the race, helping Cian Geraghty actually get into the lead to make his way past Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay Bishop now running still there in 4th. Clock strikes 0. There is not much of this race left. Some side-by-side action also going on at the back. Some dipping wheels on the grass, and all of the exit road takes some cuts at the back, but clock is on 0. Your leaders have crossed the line. That is going to be Cian Geraghty now 5/10 ahead of Leon Hasty, Lorenzo Cordell, Macaulay Bishop still there in 4th.
Hugh Moulton has got damage, we saw on the front, the Nassau panel of his Ultimate R machine. Nothing further, and then just us noting it on the screen. On the cameras at this stage. Final lap board is out. Bishop seems to have recomposed whatever was going on there about a lap or so ago. The trouble is, he's in 4th place. He's outside. I tell you what, he's not going to be happy with this. He's on the outside of row number 2 right now as Will Archer's trying to find a way through. Past Brandon Truman, and Daniel Kilpatrick's in there as well. Down towards the last few corners. Cian Geraghty. Keep an eye on Cian Geraghty for the final. This superheat win is going to move the number 7 seed from 2025 up onto the 2nd row of the grid and onto the inside of the 2nd row of the grid. Geraghty wins for Strawberry Racing in the 2nd superheat. Leon Hasty shows his speed and prowess around this circuit with 2nd. Lorenzo Cordell in 3rd. Macaulay Bishop 4th. And Brandon Truman 5th. What that all means in terms of the intermediate scores, Freddie Lloyd is on pole position for the final later on this afternoon. He'll be joined on the front row of the grid by Matty Hingley. And this man, Cian Geraghty, will start 3rd on the grid with that result. Macaulay Bishop will be 4th. That is how things look in terms of the grid for later on. Rest of your provisional order for this superheat. Will Archer 6th. Daniel Kilpatrick 7th, Antoine Lemieux in 8th ahead of Pearson Bullock Carter and Hugh Moulton. Mac McGilvery, I think, will be through to the final. That was a gain of 4 places for Mac for Craft Motorsport, up to 11th place. Easton Seng should be through as well, up 2 spots for Strawberry Racing to 12th. Victor Hansen, Miles Roby might have a little bit of a nervous wait. Hopefully they've done enough with their moves of 5 and 7 positions respectively to 13th and 14th. Charlie King should be through as well with 15th. Connor Tubby 16th. Jack Fisher and Leo Steed, the last of the finishers in that one. Jared Fox-Whiteley, Harry Freeman, Harrison Crowther, James Kell and Jaden Sherwood all didn't see the checkered flag. And again, it's tense in the air. You will have noticed there's some rather dark clouds over the back end of the circuit. So that's the first time we've seen that this week. The heat wave is officially over, ladies and gentlemen. But the weather aside, and whatever that's going to do, it's an intriguing situation in Senior Rotax today. I'd say Crowther out by what we reckon here in the box. Freeman and Fox-Whiteley dropping down the order. But the big one for me is I really wasn't expecting that for Bishop down to P4. Still in a good position, good championship points. But a lot to think about for Dan Holland Racing if they're going to win that final later today.
Do you know what? I think Macaulay Bishop is going to be as hungry as ever come the final this evening. What a bitter one for him. Not expected, not what we usually see. However, what a race it is going to be between your pole sitter, Freddie Lloyd, Matty Hingley, Keane Geraghty and Macaulay Bishop there at the front four.
And this is where I think Macaulay's a little bit different this year. He's clearly not happy because he's a very competitive racing driver. He's not going to be happy with P4, but it's a controlled Macaulay Bishop, and in some ways I think that's even more dangerous for the rest of the field. That he's thinking through his racing and going, okay, we've got some work to do for the final later today, but it is work that is achievable. You can win around here from fourth place on the grid. And I say that final will be later on this afternoon. It will be at 2:30 local time here in the UK. If you're watching from around the world, great to have you here for the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. And what a job by Freddie Lloyd. I remember when Freddie did the first TVKC event here, that we had one of the first slipstream events for Alpha Live, and it caught a few eyes of Freddie Lloyd, you know, in ROTAX, going for the dual program this year. But he's looking very, very strong going into that final later on today. Pole position.
Definitely. I agree with you. It is going to be one to watch. Of course, former champions all around in those top four. No strangers to this circuit is any of them. It's going to make for an interesting one. And one big factor is going to be the weather. Look at these grey clouds we've had form.
Yeah, I don't look at the weather forecast, I'll be honest, here at PF International, because I just take it as it comes.
I've tried. Had snow here?
We've had snow. We had Beast from the East on events that I worked on a few years ago, but the clouds tell the story. There could be some rain coming in. In fact, we're hearing in our ear that it is spitting out there. But it has done this earlier on in the week. We've had a little bit of rain this morning. There was a little bit of rain, believe it or not, on Thursday when we were still in the grips of the heat wave. I've no idea where it came from. I could feel rain on my head because there's not much hair up there anymore. And I looked up and was like, well, there's no clouds. Where's that coming from? But it was. Right. Let's go to the E10 cadets. Their second heat is coming up next. And I think we can take you through the grid for the E10 cadets. They had their first race earlier on today. This grid's set by the second fastest laps for each driver from qualifying practice yesterday. Ansel Murray starts on pole position. Buddy Hugo alongside on the front row of the grid. Jamal Pumaram and Heath Smith go from row 2. It's Arthur Jardine and Arthur Thompson going from row number 3. Stanley Gill and Adam Elahi go from row number 4. Leo Hartley and Malachi O'Neill on row 5. Caleb Hiles and Cairo Zubaida go from row number 6. Points from earlier on today. Murray currently leading in the intermediate classification, 0 points from the first race because he won it. Heath Smith second, Pumaram third, Gill fourth, Thompson, Jardine, Hartley, Elahi, Hiles and Zubaida currently all in the top 10. Just to confirm, were there any changes for 5 seconds and the like from the first race? No, none at all. Well done, drivers. A properly run race there by all 12. This is a new category, of course. This is the new ROTAX E10 category. The first time ROTAX have got a product together. Really nice looking product. I really like the integration of the systems on this one. So I'm going a little bit techie and nerdy on this one. We've got the boost button, of course, we talked about. And another feature that I'll just note before we get to the start of this race. They also have a reverse gear, which I think is a really, really nice feature, again, from a safety perspective, that you press the button, you hold it, it knocks the gear set back into a reverse direction. And it means if you're in a little bit of a sticky spot, you can get back out of that without marshals having to go to the kart or whatever. Here we go then, second race for the E10s. We are green and racing down towards turn number 1. It's a good start for Ansel Murray. Good start for Jamal Pumaram as well, who's having a go for second place alongside Buddy Hugo. Buddy Hugo had a bit of a tough run through the first heat, of course, but early stages, Kiel, good start for the E10 cadets. And it's Murray in the lead of this race.
Absolutely. We saw two very experienced drivers. These two have, well, Ansel Murray, of course, had a brilliant race, returning to after a great season for him. Buddy Hugo, another experienced driver in this championship, not too great for him. These conditions out here, I'm going to say, are looking challenging. These are young drivers out here right now.
Big raindrops on our camera, and we're starting to see some on the commentary box window now. As I say, we've had a couple of these very quick flurry, or we've had quick flurries of weather come through in the last couple of days. So hopefully it's just another one of those, and it doesn't start to dampen the racetrack too much. But the clouds are looking very heavy over us here at PF International, so this could be quite a dramatic second heat, only the second ever heat, of course, for the E10 Cadet category. This is the first time that the E10 Cadet Cup runs for 2026. We'll have them at Kimbolton and at Wilton Mill as well for a 3-round, and I hope we see them at other events later on in the season as well.
Well, absolutely. They are a growing championship, established now here for their first event with us, and constantly growing is a championship like this. It's good to see 12 of them on the grid so far to start us off. Ansel Murray, to note, he has been on this chassis before. I think that this is going to give him a benefit going into these tricky conditions. There is a change for 4th position then. Someone a favour of the wet conditions. That's Arthur Thompson. Promotes himself while the clouds get even greyer out here.
Yeah, a bit of a difficult moment there for Arthur Thompson in the number 47 has dropped back a bit there. So Heath Smith goes up to 4th place. Stanley Gill has got through as well. Rain watch, I said, there's definitely some large raindrops coming out of the sky, but not at the kind of amplitude, shall we say, to start making the track really well. I mean, the slippery surface flags are out. The drivers are definitely aware of it, but I'm looking at the lap times. We're in the 1-minute 9s, so we're actually running a little bit quicker at this stage of the race than we were in heat number 1. Maybe, again, that's the drivers learning how to control things, and of course they've got that boost button. They'll have all done a race now, and I've looked at what mistakes they made. Good move there. That was Arthur Thompson down the inside of Stanley Gill, and Stanley goes back up to Arthur goes back up to 5th place. Heath Smith as well has lost 3rd place in recent times to Jamal Pumaram. So Jamal there in the blue, white and red Jack Dex racing machine. And this is another thing that I'm liking to see in the early stages of this E10 Cadet Cup project, as it were. Great support from R1 Racing and their rookie academy, as I say, literally based right below our feet here at PF International. But RCE, they've got involved. Richardson Chassis Engineering, of course, have a great record at this kind of age level for drivers in ROTAX categories. And Jack Dex Racing, Jack, who's been doing, I think, a really underrated amount of work for bringing new people into the sport of owner karting. Oh no, we've got a stopper. Is that Malachi O'Neill in the number 65. Now that's just coming out of hairpin number 2. Malachi's moving around in the kart, and I think he's now getting out of the kart and is okay. That's the important thing. And the marshals will step to work and clear the circuit. Here's a change, potentially. Pumaram holding on to 3rd place ahead of Heath Smith. Now, there were yellow flags out there. I think Heath Smith just correctly pulled out of that overtake to make sure they didn't overtake under yellow there. Should note as well, all of the karts have a series of lights and LEDs. You might be able to see them now as the light levels have gone down, as Heath Smith has another little look on Jamal Pumaram for 3rd place. Good wheel-to-wheel racing there, and still wheel-to-wheel as they go through the Mike Wilson complex, and still wheel-to-wheel on the second parts of the complex, but through goes Heath Smith into 3rd position. And here comes, I thought Stanley Gill was going to have a little go there for 4th place. So yeah, in fact, challenge for our camera operatives around the circuit, because they like a challenge here at PF International. So if you're seeing a little green light on the karts, there's one near the NASA panel, there's one at the back of the kart, there's basically one at every single approach angle to the kart by someone who is not the driver. We'll come back to this as Stanley Gill has a little look there at Jamal Pumaram. This is something that's put in place for electric karting by the FIA, and it's to tell marshals you're recovering a kart that's had a problem. if the green light's on, it's safe to go and touch it. Because, of course, I know one of the things that maybe people are a bit apprehensive about with electric vehicles in general is like, is it safe? Is it good to approach? I really like it. I think it's a really nice little bit of integration that's been done as there down the inside. Well, that was Jamal Pumaram integrating himself into third place. And through there past Heath Smith.
Jamal Pumaram has done a brilliant job so far. Speaking of Jack Dex Racing, this is his first event with the British Kart Championships. Been to PF before, but he's going to miss out just to Heath Smith, who's going to go back in for that last position on the podium. We'll see what Pumaram can do now as they head round the bowl. This is bringing in Stanley Gill into contention, and he has to go take the exit road.
Oh, Pumaram, that's not where he wanted to have gone, really. Now, where is that? Pumaram's... Ooh, now, Pumaram might get in the spot of bother for this. Pumaram's come down the escape road, then cut through the old format of PF International before they put the bridge in, and then rejoined at the exit of the Litchfield Bridge. Yeah, that one might get a little look at. I also think that was a Heath Smith boost pass. I think he hit the button. I'll be interested to know if that was the case, just as he got towards the Bruno Ferrari S's. So once again, good use, if I'm right on that one, of the features, the new features on this ROTAX E10. Lap time still holding well in the 1 minute 9s, the 1 minute 10s, the 1 minute 11s. So whilst there are still some rain spots, they're not yet affecting the surface. Here's another change for third place. Has Heath Smith got a problem? Heath Smith slowing down and coming to a stop at the Bruno Ferrari S's right on the entry. That puts Stanley Gill up to third place. Arthur Thompson fourth. There is Heath Smith has come to a stop. Now, this is where we try to have a look at the little lights. Couldn't quite see with my aging eyes what the light was on that particular occasion. But through into third place has gone Arthur Thompson. So, quite a few changes. Double waved yellows down towards the first corner. And, yeah, I think Heath's just trying to cycle the systems at the moment, and no, he's out of the race. He's been told by the marshals to step out of the cart. But again, the green light's on, so the marshals know it's safe to go and touch the cart. And again, I really, really like what the team at ROTAX have done. I know there's been other forms of electric karting, but this is a really well integrated and really well engineered package. That's not to say that the others aren't as well, but I really like this one indeed. Final lap board is out then. What have you made of this one, Keon?
Well, that's right. It's been pretty unpredictable with the weather here at PF. We had some heavy rain a minute ago, but it looks like it has dried out. And luckily, like you've said, didn't affect the lap times too much. It possibly is doing so now between the drivers. There's going to be a change in position for third place. That is Stanley Gill, that car number 18, that manages to make his way back up into third position on the last lap of this race through hairpin 1. They will go. Arthur Thompson isn't able to fight back just yet. He hasn't got any run just yet. Here's a throw as they go through hairpin 2. We'll see. Is Arthur Thompson able to fight back in the last couple of corners? Like I said, rain's been really unpredictable here. Slippery flags are out, so the drivers are aware of the conditions. That's been a difficult one, but Ansel Murray 4 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. What a brilliant job.
Really, really good job from Ansel Murray. He's going to be on pole position for the final, the first E10 Cadet Cup final here for the British Kart Championships. 2 from 2 from Murray. Buddy Hugo across the line in second. That's a great recovery from Buddy after the difficulties of race number 1. Stanley Gill third, Arthur Thompson fourth. Jamal Pumaram with good points there in fifth for Jack Dex Racing. Another flurry of the R1 Racing Brigade up next. Sixth for Leo Hartley, Arthur Jardine seventh, Adam Elahi eighth. Cairo Sabaida was one of your biggest movers in that race, up 3 spots to ninth. Caleb Hiles completes the top 10. Heath Smith and Malachi O'Neill unfortunately weren't able to see the end of the race on that occasion, but there's your race winner, Ansel Murray, for the second time today. Finishes the heat on top of the pile. A 7-point advantage through the heats. But of course for the final, all those points, they just set the grid for the final, which will be later today at 3 o'clock. Do hope you can join us for that one. And don't forget, if you have to miss any of the action here this weekend, specifically here today, you can watch it back on the Alpha Live and Karting UK YouTube channels. And don't forget as well, live highlights for the ROTAX classes for the programme on Sky Sports F1 later in the week. Plenty of showings on it. I'm sure that on social media they'll put out exactly when the show will be broadcast there on Sky Sports F1. It's brilliant to bring karting in this championship to a new audience who maybe haven't seen the sport before. And the drivers coming on in, and I'd say this will be something very different for the Sky highlights in the week. It's electric category, the ROTAX E10, all of them going over the weighbridge. One of the things I really like about this kart as well, Kiel, is how it nips off the corners. We've talked about, okay, maybe on in terms of lap times, it's not quite there at the micro max speed. But yeah, it looks like a really nimble kart for the drivers to pilot, which again, sometimes when people hear the words, electric vehicle, they think batteries, heavy, slow in that regard. I don't think that's the case with this at all.
No, not at all. I think the drivers enjoy actually getting this around the track. I think, like you said, it seems like the front ends are able really to grip when they're going around a circuit.
They don't
especially
wallow.
Yeah.
A couple of our drivers there. Happy with their races and they'll be looking forward to their final later on today. Just to run through actually the scores from these two heats. Murray 0 points. Stanley Gill will be on the front row of the grid for the final later today with that 7-point score. Jamal Pumaram, there was Jamal, will be third on the grid for the final as things stand with those 8 points. Arthur Thompson fourth with 9. Heath Smith still in it, will start fifth on the grid for the final with a score of 13. In fact, a four-way tie on 13 points with Buddy Hugo, Arthur Jardine and Leo Hartley. Adam Elahi and Cairo Zubaida at the moment, on the basis of those provisional results, complete the top 10 in your intermediate scores.
I must say, it's so great to see so many smiley faces in this E10 paddock this weekend. Of course, this is their debut weekend, and it looks like each driver and team are really enjoying it so far.
Yeah, and we'll, I've no doubt that we'll see this this category continue to grow. Right, that's the ROTAX categories done for this earlier part of the day. We've got 2 more races to go before we go to the lunch break. Next up, T4 Junior, and their second heat of the day is up next. Let's take a look through the grid for this one. Angus Langley starts on pole. Harry Ward alongside on the front row. Leo Belimenko, winner of the second round of the Tillotson T4 UK Series last time out, will start third. Ben Cosgrove, P4. Elliot Drury and Adam Lismore go from row number 3. Then next up in the midfield, we've got row 4, Freddie Denton and James Sims. Ronnie Legg and Jensen Turnock go from row number 5. Niall Green and Harry Gardner on row 4. And Kevin Bogarski will complete the 13-strong field. Result from earlier on, Legg took the win ahead of Cosgrove. Langley 3rd, Denton 4th, Sims 5th, Drury, Gardner, Turnock, Lismore and Belimenko completed the top 10. And in terms of other bits of news to give you, we had a few penalties in that one. Adam Lismore, Leo Belimenko and Niall Green all receiving something after the race. Angus Langley held on to that 3rd place for one of the things that we saw down at hairpin number 1. So the formation lap underway. This is one of those where I always feel a bit bad. We're lucky. We're in the dry, we're in a box. Can't quite tell whether it has stopped raining. If it's still raining, I will be shouted at in my ear, I'm sure, any minute. It has stopped raining. Good. Our camera operatives are no longer getting wet.
I know. I think our T4 juniors are going to be happy about that. Saying that, the clouds out there are still grey. Let's not touch on that too much, Andrew. But we saw some brilliant racing from this field in the early stages of today, and I don't think we have to expect any less.
So, T4 Junior, second heat of the day. T4 Nations Cup qualifier and O-Plate meeting as well for the 2 Tillotson T4 categories here today. First heats were brilliant from the Tillotsons. What are we going to see in this second round of heats to decide who's going to be where for the final later on? We are underway, 8 minutes plus 1 lap now, because we're back to a standard qualifying heat through the first couple of corners. Oh, a bit of trouble for a couple of them out there, but apart from that, looking pretty good. Angus Langley's had a good start in the number 27. Still in range of potentially taking pole position, of course. Keep an eye on Ronnie Legg a little bit further back in the orange helmet, trying to get back up the order. Remember the grid for this one set by everybody's second fastest lap from earlier on in the race weekend. But a good solid start again, Kiel, from the Tillotson T4s. In the lead of this race, kart number 27, Angus Langley.
That is correct. Leo Belemenko then makes his way up into second place, takes all the exit curb around sector 2, but it looks like it's not going to lose him anything just yet. That is the winner of our second round. Missed the first one, but has been looking really strong so far this weekend. Back right on the back of Angus now. Going to try and not let him go anywhere as they come across the line once again. Now this is only 8 minutes long, so slightly less time for our T4 juniors as they head under the bridge now and around. The top 4 are looking pretty close here, but no change as they head over the bridge.
Yeah, Leo Belemenko still relatively new to Tillotson T4 racing. But took a big step forward in terms of race results in a final last time out just across the road at Fullbeck for round 2 during April. Round 1 at Clay Pigeon, 7th in the final standings. Took the win at round 2. He's done a good amount of arrive and drive karting. Again, as we mentioned earlier, that's a big part of what this Tillotson T4 series is about, giving the platform for drivers who perhaps haven't done owner racing before to step into this world and take care of their own cards and develop their driving skills. 6 minutes on the clock to go then. Top 4, I wouldn't say breaking away from the rest, but they are starting to get a bit of a gap over Freddie Denton there in 5th. So chasers are going to need to get themselves organised, aren't they, Kiel?
Yes, they definitely are. New fast lap set by Ben Cosgrove running in 4th there. You can see him just dropped off slightly to that pack, but going around the pole now and they close back up. Angus Langley, there is no time in between them now, less than a 10th. Belemenko is going to get close, 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Harry Ward is sandwiched in between there, could be playing damage control as we've seen earlier on in these races. Round hairpin 1, they go. That is Freddie Denton then, who is in a bit of his own air in the back. He will be looking to catch on to the back of this pack, which is going to be able to do that if that happens. Change for 3rd place. That was Ben Cosgrove, fastest driver on circuit, just made his way up into 3rd.
Yeah, good stuff there from the winner of the first round of the championship at Clay Pigeon. Oh, but that was a bit wide from Cosgrove, and he's going to lose out to Harry Ward now. Harry Ward in that green and black helmet. Quite like that design. That's one that sticks out on circuit. Over the line once again. No yellow. Harry Gardner, just to give Harry a good mention, in the number 33, up 4 places so far in this race, and Harry started this race 12th, so has broken up into the top 10 with that. Wasn't at round 1 for Clay Pigeon, but was 7th in the final at Fullbeck, or 7th highest of the point scorers at the second round of the year. So good progress there. Currently your biggest mover in this race. Keep your messages of support coming in. Hello to Chase Fernandez. Hello, mate. Hope you're doing well. Cheering on Harry Ward out there. Doing a good job at the moment in 3rd place. Through the Fullerton S's once again. Angus Langley doing a good job here. As things stand, Langley would be on pole position for the final. However, I think there's going to be another battle here with Leo Belemenko. We saw these two go wheel to wheel in the first heat. Belemenko a little bit further down the order at the moment, in 5th place in terms of those intermediate points. But could open things up to potentially get up onto the second row if you can make a way and make a move on Langley. No opportunity there. These karts heavier than they've got a bigger capacity than the ROTAX classes. They are a little bit heavier than those ROTAX classes, so they drive this circuit in a very different way. Spoiler alert from part 2 of the paddock show yesterday, if you haven't watched it. I asked Logan Rolfe, what do you have to do with these that's different to a ROTAX? And he said a really, really good answer in terms of you have to be very smooth. You can't kind of lean too hard and chuck everything into the hairpins as you would in the ROTAX. It's a very different driving style for the Tillotson T4s to be quick, particularly around here at PF International.
That is correct, and of course they are 4-strokes, so
Yep.
they are different karts totally to the rest of our classes here this weekend. It's good to have such a diverse group of classes. We are dipping our toe in the electric,
Yep.
and of course 4-stroke, and then you have our established ROTAX classes, which we will see more of after the lunch break once this is over. Change for Elliot Dory then, promoting himself up into 3rd, but here is the battle for the race lead, which is now getting closer. Belemenko is right on that back bumper of Langley. Kart that is no longer in the race. Kart number 9, Kevin Bugorski. Unfortunate for him, he's going to retire himself now, right on the outside.
Yeah, it's been a tough weekend for Kevin Bugorski so far. Had issues in time qualifying, I want to say, yesterday. But again, this is one of the good things. That the drivers will all make the final. Double waved yellows from the marshals there. Marshalling team here at PF International. One of, if not the best karting marshalling team in the world. They do a brilliant job of keeping everyone safe and aware of what's happening out there on track. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go.
It's getting close now at the front. Belemenko's been there for the last sort of lap and a half. Hasn't quite got the move done yet, but that is because Harry Ward is your fastest man on track right now and right there too. Not to mention Ben Consgrove, who is also right there now as they are getting closer and closer each lap. Still 50 seconds to go. It will be interesting to see what these 4 do. Of course, junior drivers, they are all going to be eager to get that win. However, so far, running quite smooth. We know this is a close-knit group, probably quite supportive of each other, quite fair so far from what we've seen from the T4 juniors. And I'm guessing it's all going to be to play for in the next couple of laps as they are round the final couple of corners, and we will be on to another lap once again. We still have a couple of laps to go. We are on 20 seconds on the clock. So let's see what plays out for us now. They are closer than ever out of the final chicane. They go into turn 1, round the bowl, and Belemenko seems here to get closer than ever to Langley. He seems to get a better run out and over the bridge, but hasn't affected anything towards hairpin 1 now. Your race leader takes all the exit curb and a little bit more, gets a slight gap for himself, more than we have seen so far. This brings Harry Ward right there to Belemenko, but Cosgrove has taken a slight look. Ward has to go defensive. Oh no, he gets the move done.
Down the inside. Down the inside goes Leo Belemenko, and it's not got the move done yet. That's a good bit of fighting back from Langley. Problems for the number 33 of Harry Gardner, who's lost some of those 4 positions he'd gained earlier. But there is the first little move then from Leo Belemenko. Has he showed his cards too early, though, in this fight with Angus Langley? Harry Ward still there as well in 3rd. Ben Cosgrove waiting for a potential moment. Ronnie Legg in the background there is up into 5th place. That puts Legg back onto the front row of the grid for the final. We're going to stick here with the top 4. Harry Ward looking around the outside. That could open things for Ben Cosgrove. That's a great move from Ben Cosgrove to take third place as they head once again back down towards hairpin number 1. Middle of the road line from Langley. No one close enough to go for a move on the entry, but a little bit of a pause there from Langley out of hairpin number 2 could open things up. Cosgrove's trying to go around the outside. 3 wide off of hairpin number 2. Here comes Harry Ward down the inside. Harry Ward's going to be up to second place. Nothing much that Cosgrove could do about that. Don't think he was fully aware that there was 2 karts on his inside on that run towards the Fullerton S's. Harry Ward had a little look there for the race lead. Belemenko still holding third. Angus Langley, all of this going on behind him, has just got to get through the last couple of corners. Will be on pole position for the final here in T4 Junior. Over the line, mega close finish. Langley takes it by 32 thousandths of a second, ahead of Harry Ward. Leo Belemenko third, Ben Cosgrove fourth. The exciting racing, the exciting finishes continue, Keogh Lynch, here in Tillotson T4.
They do, Andrew. They definitely do. That is exactly what we expected. Unfortunate there for Ben Cosgrove, who had to take a trip onto the grass right at the last second after going around the outside. I don't think he quite realised how many karts were there on the inside. What a good job, though. Angus Langley, there is your top 10. Took the win. Harry Ward, Leo Belemenko right at the last second came to third. Ben Cosgrove then in fourth and Freddie Denton in that fifth position. Elliot Drury and Ronnie Legg ran in the 6th and 7th places. James Sins, Niall Green and Adam Lismore round out the top 10 for your T4 junior race.
11th of the finishers was Jensen Turnock. 2 retirements in that race, Harry Gardner and Kevin Bogarski. Should note Turnock is also under investigation for a matter that happened in the latter stages of that race. In come the Tillotson T4 juniors then onto the weighbridge. They'll be the penultimate final of the day. They'll be at 3:25 p.m. And we've got one more race to go for this first part of the day as well before we go to the lunch break and have our Playing of the Paddock show from yesterday, part 1 of it at least, and some news coming from the ROTAX ranks as well for new opportunities later on in the season as part of the British Kart Championships for drivers, entrants, teams alike. There's Ronnie Legg. We'll be on the second row of the grid for that one. Actually, yeah, we've not gone through that, have we? The top 10 in the scores for T4 Junior. So Langley on pole with 3 points. Cosgrove second with 6. Legg third with 7. Denton fourth with 9. Drury and Belemenko on row 3, 12 and 13 points respectively. Sims and Ward 13 and 15 points respectively on row 4. Lismore and Turnock on row 5, 19 points apiece. There is the scene down in the pre-grid area for heat number 2 of the T4 seniors. I think we can take you to the grid, or the details of how the grid will line up for this one. Once again, this determined by the second fastest laps of each driver in time qualifying yesterday. Lucas Blanford will be on pole position for this second heat. Joe Bechtold alongside on the front row. Bram Oslavare starts on the inside of row number 2 with Philip Rawson, who took the win, of course, in the first heat earlier on today. Charlie Bingham and Amelie Ackett, they go from row number 3. It's Ollie Clark and Matt Wildman on row 4. Henry Bell and Jason Bradbury on 5. Brandon Donoghue and James Bark start on row number 6. Conor McDowell and Peter Caldwell go from the midfield there on row 7. It's Chris Alcock and Luca Dolby on row 8. Alfie Litter and Ollie Cooper-Welton go from 9. Pierce Armstrong and Archie Dyson complete the top 20 on row 10. Caleb West and Max Davison go from 11. Conrad Coveney and Warren Dommett go from row 12. It's then Jeff Johnson, Luke Morton and Joey Kearns completing the 27-strong field.
I'm looking forward to this one, Andrew. We saw a very exciting race from them. Oh, this is a driver who won't be starting the second race for the T4 seniors. That is Ollie Clark in the 418 kart. Looking disappointed there on the dummy grid. How unfortunate.
Yeah, and Ollie was in the top 10 heading into this one. Finished the first race in 9th place. So this is how the top 10 look in terms of points going into this one. Rawson, Blanford, Osavari, Ackett and Wildman in the top 5. Remember, it's 0 points for the win, 2 for second place, 3 for third. You get the picture down through the field. Bingham, Alcock, Bradbury, Clark and Bark complete the top 10 right now. But yeah, Ollie Clark will drop out of that top 10 now, most likely, unless something very strange happens with the points, because he's not going to take the start of this race. So 26 Tillotson T4s and their senior drivers ready to go racing here at PF International for 8 minutes plus 1 lap We saw a great first heat. What are we about to see in this one? Over the line, we are racing once again in Tillotson T4 Senior down towards the first corner. It's Joe Bechtold who gets the best start and takes the race lead away from Lucas Blanford. Blanford's immediately got it back though. Bram Mosavade is on the attack as well, looking to move up from the second row of the grid. The rest of them file through and over the bridge as, Bechtold's been forced down the order now, I think down to around 6th place. Not the kind of start, the second phase of the start that the Dutchman would have wanted.
No, definitely not. I wonder what happened there around the bowl for him. He was very wide, but that gave Lucas Blanford the opportunity to regain that race lead. That is Bram Mosavade. You can see in about 4th so far. So getting there, he started on the second row of the grid this time. We saw him on the front row in the first heat. It was very close for the last heat for these drivers, and it is going to be the same again. Once again, 8 minutes plus a lap to go, so a bit shorter than what we've had with our ROTAX categories. There are 2 drivers who are hands in the air, not very happy about that one. We will see as they come over the line who that was. Looks like they will no longer be in the race, but we'll see.
I think it was Alfie Litter and Pierce Armstrong. Pierce Armstrong was tangled up there. Max Davison has also had problems on that first lap of the race. So Blanford leads from Rawson. Bingham, Charlie Bingham, good start there for a very, very experienced man. Has I say, done a lot of pro kart racing with the Haza team, and has been a real asset to that division or that part of karting. 6 minutes of this one to go. Bram Mosavade, and a lot of people tuning in to see how Bram gets on today. It's been great to have him in the paddock here this weekend. We had a little chat to him as part of the build-up show for this one, and he makes a little appearance as well on the paddock show later on today. We talked to a lot of the Tillotson T4 drivers later on in the paddock show. Well, we filmed it yesterday. You get to see it if you've not seen it already at the lunch break, because we don't get to see these guys and girls every week. Let's have a look at a replay of a moment from earlier on in this race. Now, this is into Bobby Game. This is the start of it. So that's Luca Dolby on the outside, and then into the Mike Wilson complex. That's going to get close. Pierce Armstrong there with the Charles Leclerc-like helmet. Oh, that's a bit uncomfortable, with Litter taking to the grass, and poor Max Davison was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Totally caught up in it. Unfortunate for him. That's been unlucky there. That is the problem with races like these, especially these quick races.
It gets tight. It gets really, really close through the Mike Wilson complex, and there's not much margin for error in that technical part. As I say, it is very much like 3 distinct sectors here at PF International. This first sector, these sweeping corners through the Bruno Ferrari S's, round the bowl and onto the bridge. The second sector through those hairpins is almost like your quintessential Euro track in a way, where it's long straights, big hit on the brakes, hairpin turns, and then you get through into that third sector, which is, I would say, the more British style of circuit, is that it's a bit more close quarters. It's quite corner dense in that part of the track. You really do have to be a master of everything to be quick here at PF. Mastering the battle for third place there is Bram Mosavade. So Bram up another position in the 376, showing once again the kind of speed that took him to the 2024 Tillotson T4 Nations Cup Champions title in this senior category. That was a move on Charlie Bingham.
That's right, leading this pack, and we know he's not a driver who's doing all 5 rounds this year, so he's here with one goal for this weekend, and that is for that ticket for the O-Plate. That is his goal. Not in a bad position so far. As it stands, if we were to stay here, he's lining up 3rd on the grid for their final. Lucas Blanford, though, looking very strong, but no time in between him and Philip Rawson, the reigning champion, who is in 2nd place. Here they are. Here's Bram leading this pack as they head down towards the hairpin one again. But here are your race leaders who are off in the distance by themselves. Philip Rawson looking fast. 3 minutes to go right now, but he is on that back bumper of your race leader. Here is Bram, though, once again leading this pack. It's hard leading a pack of carts. There's so many carts. Not to look behind you and get caught up in that, but he will have his all eyes ahead on the back of Rawson's cart right now, because the second these two start battling, he will want to bring himself into play.
Will indeed, and well, this was the battle that at the front of the field that was pondered on at the start of the weekend, that Blandford and Rawson would be looking to go wheel to wheel with one another. Out of the final corner once again to complete lap number 5, 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Other progress for drivers, particularly those in the second half of the field. Caleb West is having a good drive. He's up 8 places as there's a change involving Matt Wildman getting through into 4th place ahead of Charlie Bingham. Amelie Ackett's continuing to impress here, holding on to 6th place at the moment ahead of Joe Bechtold. Bechtold has had a warning flag earlier on in this race, just to note that one. Bechtold draws back alongside. Good use of the racetrack there, but Ackett's fights back. This is good stuff from Amelie Ackett's. Amelie, I want to say, raced Honda Cadet previously, so again, transferring a lot of the 4-stroke style of racing and those talents. Jason Bradbury getting involved there in the number 2. Ooh, just runs a little bit wide with Henry Bell. Remember Henry having a good run at Wilson Mill last year, the last time we had the Tillotson T4s doing a guest appearance as part of the British Kart Championships. Always very distinctive there in the kind of deep purple and light pink.
Another lap complete then for the T4 seniors, and this is, once again, we are still on this battle of Bram and Matt Wildman for that 3rd place on the podium. Matt Wildman is seriously closing in now on Bram. However, they have broke clear of that pack that are slightly behind. Your race leaders, though, here they are, still have nothing in between the two of them. We are up to 50 seconds plus a lap left of this race. Here is Bram, though. Matt Wildman takes a quick look behind him and sees they do still have a bit of breathing room as they go through sector 2. There are your race leaders, still nothing in between them. 40 seconds to go plus a lap. I don't know, Andrew, because we could see these two start to battle and Bram come into play.
We could. I think right now, Bram and Matt will probably just hold station and just give it maybe another half lap of this one to see. Will Philip Rawson throw a move in on Lucas Blandford? He will, and he's going for it here, up onto the bridge. Blandford holds it round the outside using all of his experience from other owner categories around this circuit to hold that position. Down towards hairpin number 1 we go. It's going to be hard for Rawson to go around the outside from there. Can he draw alongside off of hairpin 1? No, can't. Blandford, good driving here from Lucas Blandford. Out of hairpin number 2, gets to the middle of the road, gets ahead of Philip Rawson. That's okay. That's just a fair single move to make sure that Philip Rawson couldn't draw alongside as they went towards the Fullerton S's. Oh, someone's lost a piece of bodywork out there. We'll catch up with that in a moment. We're not on the last lap yet as well. What is the gap back to Bram? It's still holding around 2.5 seconds.
That is correct, and it is getting ever so close between these two. This is the thing. We will see once they come over the line what the gap seems now between Rawson and Ovswade. Still about the same as what it was before. Yep. Luckily, those two didn't lose too much at the front. Are we going to see a move again from Philip Rawson in that number 1 car? He takes a slightly different line this time, hoping to get a better exit over the bridge and towards hairpin 1. Oh, he got the move done. He got the move done. We blink and Philip Rawson got the move done. He now leads into hairpin 1. Philip Rawson now into the lead of the race. Luca Blankford goes all around the outside. Is he going to try and make a switch? And he gets the move done right at the last second. Gets the move done. This is the final lap of the race. There is some communication between the two of them as they head towards sector 2. Bram Ovswade still there in the distance, getting close now. Philip Rawson back into 2nd place.
If Lucas Blandford can hold on for the last couple of corners, he's going to have pole position for the Tillotson T4 Senior Final off of the final corner towards the checkered flag. A little shake of the head there from Lucas Blandford, but he's got the results that he wanted. That is the win in heat number 2 that is pole position for the final. Philip Rawson ends these heats tied on points with Blandford, so they both come out of it with a first and a second, but again that TQ tiebreaker comes into effect. Great drive from Bram Osawade, third place, and it's right there, you know, for, you know, this Blandford versus Rawson battle will continue into the final, and Bram Osawade gained a lot of time on that last lap, another one. And Bram could have had both of them. He took 2 seconds out of Blandford and Rawson on that 9th and final lap. So don't sleep on Bram there, starting third on the grid for the final later on this afternoon. Charlie Bingham will join him on the second row of the grid after that 4th place. Good stuff there from the Englishman. Joe Bechtold recovers back to 5th place in that heat, and Henry Bell as well can be happy with a strong run there, having gained 3 places in those 9 laps. Amelie Ackitts with that 7th place. She will start on the inside of row number 3. Will be joined by Matt Warman, who just finished behind Ackitts in 8th in that one. Jason Bradbury and Braden Donoghue complete the top 10. James Bark, Chris Alcock, Luca Dolby, Archie Dyson, Ollie Cooper Welton, all in the top 15. Peter Caldwell, Conor McDowell, Conrad Coveney, Joey Kearns and Warren Dommett all in the top 20. Pierce Armstrong, Max Davison, Caleb West. Oh, that's a shame. Caleb had a really good start and then had a problem out there clearly and fell back down to 23rd, unfortunately. Alfie Litter, 24th. Luke Morton, 25th. Jeff Johnson, 26th. Ollie Clark had problems on the dummy grid and did not take the race start. Just to run through the intermediate classification very quickly. So Blandford, Rawson, Osawade, Bingham we've talked about. Ackitts and Wildman as well, 5th and 6th. Jason Bradbury and Chris Alcock will start from row 4 as things stand. And then Joe Bechtold and James Bark will be on row number 5. All of those are based on provisional results, though. So if you want the latest pieces of information, motorsport-timing.co.uk, and you've got the Live Now feature for British Kart Championships Event 3. The live timings on there, all of the race results, all of the documents from race control and the race officials. It's all on there for you to peruse over on the lunch break. Kiel, last words before we go to the lunch break. It's been a good morning, hasn't it?
It has. It's been a brilliant morning. Thankfully, it's managed to stay dry. It looked like some spots of rain were coming in for us at some point there, but it stayed dry. Thank you for joining us this morning for all of the heat races with our 7 categories here with us. But we are going to be on a short lunch break. It is 35 minutes long. We'll be back at 1 o'clock for our main events of today, the finals.
Wera, what a start from the so hard, heading up into the top section.
Welcome everybody to the Paddock Show for Event 3 of this year's Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather, Keol Lynch with you once again here in Lincolnshire, sunny Lincolnshire, which is a big surprise in some ways at the end of May. If you're watching on Saturday night, welcome. You're going to get lots of exclusives tonight. We've got some big news coming up for you later on in the show. If you're watching on Sunday as part of the live broadcast of Finals Day, we're going to be around for the next 25 minutes or so before we pass back into racing. Kiel, round 1 at Warden Law was an absolute banger. We've got the brilliant weather with us here this weekend at PF. This one should be pretty good as well, shouldn't it?
Well, that is correct. And before we get into the action here at PF, we have one bit of business left from Warden Law. Let's go meet your driver of the day.
We're here in the TWR Pantano awning with our driver of the day from Warden Law, Hendrix Fallat. Hendrix, your very first British Kart Championships event, and you've won driver of the day. How does that feel?
It feels good and I'm happy with myself.
Tell us about your final as well, because you started a little bit further back in the field. You charged up to third place. You got a podium as well. How did the race go?
So I was just every lap I was gonna try my hardest, try to be consistent and take a move off.
How much are you looking forward to the rest of the season now that you've won this award?
I'm feeling more confident.
Very good. Well, Hendrix, I'll introduce Kiel in to present to you the Driver of the Day award. Everybody, your Wera Tools Driver of the Day for Warden Law Event 1, Hendrix Fallat.
Well, thank you for that, Andrew. It was great to hear from our driver of the day from Warden Law, but now we are officially underway here at PFI, and let's get going with our part 1 of the Paddock Show.
Yes, indeed. Big weekend of karting here at PF International for the ROTAX classes that we had at Warden Law. This is the second round of their British Kart Championship for 2026. We see the introduction, full introduction for the first time in this paddock for the E10 cadets. Now, we did a lot of them with them yesterday, so if you're watching this on Saturday night, do tune in for the pre-show tomorrow because you'll get to learn all about the E10s. Really interesting new category there, and we've got the Tillotsons with us here this weekend as well. So the T4 Nations Cup qualifier here at PF International, back for another year. Good grid sizes as well, increasing the numbers, particularly in the senior category. We're actually going to take a turn to our right and head up to that part of the paddock. But yeah.
The Tillotson's an interesting one because you've got the top 3 drivers, of course, returning. So it's going to be more competitive than ever, I think, this year.
Indeed. We might actually pick up on some of them coming through because they've just had one of their free practice sessions as we're filming this one. Also, stick with us for the middle part of the show. We've got some great news from the guys and girls at Jag ROTAX. I'm not going to spoil it, but it's a really exciting piece of news. We're really looking forward to it. It's all about the latter end of this championship season. So we'll just cross the road in this busy paddock and head up towards the Tillotsons. If you've not watched the Tillotsons or you're new to the Tillotson T4 series, this is a very accessible category. It's 4-stroke engines. Some people like to describe it as a little bit like a big Honda Cadet.
Yeah.
But this race weekend, they are looking to qualify through to their T4 Nations Cup. They had a great run last year at Valencia, the Lucas Guerrero circuit. For that one, but yeah, a really good grid. I think I want to say 26 drivers, not just from the UK as well. We've got some representatives from the Netherlands there. We've got Bram Savade, who I know a lot of you follow on social media, of course, and some of the drivers from Ireland as well. Ireland really the home base for the Tillotson T4 series.
Yes, and one thing to note, this weather for not only our Tillotson drivers but everyone is the hot weather. We've had some scorching weather so far. Yesterday was a bit windier, so drivers didn't struggle too much. We're in the way of someone. There you go. There's a driver who can get through. Yeah, the weather this weekend is definitely going to play for a fact, especially with the circuit. It's a very fast track.
Yep.
Some corners are going to be even faster due to how sticky the tarmac was.
Very rubbered in as well. Let's go and find and have a chat with some of our Tillotson drivers. I think I just saw Amelie Ackett's there. Let's bring Amelie in for a little chat. Amelie, good to see you back once again for another T4 Nations Cup qualifier. How has it been going so far?
Yeah, just sort of learning this track really because it's my first time here.
Oh, is it? Sorry, I assumed that you'd been here before. So how are you finding that?
It's happened, but there we go. Yeah, it's going okay. It's a hard track to learn, but we're getting there. I think we were running 6th or 7th, so we're up there. Hopefully make a push forward.
Remind me, because my brain's clearly mush today. How many years have you been doing T4 now?
That's a good question. Probably about 3 years, maybe 4, maybe. Just about. Not entirely certain, but yeah, roughly.
What do you enjoy most about it?
Definitely the close racing. That's for sure. It's so close out there. Everyone's so equal, and therefore you get really tight racing. And wherever you start is never where you finish.
and to give the folks at home, what was kind of your background before you did T4? How did you originally get into it? What would you recommend for people looking at this this series?
To be honest, I think people come from all sorts of different types of karting. So we've got people coming from ROTAX, we've got people who've come in from, I did Honda Cadets, I was driving ROTAX as well, so I sort of found the series when it sort of started in the UK, I guess. And then there's other people who are coming in from, all over really, pro karts. We've got some people from like Club 100, and it's sort of, everyone sort of comes, you can pretty much be anywhere in the karting field, I guess, and come and turn up and race T4. It's
fantastic. Amelie, thank you so much for your time. And Amelie was absolutely nailed on there in terms of it's so accessible, this category. Another driver who's had a lot of experience in other forms of motorsport is Bram Alsavade, and Kale's found Bram.
Well, thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, a fan favourite here you seem to be this weekend, Bram. How have you found it so far?
Hot, that's the first thing, and you have to get used to driving a T4 around here. It took a few sessions to really get things sorted out with the setup and with the driving, but I think we've got pretty good now. Just need to find that right toe to really set a good lap time, because toe actually makes quite a big difference around here in these things. So I think once we get that sorted, we should be right up there, but so far the best one we've got was 4th in practice session 2 today, I think, but we should be right up there if we get the toe right. So.
And we were speaking previously, you're no stranger to this championship. You took a year off, but you've had some wins in the past. Is that your aim for this weekend?
Yeah, of course, of course. Of course, when you win the Nations Cup, you've got everything to lose then after. So I don't like to put pressure on myself, but of course you always want to do well. I'm just going to drive around as quick as I can and then see what happens. That's always what I think to myself. So.
Well, of course. And what do you make of the circuit out there? It's a physical circuit and it's hot.
Yeah, it is. Compared to most European tracks I race at, this track's actually on the bumpier side, especially on the bridge. It's kind of hard to get the kart sorted out properly up there. But if you do, it's very satisfying to get it right, and that's what makes this track so fun, in my opinion.
And of course, we've seen you dip your toe in series in the past. Are you here all year, going for the overall win?
Nah, I'm just doing the O-Play this year. I just took a select few races I'm doing this year, including the European Championship, a few rounds in the Netherlands back home, and then just this one as a one-off round.
No problem. Well, thank you very much. Good luck this weekend.
Yeah, thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you very much for chatting. There is another one of the T4s. Here we go. Let's go towards Andrew, as here we are in the paddock, a very busy old paddock. But Andrew, who have you found?
Thank you very much, Kiel, here with Ronnie Legg. Ronnie, let's walk into the awning. How's your session gone so far?
So yeah, we've been going all right, sort of about 5th quickest all day, and then we just had problems like way too much grip in the kart, so we're going to try figure that out for qualifying. Got a better engine on now, and then drop the pressure for qualifying, hopefully.
Correct me if I'm wrong, running in the junior category for this competition. How are you finding it? Good to see the junior numbers coming up as well.
Yeah, great. I've raced ROTAX for the past 3 years, and then we've come to T4s. I've now got a rally car, and yeah, really enjoyable. I've done the Nations Cup 3 times, once in Mini, and yeah, the T4s are just great.
Give us the lowdown on the Nations Cup as well. At Valencia last year, it's a really cool event, isn't it, that everyone's looking to qualify for from this weekend?
Yeah, it's a great event. Like it's everything, just like FIA event. Everything's like all proper, all to times. Everything. The karts, they're all exactly the same. it's just brilliant.
Good stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Ronnie. We'll catch you later on in the weekend. I want to try and find. We've talked to quite a few drivers who've come from other forms of owner karting. I want to have a chat with someone who's come through from the arrive and drive scene. They've all known I'm coming. Oh no, they're hiding in the back here. We'll have a chat with Chris Alcock and Jason Bradbury, boys who've done a lot. Your hair's fine, Chris. Chris. I'll just nestle in here. We're back again.
See you again.
It's quite warm this weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, we're not used to it in the UK, but we shouldn't complain. It's nice, isn't it? Summer all the time. Best 2 weeks of our lives.
Give us the spiel then for Tillotson T4. You've raced in it for a good couple of years now. Raced all over. You were saying you were racing in Italy not that long ago. What do you love about it?
Cheap, affordable, equal racing where everyone has no real signs of an ego. We all just turn up, have a good laugh. We'll go out for dinner on the Saturday nights. It's all just friendly camaraderie, but when we race hard on the track as well, so we get the best of all the worlds.
And to talk the technicalities of these karts as well, how easy or not easy are they to operate?
For me, I just sit in and drive. I cannot do the spanners. I'm a mechanical potato. I've got no idea what I'm doing. That's why we have the friends. So Mike Hoppins come back in, give me a hand on the spanners. We've got old factory John come in, do the two for us as well. So yeah, they're pretty simple, basic. There's not too much in the way of complications to them. Again, it's part of what keeps it cheaper and more affordable to race, but without taking away from the on-track action and the hard, fair fighting that we enjoy.
Good stuff. Right, well, I'll try and squeeze myself back up. Yeah, you can tell I've not been in the kart for a while. I've lost all my fitness, if I had any fitness to begin with. But yeah, I would really do recommend, particularly if you've not done owner karting before, this is a really good way of getting into owner karting. We've got more from other parts of the weekend. We had a chat with Andrew Fallon there as well. Earlier on in the weekend. Kale has found another driver. Kale, who have you found?
Thank you very much. I found us another T4 Series senior. Can you introduce yourself to the camera?
My name's Luca Dolby. I'm racing in T4 Senior, number 77. It's my third round. I've been getting quite into it. I think I'm about 7th in the championship at the moment. Really enjoying it. Really enjoying PF. Amazing track. And especially BKC.
And of course, let's walk towards your kart, shall we? Maybe you can give us a quick awning tour. But this is your first year in the Tillotson T4 Series. How are you finding it?
It's really enjoyable. Good racing. Obviously, slightly slower than the ROTAX speeds, but the racing's just that much more enjoyable because of it.
Well, absolutely. And we were speaking, you're on novice plates, but so far you've done a brilliant job because of that. Do you want to give us a quick tour of your kart?
Yes, so...
Take it away.
We have the T4. This is a 2026 kart. It's a 225cc engine. Not quite sure about how much horsepower it's making. But yeah, really nice Maxxis tyres, nice and sticky. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. And it's in a very hot awning here in the paddock at PF. But what are you making of PF so far?
Really enjoyable. I really like the first sector with how fast and flowing it is. Difficult final sector, still getting to grips with that. But other than that, amazing track.
Well, thank you very much. We'll get on and leave you to debrief after your session. Good luck for the weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff there. Just note as well on some of the technical changes for Tillotson T4 as well, continuously making things better and better. And again, that accessibility word being a key part here. Juniors are running on a new carburettor that's a now spec carburettor for the juniors. Beforehand, they had kind of had a modification of the senior where they had to make sure that a lot of things were in the right kind of parameters. It was a bit tricky perhaps for newer people to the series to get to the grips with, whereas now it's a nice, simple fit and play setup, and as well there's been a lot of cooling improvements for the Tillotson T4s as well across the course of since the last time that we saw them at Wilson Mill at the back end of 2025. Let's head back towards the main paddock. So I say, great to have the Tillotson T4s here with us this weekend. All of their racing happens tomorrow, so you'll be able to watch it all in full there. So yeah, really good stuff to see. And again, pre-show tomorrow, we've got a good bit of chat with I think we had a chat with Bram, we had a chat with Lucas Blantford as well, who is looking pretty quick. I think we'll stay closest to the garages here and just cut down to our right-hand side and have a chat with some of our ROTAX runners. It's a busy weekend for the ROTAX runners as well, for micro, mini, junior, senior, second round of the championship for them. Keep an eye on all the results and news coming in on the British Kart Championships website. Today's heats day in the heat. Tomorrow, super heats, and then the finals as well, which all of tomorrow's racing you'll be able to watch live and uninterrupted. We'll keep going on. There's Leo Belamenko there, who's another one of the Tillotson T4 runners. We see Jacob Underhill's machine in there as well. We had a chat with Jacob running in the Jack Dex Racing team earlier on in the weekend. Should just note though, one of the big positives, in my opinion, Kiel, going into this second round, good number of wild cards in Junior ROTAX. I mean, Junior ROTAX doing bits at the moment in terms of numbers, but yeah, really good to see. Craft Motorsport here again with a good number of drivers. None of them in the awning, unfortunately, at the moment. I think they've all hid away for some lunch.
Yes, I think the heat is having a toll on everyone so far this weekend. Of course, intense day for our ROTAX classes, having completed qualifying, some about to go into their heats now after lunch. So it's getting tense while getting hot, Andrew, but we'll see who we can find as we head along the paddock. We've got Thule?
Yeah, I think we've got a couple of drivers in Thule Motorsports awning. Of course, they know this place very well. I don't think we've been in Thule so far this weekend, so we'll go in there and give them some love. Now, of course, we've got Tom Reed in this awning, who knows this circuit very well indeed, reigning ROTAX Minimax champion at the grand finals stage. So keep an eye on the 242 of Tom Reed out there. To say with the gold, this is one of his favourite circuits. In fact, we have got Tom here. We'll have a little bit of a chat with him. Tom, big weekend this. It's your local circuit. You carry the title that you got last year as well. And then we've got the heat as well. It's a fair bit of pressure this weekend.
Yeah, I just need a good result for the championship, yeah.
What have you learnt since Warden Law? Because that was your first British round with the team. What have you been working on since that trip up to the northeast?
Just work on the heats, get better results, and then I'll be higher up for the super heat in the final.
Have you had your qualifying yet? I've lost track of where we are on the day. Yeah. How did it go?
I finished 11th. I went out in my clear round because everyone rolled over, so yeah, it's all right.
Now, yes, the heat's elevated for this time of year, but I'm interested to know how the track's feeling. Is it almost more akin to when we come here for Kart Masters right at the height of the summer with all that grip that's been laid down?
The track's really fast this weekend. Like Kart Masters, it gets a lot of rubber down. It makes it a lot quicker, and it's fast. Which
are the corners that are looking a bit tricky? I was out on the circuit yesterday, coming off the bridge, looked very grippy, almost too grippy in places.
Yeah, the bridge is very grippy. Most of the track is as well.
Good stuff, Tom. We'll leave you to it to get in the zone. Of course, running in Junior ROTAX. Of course, he's moved up. It's still that stage of the year where I'm getting used to all of the drivers moving up and not moving down the categories, moving up the categories. We should say. I've lost Kiel. Now I've found it. Kiel's found Samir Paul.
Yes, I have. Thank you very much, Andrew. We thought we would get some insight from a privateer driver this weekend. Of course, you're no stranger to this championship. This is your third year now in Junior, if I'm correct. How's it going so far?
So far, so good, I think. Qualifying struggled a little bit, but hopefully in the heats we can do something, I guess, yeah.
And what do you make of it here at PF? Of course, there's many prime overtaking opportunities. A lot of drivers have done a lot of laps around here.
It's obviously really difficult at this track. Everyone's really good, really close as well in qualifying and everything. So it's going to be quite close in the races and everything today and tomorrow.
And this is, of course, something we always ask the privateer drivers, but it does make a difference going up against all those big teams and drivers who are able to work together. Do you find that an extra challenge?
It's a really big challenge because obviously there's no one else to compare data with or learn from any other drivers that are doing better than you or anything. So it's a bit of a struggle, but it's fun still because we get done on our own, choose what we want to do.
Well, of course, in saying that, do you have any personal goals this weekend?
This weekend to get into the final and see where I get at the end of it.
Of course, well, good luck this weekend.
Thanks.
And we hope to see you get in the final. We'll leave you to it in this heat. Another driver that's going to hide away now as we move along the paddock. As we are in around the back of the A paddock now, and Andrew is in Sam Pollitt Racing, it looks like. Many drivers out this weekend, as always, for Sam Pollitt. And it looks like Andrew has found us someone to have a quick chat with? Yes, he has.
I think I've got two drivers on the way. Sebastian Behrman, Seb, step on in. New colours for this weekend into the Sam Pollitt awning. How are you finding it?
Yes, it's very good here. I think it's a massive improvement from our last team, so I really like it.
How's practice and quali gone for you so far?
This weekend practice has been very good, but quali, I was on the inside and I got turned into, so I crashed out. So.
But you've got a good record round here. I remember back to that great run at Kart Masters not too many years ago. That should give you confidence.
Yeah, it probably will. I mean, I'm gonna push through the heats and then hopefully start well for the final.
Good lad. We'll catch you in a bit. Let's head on in. Chloe McGill's here with us. Chloe, we've pulled you away from the water fight with your brother. Did you win?
Unfortunately not.
But you're gonna be doing well out on track this weekend. Bit of a rough end to the race at Warden Law, but you're gonna bounce back this weekend, aren't you?
Yeah, we were unfortunate, but hopefully this weekend's better. We'll always come back stronger.
Absolutely. Who do you want to thank for getting you here today?
My mum and dad, Central Scotland Car Sales, Central Scotland Vehicle Hire, Sam Pollitt Racing and HRS Racing Engines.
Good stuff. We'll leave you to it. I think we're going to head into the SPR awning. It's all going on today in the SPR awning. I've got a little fact for Chloe later on as well. Yeah, I think Kale may have found a Louis Radcliffe.
Thank you very much. And yes, we have a very busy Sam Pollitt Racing awning, and I'm here with Louis Radcliffe, Junior ROTAX, of course. How's your weekend going so far?
Qualifying wasn't the best, but we've been like one of the fastest in practice. So hopefully we can move up in the heats.
I feel like this is important to note that Louis has a bit of an audience if our cameraman wants to pan to the situation that we have going on right now. So no pressure at all. We spoke to Kean Bernard yesterday as well. Let's head over to your kart. But you mentioned qualifying was a bit of a challenge for you after, let's not crash into the tyres. Qualifying was a bit of a challenge, so what's your plan then to redeem yourself for the rest of the weekend?
I got to try and make as many places in the start and the heats and then chip away and hopefully close up the gap.
And we're going to catch a quick word with a mechanic. Introduce us to your mechanic, will you? Hello, we're going to get a quick word from a mechanic. This is Archie, Louis Radcliffe's mechanic. How's the weekend for you so far?
Yeah, good. Going all right. Pretty fast. Just going for the racing now.
And of course, these weekends are long and intense, especially in this weather. What's your plan for the rest of this weekend? What's the tactics with the car? Can you say that on live?
Just see what happens, I guess. Can't really say.
Of course. And how long have you been working alongside Louis?
This is my second race with him, so not long. Yeah.
I'm guessing you guys have high hopes for this year?
Yeah, we won the other week in Cofter, so yeah, hopes are high. So yeah, see how it goes.
Well, thank you very much. And there you go, some insight from some of the Sam Pollitt awning. It's very busy here, but I'm joined again by Andrew.
Yeah, so I was just having a little chat with the McGills there. It's a good spirit in this Sam Pollitt awning. I just said this to Stephen. A little fact that I've discovered or rediscovered the other day. I think Chloe and her dad Stephen are the first father and daughter duo that I've ever commentated on, because they commentated on Stephen back in his Legends days. Anyway, that's an aside. We've got a few more minutes. Do stick about. We've got, in the not too distant future, our new announcement from Jag ROTAX. Really exciting stuff for later on in the season. Should remind as well, if you want to get on the grid, wildcard entries are open for future rounds, and particularly for those of you north of the border, we'll be going up to Lark Hall next for the other half of the categories. Let's head on down. We've got MLC coming up and RCE as well. I think we've got a couple of minutes before we get into our little chat with Richard Marsh from Jag ROTAX. But yeah, let's see if we can cut into RCE. Don't worry, we've got part two coming up as well, so I know we've only covered about half of the paddock so far. Arthur Rhodes is hanging about. We'll see if Arthur's up for a quick chat. Arthur, you up for a quick chat for the paddock show? How's it gone so far?
It's gone pretty well, to be honest. Yesterday wasn't too good, but today it's been all right, to be honest, yeah.
PF's a cool track, isn't it?
Yeah, very.
What's your favourite bit of it?
The bridge and the bowl.
The bridge and the bowl, yeah. Are you going to go and try and do some round the outside moves? We always like one of those this weekend?
Yeah.
Good stuff. And tell us about the kart that you're racing this weekend as well.
So the kart has not been very good on Friday, but today it has gone very well. So, yeah.
Fantastic. And you've got some of the electrics in with you this weekend as well. Have you had a look at them?
Yeah, but they are very slow, so I can't be bothered.
You don't like it, but other drivers do. Not for Arthur Rhodes, yeah, we'll talk more about the E10s later on. I think we've got about a minute. I'm just going to stick my head into MLC and see who we can find. Jack West. I'll have a very quick chat with Jack West. Jack, I've got about 45 seconds. Senior qualifying was a bit all over the place, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit, how do I say, very fun.
Suboptimal.
Very suboptimal indeed. Yeah, it was very, you had to get in the right position at the right time. A lot of people didn't. I still got 7th in the end, so quite good.
There's plenty of places where you can overtake around this circuit though, aren't there?
Thank you very much, Andrew. And it is time for the main events today here at PF International. I am here with the Micromax grid. We are just entering now onto the grid, and we are going to see if we can catch a word with the pole sitter and front row, because it is a Sam Pollitt Racing front row today after a really dominant run in the heats for them. Every driver is coming out now. We've got lots of teams who've done well today. Everyone has ran good so far. No spots of rain in that lunch break for you, which is good. The sun has actually just come out ahead of this final, but we're going to catch a word with your pole sitter, who is just behind me here, Albert Farrow, who is giving a handshake to his teammates. Albert, I know you're getting ready. How are you feeling ahead of this one? You've had a brilliant day so far. You've been really dominant.
Very confident as we've been fast through all out the weekend. Pole coming first in the pre-final, so I'm quite confident that we can come away with a win today.
And of course, you and your teammate have been really competitive together. You've got your teammate alongside you. Do you guys have a game plan to work together for this one?
I mean, yeah, hopefully we can push away and it can be a two-way battle, but we just need to be patient as it's a very long final.
And the drivers love it here at PF this weekend. What would it mean to you to get a winner here at PF?
It would mean a lot, as it would be my first British win, and also we've been consistent all weekend, so yeah.
Well, thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is your pole sitter, Albert Farrow. But we're going to talk to his teammate, who is Jaden Prakash. Jaden, we've seen you at Warden Law. You did really well. How does it feel starting on the front row?
I mean, I just need to try my best and try and do the same.
And of course, you're starting alongside your teammate on pole. Is that filling you with a bit of confidence that you two can maybe work together in the initial stages of the race?
Yeah, and try and pull a gap like the one before.
Exactly. And what would it mean to you to win here? Obviously, PF, all the drivers love this circuit.
I mean, I've only got one trophy from this circuit, so it'll mean a lot.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go a little bit further down the grid though. As we know, this is Micromax, so drivers that are constantly learning and adjusting with their teams. A driver who is new here this year is Caden Hanley for RCE. Really strong here in Trent Valley Kart Club in the club championships that go on throughout the year. A driver to look out for starting in the top 10. We've gone a bit too far. That is Caden Hanley. Caden, you're new to the championship this year. How have you found it?
Good, fun.
and you're with RCE. RCE is brilliant with bringing the new and upcoming drivers. Obviously, they do really well in micro. Is that filling you with confidence?
Yeah, very confident. I'll be happy to get a top 5 really, and good luck to everyone else.
Of course, and you're starting inside the top 10. That is a good start for you as a rookie in this championship. Do you have a game plan for the start of your race?
Make as much places as possible in the start.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Well, there it is. You've heard it from the Micromax drivers down on the grid, and it is time to get underway. Let's go to Andrew.
Thank you very much, Kill. And they're down on the grid. The drivers ready for the second final of 2026 for the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. There on your screen is the winner from the last time we raced at Warden Law. Freddie Baker there already has a win himself in the British Kart Championships in the final this year, but not in the ROTAX categories. What could the driver of that number 92 Richardson Chassis Engineering Team Karts do today? It's the same machinery that won here last time for a PF round of the British in ROTAX. Of course, in the hands of Dean Singh Bahal. That was to win the championship, of course, at the back end of 2025. This could be a bit of an underdog for race of the day, I think, because it's a competitive field, it's a close field, and there's lots of drivers already reaching into new territory across the course of this weekend. Track conditions, I would say, pretty good. The air temperature has dropped with that little rain shower that we had just before the lunch break. The wind is quite calm here at PF, which is somewhat unusual. Let's bring you a little bit of an update, though, in terms of championship scores, because we speculated during the superheat that we had a new championship leader, and that is indeed the case. So Albert Farrow goes into this race with 184 points on the board, 1 point ahead of Jayan Prakash. Third at the moment is Freddie Baker, 8 points back from Prakash. Fourth at the moment, Hendrix Falat on 170. So that's 184, 183, 175 and 170 across those top four. Freddie Walker, fifth place at the moment in the championship on 168. Caden Hanley up to sixth as the 1 minute board goes in the air and the instruction to clear the grid here at PF. So Caden Hanley 165, actually tied at the moment in sixth place with Sebastian Crawford. Eighth is Arthur Bowers on 164. Benjamin Schlivar ninth on 162. And Arlo Gamble on 160. So there is your new championship leader, Albert Farrow, for Sam Pollitt Racing. It's a Sam Pollitt Racing lockout of the front row, as the mechanics have done all they can do for the Micromax drivers. Their work, well, in terms of getting the karts ready, is done. They'll have, of course, been trying to communicate as much as they can to their drivers across the course of this one. But the main job, the primary job at hand, is now over to these young drivers, the 27 of them, ready for this, the Micromax final. Here we go then for the first final of Event 3 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. It's Micromax, and here is how they line up. Albert Farrow, new championship leader, starts on pole. Teammate Jayan Prakash looking to go back-to-back after his win at Warden Law. Hendrix Falat and Ronnie Allen go from row 2. It's Arthur Rhodes and Arthur Bowers on row 3. Row 4, Cian Hay and Caden Hanley. Arlo Gamble and Freddie Baker completes the top 10. Oliver Woodall and Benjamin Schlivar start on row number 6. Row 7 is Max Armitt and Jensen Kelly. Jensen Darlow, local hero around here in this class, starts on row 8 alongside Australia's Adam Al-Sheikh. Freddie Walker and Wraith Owen go from row 9. Tommy Lovejoy, Sebastian Crawford there on row 10. Archie Gupta, she starts from row 11 alongside Will Wainwright. Elliot Hitch and Rudra Pratap Singh Shekhawat RPSS goes from row 12. Lenny Barton, Kai Suri there on row 13. Bobby Slater completes the 27 strong field, although I think we're running 26. Wraith Owen not out on circuit. We saw problems for Wraith earlier on in the day, so hope all is well for the Thule Motorsport team and for Wraith, and we'll see that entry out again for round number 3. Into the tram lines. Are we ready to go racing? No, not quite yet. We'll go round again for an additional formation lap. That decision coming in from race director Nigel Edwards. And under the bridge they'll go then for this additional formation lap. Track temperature, well, air temperature I should say, that's the one we've got the figures for, 21 degrees Celsius, so that has crept up a bit since the superheats. Plenty of rubber down on the track. Shouldn't be too much of a problem to get those tyres up to temperature. In towards hairpin number 2 then. A penny for the thoughts of Albert Farrow heading into this one. This is something a little bit different. 4th last time out at Warden Law, which was his equal best result in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Could this be the day for a first podium perhaps for Albert Farrow? Could it be a maiden victory like his teammates Jay and Prakash did last time out at Warden Law? What a start to the season it would be if Jay and Prakash could get another win here, but don't count out the likes of Hendrix Fallat, your driver of the day as voted by you, the karting community and the public last time out. For these drivers, Ronnie Allen there in 4th. This looks ready to go then. Micromax round 2 final for 2026 here at PF International. Into those tram lines, lights are out, we're racing for 15 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's a side-by-side run towards the first couple of corners by the 2 Sam Pollitt Racing drivers. Farrow will have the early advantage, but it's Hendrix Fallat up to 2nd place. In the early stages, one of the MLCs running out a little bit wide there in the lower third of the field. Here comes an attack from Jay and Prakash straight away, though, to try and retake 2nd place, and does so. In as well comes one of the KR Sports. It's the 99 of Arthur Bowers. So, bright start for Hendrix Fallat, but the 2nd phase not quite going Hendrix's way, down to 4th place. Out of hairpin 2. Along towards the Fullerton S's. It's looking quite busy in the midfield as well. Another one of the TWRs getting in amongst it. And now through Bobby Game and towards the Mike Wilson complex. Moves coming in from Adam Al-Sheikh there in the number 55, flying the flag for Australia. Max Armit as well, the S-plate holder, also looking to move up the field. End of lap 1, Farrow, Prakash, Bowers, Fallat, Hanley, Allen, Hay, Gamble, Woodall and Rhodes. Good start for Freddie Walker as well, up 4 places. Really good to see Freddie Walker out there on track, and well, is now inside the top 15. Keol Lynch rejoins in the box. Tell me about the conditions out there. It's different to what we've had so far this weekend. Sun's starting to come out again here at PF International. Lots for the drivers to keep on top of.
Yeah, that's right. Do you know what it is? Getting hot out there, and I think when I spoke to, of course, the front row of the grid, they were feeling really confident. I think they knew they had their teammates behind them and they executed what they would have wanted to beautifully. Hendrix Fallat, this is a repeat of what we've seen in the heats from him.
Yeah, it is indeed, and he just has a little tap on the head there, back to Caden Hanley to say, let's keep working together, let's think about this, because these 2 Sam Pollitt Racing drivers ahead are looking strong. Oh, Fallat wide out beyond the white line, almost there, out of the left hand of it. It's a tricky left hand of that last corner of the Mike Wilson complex. Little look coming in there from the number 72 of Arlo Gamble. Arlo's looked in good form this weekend for Dan Holland Racing. A little bit further back as well, you've got Oliver Woodall in the number 40, one of the privateer runners looking to move his way up the order. Oliver doing a lot of racing this year amongst a mixture of different categories, both on a national and a continental front. Here's a move from one of the RCEs. That's the number 82 of Arthur Rhodes down the inside. So that's another place back for Arthur Rhodes, who's down 3 now, back up to 8th place. So started on the 3rd row of the grid, getting busy in the midfield as well there. Jensen Darlow right in the mix. Jensen Darlow has made a good impression this weekend. This is his home circuit. He does do a lot of his club racing here at Trent Valley. had a good run at the British Kart Grand Prix last year at this same venue and is knocking on the door of a top 10.
Benjamin Schlavar there in the background, getting stuck in that pack of the grid. But here you go. Here is your leaders. Beautifully executed by the Sam Pollitt Racing Karts, going 1 and 2 through turn 1. Hendrix Fallat then has not dropped back. He is right on the back of that second place kart, Jaden Prakash. Brilliant job from him so far. We will see as they head over the bridge and towards hairpin 1 what they can do. This is a prime overtaking spot, of course. However, 11 minutes in, are we going to see that this early? We will see. Caden Hanley behind him. Brilliant job so far. New to this championship, as we know, and he has managed to make his way up into 4th so far.
Has indeed. So this race starting to get into a good rhythm. Good scrap going on here. This is all around 9th place, and Freddie Walker gets to the front of that group aboard his number 13 machine. And once again, the two RCEs all getting together out of Bobby Game, and a couple of others joining in sympathy. One of them is one of the Thule karts. It's Will Wainwright who's gone round. That's a real shame. It was Elliot Hitch and Arthur Rhodes, the two RCEs getting together. It does tighten off of the exit of Bobby Game. That can easily happen. That shuffles the order. Tommy Lovejoy was also caught up in that, as here's another move. This time it's Ronnie Allen down the inside. That's Allen up to P5 now, past Arthur Bowers. Meanwhile, front of the field, this is going so far very similar to what we saw in the Superheat, as you mentioned, Keel. The top two SPRs keeping station, keeping line astern, not fighting too early. Hendrix Fallat doing a good job at the moment to not drop too far back. Could actually be helped in the not too distant future by the likes of Hanley and Allen. Meanwhile, here's another scrap going on involving Freddie Walker and the KR68 of Kian Hay, the Danish driver, up into P10 and once again back down the inside. Walker returns the favour. Through comes Darlow. Through comes Schlivar as well, as they go through the Mike Wilson complex once again. All of these drivers fighting for championship points.
That's right. Out of the final chicane, the rest of the field goes. Freddie Walker has actually done a brilliant job so far to make his way up through the field. Dropped back slightly on that last lap, however, came back up through. He's now running in 10th. Was up 7 places so far. Him and Jensen Darlow are working together there. You see them trying to make it their way up the pack. There is Benjamin Slavar just in front of them. Ronnie Allen, though, now up into 4th place. There's a slight gap of himself to the rest of the field, as we can see. There is some battling for positions in further down the pack. Car number 33, that was going down the inside, up 1 place at the hairpin. Brilliant move there as the rest of the field comes through.
8 minutes and 45 seconds to go. There are your two leaders, Pharaoh and Prakash. They've rehearsed this routine throughout the course of the weekend so far. This category have been a single grid throughout the heats and the super heats. There's not been any group separation of the runners. As is there a little look coming in here from Ronnie Allen for 3rd place? Yes, there is. Side by side through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Good holding there from Hendrix Fallat. That's good racing. Once again here in Micromax. Caden Hanley could have the opportunity as well to gain out of this. Just sitting there nice and calmly in that orange and grey RCE machine, the British designed, British built chassis, although there is a little bit of a dislodged Nassau panel for Caden Hanley there. I don't think it's a problem per se in terms of the mechanical nature of the kart, but that could be a slight distraction for Caden. Down towards the Fullerton S's once again. Arthur Bowers not too far behind there in 6th place. Really important phase of this race now, Kiel, because that gap to between 2nd and 3rd places is starting to grow now. The temptation, I think, will come in from the likes of Ronnie Allen and Caden Hanley to take track position away from Hendrix Fallat. I'm intrigued to see how that plays out. They will probably, if that happens, they will probably lose a bit of time. But if there's a bit more pace perhaps in the hands of Allen, who has got the fastest lap of the race right now, 1 minute 4.3, it could be the catalyst for them closing into the top 2 later on in the race.
I agree with that. Ronnie Allen is the fastest driver on circuit right now, so he will be looking to make his way past Fallat so he can hunt those 2 down. As you can see, Fallat takes a look behind him. Ronnie Allen gets the move done, it looks like, into hairpin 1. Yes, so he can get his head down and hunt those 2 Sam Pollock karts down.
And that's clever. That's clever from Hendrix Fallat as well. Hendrix didn't fight that too hard. In fact, he didn't fight it at all, and I think that was absolutely the right decision. I think he's learning already from the racing that we've seen from him in both Event 1 and Event 2 across the cadet categories, that there's a longer game to play here. And give it a lap or so. See if Ronnie Allen can turn maybe a tenth and a half quicker over this next lap and a half, and see, because the gap's not massive. It's about 0.7 of a second at the moment up to the SBRs. This will be the proof of it now over the line. And yeah, the gap has held there between Prakash and Allen, despite there being a bit of overtaking going on. This next lap, lap number 9, could be a pivotal point of this race.
I agree with you, Henry, and Hendrix Fallat is definitely thinking cleverly here. He runs very wide on that exit curve, but slots in straight behind Ronnie Allen. These 2 are working together. He was pushing Ronnie Allen through the bowl to try and make it to these 2. And visibly on circuit, it looks like they are closing the gap ever so slightly. Caden Hanley and Arthur Bowers still holding on there just behind. Oliver Woodall, though, who's also in that pack just behind, is your fastest driver on circuit right now. Depending on what could play out, they could all still be for contention here.
Could be indeed. Just looking further down the order, good drives from Jensen Darlow, up 5 places to 10th. Freddie Walker as well. I know Freddie's not had an easy few weeks, and it's really good to see that he's running there in 11th place, up 6 places. I do hope that we continue to see Freddie race. I know that's not a certainty at the moment, but this is a really, really good drive from Freddie Walker in the number 13. So the gap last time around, as there's a change for 5th place. Arthur Bowers through past Caden Handley. The gap held at 7/10. We're talking hundredths of a second at the moment per lap across the top 4. This is a bit further back. This is Arlo Gamble and Oliver Woodall. Oliver Woodall with the DK Academy decals on the kart there, goes through into 7th place. Oliver looking for potentially a best result so far in his time in the British Kart Championships. It's already been achieved this year earlier at at event number 2 when he was 4th in the final at that particular race at Wilton Mill. 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Thumbs up there to some of the drivers, mechanics and parents communicating trackside. We're into the last third of this one now, and still this metronomic performance from Albert Farrow and Jayan Prakash. 1 and 2 at the moment for Sam Pollitt Racing. Ronnie Allen still running there in 3rd. All of them kind of in the 104.2s, the 104.3s, so it's probably in the balance, this one, at the moment. No other changes of position to report at the moment, apart from a flurry that have just come on the screen. Adam Al-Sheikh has got a 5-second penalty and has just lost a few positions down to 15th place. Benjamin Schliver and Jensen Kelly have also fallen down the order. Kian Hay, Freddie Walker, Roger Pratap, Singh Shekhawat. I tell you what, RPSS has had a good drive in this one. The young man flying the flag for India, up 11 spots for MLC Motorsport. Lenny Barton as well out there has also gained 11 for Strawberry Racing. 3 minutes to go. Over the line again. Gap still holding at about 7 to 8 tenths of a second. There hasn't been the big push yet from Ronnie Allen and Hendrix Fallat in terms of trimming that lead. However, it's still not big enough for the Sam Pollitt Racing duo to start fighting over the lead. You can easily lose a couple of seconds in one lap of this 1.3, nearly 1.4 kilometre full FIA grade circuit if you're fighting at the front of the field. A little bit further back in the order, there is the number 47 of Lenny Barton gaining another position. That's 12 gained now for Lenny Barton. And with Rudra Pratap Shekhawat has come from the back of the field. and up into the top half. So great efforts by both of those drivers. Towards Bobby Game once again. Sebastian Crawford in the middle of this group, currently running in 18th place, just behind Archie Gupta, the F1 Academy supported driver. Less than 2 minutes on the clock. Farrow doing a great job here at the front of the field. Here's your battle for 5th place, as there is Oliver Woodall moving through and into 5th place. So past Arthur Bowers, past Caden Hanley as well. 90 seconds now on the clock, as now we've gone full course, slow procedure. Race is neutralised. We'll just try to establish what this is for. Now this could change things. I'm hearing in my ear that there had been a driver off at turn 1. It might have been Cian Hay. Cian Hay's fallen down to the bottom of the order. Turn 1, turn 2 is now clear. Understandable. If there was a driver even momentarily stranded through that part of the course, that is a very, very fast part of this circuit. Safety paramount, of course. Now, this is going to change things because the field is now going to close up. Farrow and Prakash, their work is pretty much undone. Well, not fully undone. And now we're going to go round at... now Sebastian Crawford has had a moment under full course and under slow procedure. Now, was the 78 of Benjamin Schlivar also involved in that? Saw the black and green livery jump out of line there. Now, what Farrow will do here is wind this clock down. And I think this is going to be a one-lap sprint, you know, because looking round the circuit, I think we're looking pretty good. If those yellow flags go static through sector number 3, we will be back to racing with no longer that 3/4 of a second gap for the SPR duo at the front of the field. They will have Ronnie Allen right on their tail, sitting there in 3rd place. And yeah, I think we're going to be going back to green this time around, and it will be a final lap sprint for Albert Farrow, Jayan Prakash, Ronnie Allen, Hendrik Svalat, Oliver Woodall, the whole field in fact. Only Wraith Owen. In fact, Cian Hay has caught back up to this pack. So all 26 drivers in this race are in one big battle pack. Albert Farrow punches himself forward for the last lap finale here in Micromax. Who's going to take this second round of the season? It's a defensive line from Farrow down into turn 1 through the Bruno Ferrari S's. That's a good start from Farrow. Prakash is having to work quite hard, and all around the outside there, that was Caden Hanley going for a big one. We've not seen the big move around the outside so far today, and he's made it work. Brilliant stuff from Caden Hanley. Prakash defends down towards the first hairpin. This is good for his teammate, Albert Farrow. Albert Farrow can start to think about that first win here in Micromax. Ronnie Allen still there in 3rd. Caden Hanley looking really quick on this final lap of trying to break up onto the podium through the Fullerton Etters for the final time. The corners ticking on down for Albert Farrow through into the Mike Wilson complex. What a job this has been from the Sam Pollitt racing duo of Albert Farrow and Jayan Prakash. They are going to take a 1-2 in Micromax over the line. Albert Farrow wins at PF International, a maiden victory in the British Kart Championships. It's been a long time coming, but you've got to say it was fully deserved, and what a job by this young pairing. They will leave Lincolnshire 1 and 2 in the championship. What professionalism from the youngest drivers in the established Rotax category. Farrow P1, Prakash P2, and Ronnie Allen holds on to a first podium in the British Kart Championships as well. 14th last time out at Warden Law, 3rd here today for Dan Holland Racing, and the young driver from Cambridgeshire can be very, very pleased with that. That was a good race. Good way to start the finals here at PFI. Let's take a look at the final result then. Albert Farrow takes a first win in the British Kart Championships. It's a 1-2 for the Sam Pollitt Racing outfit, with James Prakash following up his win at Warden Law with another strong result. Third for Ronnie Allen, fourth for Caden Hanley. Arthur Bowers completes the top 5. Arlo Gamble up to 6th place. Jensen Darlow 7th. Oliver Woodall, Freddie Walker and Hendrix Fallat all in the top 10. A number of drivers getting their personal best results at this level. Great drive from Rudra Pratap Singh Shekhawat, up 13 places, your biggest mover to 11th. Freddie Baker, Jensen Kelly, Lenny Barton and Archie Gupta all in the top 15. Great drive from Barton as well, up 11 spots. Benjamin Schlivar, Arthur Rhodes had tough finals. 16th and 17th places for them respectively. Adam Al-Sheikh has had a decent run as well on a first appearance in the British Kart Championships, 18th. Kai Suri and Max Armitz complete the top 20. Will Wainwright was unlucky today, but will bounce back, I'm sure, for Thule Motorsport with 21st here today. Elliot Hitch, Sebastian Crawford, Bobby Slater, Tommy Lovejoy and Cian Hay complete the finishers. And so that is Micromax done and dusted for this particular event. And of course, they will move on to their next round of the championship later on in the summer. More racing yet to come here at PF International. We'll be down in Parc Fermé in the not too distant future. And indeed, Isaac Barker, yeah, you are absolutely correct that Albert wins on the same piece of ground that his brother did as well. Arthur Farrow won here a couple of years ago, so the Farrows do like it here at PF International. There you can see on your screens the Minimax drivers heading on out for their final. We'll be down there in a few moments' time as well to catch up with the drivers, get their thoughts ahead of their longest race of the weekend. If you've enjoyed the racing so far, do hit that like button. Let us know who you're supporting in the comments below. And as I say, plenty of races. Still another 6 finals to go here today. But I tell you what, this next one definitely is a contender for race of the day. We saw some stunning races, particularly finals from Minimax in 2025. And yeah, PF International can provide some very, very special moments for this category, whether it be a club round here, whether it be a British Kart Grand Prix, whether it be a British Kart Championships round, or any other given championship for that regard. This combo of PFI and Minimax can definitely deliver. And the conditions for the drivers today, nice and stable now. We had that little bit of rain earlier on in the day. And for now, though, let's take a little pause in the box. Let's head down to Keogh Lynch.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And what a nail-biting one that one was in the end for you. You told us how much this meant to you at the start. Are you happy?
Yeah, very happy. As I said at the start, we were consistent all weekend, having a few wins, winning the pre-final, and then I just pushed through the final and ended up coming first.
And you and your teammate did exactly what I'm sure the team would be very proud of over at Sam Pollitt. You worked together all day long. How nice is that to have a teammate that can help push you along like this?
It can be very good, as sometimes it can make your race a bit easier. And then it also helped me to finish first.
And tell us, it was a last lap shootout there at the end for you. Did that add much pressure to the end of that race?
Well, not really, because I had a little gap down the straight and they defended behind, and then it gave me a gap and I had no pressure on me, so yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Congratulations, you can go celebrate with your family now.
Thank you.
That is all we're going to have time for here with the micros right now, so we'll send you back to Andrew in the box.
Thank you very much, Keel. There is Charlie Page on your screens, who was asked at the start of the weekend whether, as a privateer, does he fear, does the pressure of some of the bigger teams weigh on his mind? His answer was quite simply, no, not at all. He'll be in this race starting from the second row of the grid. The drivers not far away from heading off. Time just coming up to 27 past the hour here at PF International. There's Otis Cleary on your screens as well. Otis has driven very, very well so far this weekend. Starts this one from 5th on the grid. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer had a bit of bad luck in the superheat, but good, strong performances through the qualifying heats early on in the weekend puts him in a decent position for this one. Logan Rolfe, could it be a best result in the British Kart Championships career of Logan Rolfe? Well, he starts 7th on the grid, but I would keep an eye on that driver there. 161, Maximilian Eberhardt has had very good pace so far this weekend. There's the father and daughter duo of Stephen and Chloe McGill. Stephen, who raced himself, in fact, raced Legends cars for a good number of years. Chloe McGill as well had good speed at Warden Law, has had a lot more consistency here this weekend. Let's head down to the grid, over to Keel.
Thank you very much, Andrew. We have quickly transitioned to the mini grid, and I'm here with the driver who's been really impressive so far this weekend. After not the best luck for you yesterday, you've absolutely clawed your way through the pack today. How's it been for you?
Yeah, it's been a good day for obviously just fighting back through the field. Obviously, after the DNF in Heat 1 yesterday, it wasn't the best start to the weekend, but to claw our way back up to 9th on the grid for the final, it's really good.
And of course, that's not where you want to be starting, but it's a better position than you were this morning. Do you think you can work with that?
Yeah, you can always work with whatever you have, as long as you have the pace to push through and win the race. If you have the pace to win the race, you can go from last, if as long as everything goes right.
Thank you very much. Good luck for your race.
Thank you.
We will move quickly along and try and talk to our pole sitter, who has been unstoppable so far this weekend. We'll see if we can catch a quick word with him. Another Sam Pollitt Racing car who is looking really fast. Austin Oman has had pole position today and took the win. Austin, we'll catch a quick word with you ahead of your race. You've been really strong so far this weekend. Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, we've got quite a good weekend, pole and everything. We obviously won quali, and then we've kept that going all the way till now.
And of course, we've got to let you go now, but any last thoughts for you? Any plan of action for this first lap starting on pole?
Just try get a good start, get away, and go win the race.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, that is it from me then here on the grid. I will take you back to Andrew, and we'll see you later.
Not long to go then before this formation laps get underway for the Minimax 950 final, second one of the year, of course. Let's get ready for it here at PFI. Minimax up next. Let's take you through the grid then for the Mini-Max final here at PF International. Austin Oman, unbeaten so far this weekend, starts on pole position alongside on the front row Oscar Kenny. James Roots and Charlie Page go from row number 2. Otis Cleary and winner last time out Josh Cook go from row 3. Logan Rolfe, looking for his best result at this level, starts on row 4 alongside Jack Fulbrook-Harmer. Two drivers who could impress here today. Maximilian Eberhardt and Chloe McGill go from row 5. Jackson Hilton, Sebastian Behrman, there on row 6. Ralph Martin and Ryan Townsend start in the midfield on row 7, ahead of Eddie Duncan and Albie J. Stubbs on row 8. Teddy Murphy and Lewis Herbertson go from 9. Achille Giannone starts on row 10 alongside Dimi Yuzanov. They're ahead of Harris Barber and Maria Roberto on row 11. Ethan Lloyd and Arthur Farrow, who won here a couple of years ago in Micromax, start on row 12. Flynn Grantham and Alfie Phillipson go from 13. Ted Hayward and Dean Singh Pahal back on the scene where D won Micromax's championship last year. They go from 14. Riley Blakemore and James Carver start on row 15. Jensen Skeffington and Darren Dimitrov start on row 16. Hugo Torpy and Soren Gallagher are due to go from row 17. And just making the cut, George Simmons and William Moore start on row 18. Soren Gallagher does not take the start of this race. We saw Soren involved in an incident earlier on in the day. So here we go then for the final. Calmly through the last couple of corners and ready for this 15-minute final then in Micromax. Away we go then here at PFI in towards the first couple of corners. Looking good so far at the start of this race, and Austin Oman has got a very good start from pole position. Good start as well for one of the DHRs. It's going to be James Roots up to second place. Off of the bridge for the first time, down towards hairpin number 1. You can see Roots there gesturing to Austin Oman to say, don't defend, let's try and stretch this one out early on and reduce the numbers involved in the battle at the very front of the field. A couple of drivers, I think one of the Coles Racing pilots is off the back of the order, might be the 112 of Alfie Phillipson. Yes, it is, so unfortunate there for Alfie, looks to be out of major contention in this race. Down towards Bobby Game, you can see Charlie Page has had a bit of a difficult start in this one, but he's still running there inside the top 15. End of the first lap then, counting them through. Long race this for the Minimax drivers. It's Oman from Roots, Maximilian Aberhart already up to P3, Logan Rolfe up to 4th, Kenny, Fulbrook Harmer, Cleary, Cook, Hilton and Martin all in the top 10. But I've got to say, this top 2 have got a problem here in the shape of Maximilian Aberhart. Not just here at PF International, but at Warden Law as well. Race pace for Coles Racing in the hands. And here goes Roots down the inside to take the race lead. Oh, Alfie Phillipson's had another problem through onto the bridge. But James Roots has identified the risk and gone, I need track position here. Has taken the race lead away from Austin Oman. This is not a position that Oman has been in many times so far this weekend. But Maximilian Aberhart is on the charge here. Had a tough time in his first heat on Saturday, but now has got back up to the front of the field, is running in third place right now, and there's a lot of this race yet to go. Over the line once again, end of lap number 2, James Roots leads from Austin Oman, Maximilian Aberhart 3rd, Logan Rolfe 4th. Josh Cook currently running in 7th place, would still have the lead in the championship right now as Rolfe goes for it on Aberhart for P3. Straight away, the ingredients are there, Keol Lynch, for another Minimax Classic.
Yes, this is some hungry drivers. We have a change for 3rd position already. That is car number 153, Logan Rolfe, already changing position with Maximilian Aberhart, promoting himself up onto the podium. James Roots, Austin Oman, Aberhart and Logan Rolfe. Oscar Kenny, round out your top 5 so far. This is a hungry Minimax grid so far.
Driver to keep an eye on, just outside the top 10, Achille Nane Giannone aboard the EKS machine, kart number 128. 8 positions gained already for the privateer, so he's also the top rookie at the moment in terms of those with a little bit less experience at this level. Oh, wide moment there for one of the Strawberry Racing drivers. I think it might have been Ralph Martin out of the final corner, and Achille Giannone now the fastest driver on the road, as there's a change for the lead. Here we go, that's number 1 through this part of the course. That's surely not going to be the last, but Austin Oman has taken the lead of this one. Logan Rolfe's up to 3rd place as well. The attack from Aberhart hasn't come in yet. Roots looking down the inside, half in attack, half in defence. Keeps his position there ahead of Logan Rolfe. And there goes Rolf down the inside. Oh, Abrahart nearly out of control. He's going to lose positions there. Through goes Kenny. Through goes Otis Cleary as well. Abrahart's got to regroup pretty quickly. Josh Cook's now starting to try. Was already gone through. There goes Fulbrook Harmer. Oh dear, it's all going to be hard work again for Maximilian Abrahart. He's had the speed, but he hasn't had the luck or the consistency to keep himself at the front of the field. Chloe McGill's in there as well. She's back up into the top 10 now. And there's Giannone side by side with McGill. Abrahart's going to try and work with McGill now to get himself back up the order. This is classic frenetic mini-max at PFI at its finest here, Kale Lynch. And we've still got 10.5 minutes to go.
It absolutely is, and there is going to be a change for the race lead this early on. Once again, Logan Rolfe steals that race lead back off of Austin Oman, who has been unbeatable so far this weekend. Logan Rolfe has been the hardest challenge for him so far this weekend. James Roots and Oscar Kenny, though, not far behind, waiting to pick up the pieces with that DHR car of Otis Cleary. Austin Oman had one goal in mind when I spoke to him on the grid, and that was to win this weekend. He's had a really swimmingly day so far. It's gone really well for him so far. However, I think he's in for a challenge for the remaining 10 minutes.
I think you could be right, but this is new territory for Logan Rolfe. He's had wins in big kart races before, but he hasn't had one before in the British Kart Championships. He's quite the character in the paddock. We spoke to him earlier on in the weekend, but right now he's got to keep himself calm. He's got to keep focused on the remaining part of this race. It's the majority of this race. Remember, it's a 15-minute long drive for our young drivers here in Minimax. There's plenty of racing to go. There's the 122 now. I don't think it's too much of a concern, but the breather pipe on the radiator has just come loose at the top. Many of the mechanics will fit like a cable tie or something like that to stop the breather pipe flapping around like that. Don't think it's going to be a major issue for Otis Cleary, but again, it could just be one of those little distractions when you're trying to get so focused and in the zone. The slightest little thing in your peripheral vision can be a real distraction, so we'll keep an eye on that for Otis Cleary running there in 4th place. No move yet from Austin Oman, but again, we've seen this before from Austin. We saw it in the Superheat that he is fairly content to sit in 2nd place for a bit, just assess the situation, assess who's charging in behind, and then wait for his moment to make a move, which perhaps is not quite yet.
That is right, and touching on Otis Cleary, this wouldn't be a good time for him to have something that distracts him, and that is a change for 2nd place. Kart number 148, Oscar Kenny, as we were talking of him, fastest man on circuit right now, changes up into 2nd place. 8 minutes left to go of this race. He's going to get his head down now. He takes a look behind him to see it's a bit of breathing room, and he is going to be hunting down Logan Rolfe.
Austin Oman must not panic right now. There is a lot of racing to go in this one, and again, I will mention back to races that we saw here in 2025 in this category, whether it be in the British Kart Championships. I'm going to say it again, Emerson McCann-Duren at this stage of the Kart Masters British Kart Grand Prix in this category last year was hanging around 6th place, and we always say with Minimax here at PFI, it's how you finish. It's how you finish strong. Tom Reed did similar at this place last year, so as long as Austin Oman can keep himself in this front group and then have good speed in the last 2.5 minutes of this race, he could still get through the whole race weekend without a loss. Right now he's back up to 4th place. That's a good move. He's got the initiative back. Josh Cook's not too far behind there in 5th place. Could it well be those two going for the British title in Minimax here in 2026? We're still in the early throes of this season, of course. We'll only be 1/3 of the way through the season once we leave Lincolnshire here today. But as the clock continues to tick on down now, we're into the 2nd half of time here, Keel Lynch. Logan Rolfe continuing to grow in stature at the front of this field. Otis Cleary has a little look there at Oscar Kenny, but hasn't got enough speed to go for the move into the Bruno Ferrari. Yes, as he does have enough speed to go for the move up round the pole and onto the bridge. Otis Cleary into P2 now, and look at who's up to third. Austin Oman has cleverly moved his way back up the order here to third. Oscar Kenny's got to respond, he's got to get on the front foot. That's a good move from the Hunter Motorsport pilot. Back up to third place. Logan Rolfe looks so calm at the front of this field. He has had a little check over the shoulder there just to reassure himself. He's got Otis Cleary about 3/10 back. But the other driver I'd keep an eye on here, Keol, is Josh Cook, because this is a very similar position to what we've seen for the Cookie Monster here before. To play the long game. He's not made his move yet, but he's got that maiden win in this championship out of the way. The Micromax Grand Finals champion from a year or so ago is still there in 5th place and is still a major threat.
You're right, Josh Cook was pretty calm going into this weekend around the bowl. This top 6 go then, and like you said, Andrew, it's still all to play for. 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go, and it is Logan Rolfe that leads by the skin of his teeth to Otis Cleary, Oscar Kenny, Austin Oman and Josh Cook there. We are losing ever so slightly James Roots, but that we know how fast that can change in this championship.
Yeah, James has got a hope for it. As all move down the inside from Cleary. Cleary takes the race lead from Logan Rolfe. Nicely executed move through hairpin 2. Out of the Fullerton S's. Down towards Bobby Game. Just a couple of notices from the race officials. 5-second penalties for Eddie Duncan, currently running in 10th place on the road. Also, the 124 of Arthur Farrow. It's not going to be a repeat of the win here in Micromax a couple of years ago for Arthur Farrow. 4 minutes and 50 seconds of this race to go, and it's still anyone's guess. James Roots has fought back onto the back of this group pack, and I've got to say, as here's the move from Rolfe once again for the race lead. Cleary's trying to hold it round the outside onto the bridge. Rolfe fights it in there to take the lead of this one once again. No move from Oman. Keep an eye on James Roots. I've watched this lad since his Bambino days. He likes to take his time and just wait there in the shadows for others to get a little bit too excited. This is a typical kind of race that James Roots can do very, very well indeed. 4 1/4 minutes to go now. Breathless stuff here in Minimax, as we expected at the start of the race weekend, and more drivers are coming into play now as well. Look at Sebastian Behrman there, and Fulbrick Harmer's also on the scene. Maximilian Abrahart's not out of play yet either. The top 10 covered by less than 2 seconds right now, and you've still got probably, there's a moment there between Cleary and Oman. Oman trying to get down the inside where he takes 2nd place through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Logan Rolfe has a little bit of a gap now, but for how much longer? Kenny still holding there in 4th place, ahead of Cook, ahead of Roots. Do you know what? I wouldn't even count. I think the top 11 are covered by 2.5 seconds right now, so even back to Chloe McGill there, they still all have a chance here of a podium. This one is coming to the ball, but remember, we always talk about the last 2.5 minutes in this category. There, oh no, out Kenny, and out goes Josh Cook from contention. Nassau Panel screwed off there of the 148. Kenny will be out. One of the RCEs has also gone. It's Ethan Lloyd who will not see the checkered flag, but that's the first mistake from one of the front runners. Roots, sorry, it was Cook and Kenny getting together. They're out of contention now. That's trimmed the front group down to a group of 3. James Roots is quite unlucky at all that. He got through it, but he lost a second. Is it going to be one of these 3 then who take the win here today? Austin Oman down the inside. What an overtake that is to take the lead once again here at PF International. This is brilliant stuff. Kenny is out, will not see the checkered flag. That is such a shame for Oscar Kenny. Logan Rolfe's got a good run out of hairpin 1. They touch towards hairpin 2. Tyre smoke indeed. Otis Cleary's got back down the inside to retake 2nd place. He's now going to be going side by side again with Logan Rolfe into the Fullerton S's. But Austin Oman has now hit the front. Now we're into the end game. Now we're into the point of the race where this round of the British Kart Championships will be won. But it's still this top 9 covered by 2.5 seconds. Now, after all of the heat wins, the super heat win, the timed qualifying performance, now the hard work begins for Austin Oman. Through the first chicane, round onto the bowl. No move yet from Logan Rolfe. Otis Cleary still there in third. James Roots and Eddie Duncan. Remember, Eddie Duncan has a 5-second penalty from earlier in the race. So unless he gets 5.001 seconds down the road, he cannot win this race. Rolfe goes down the inside and takes the lead once again from Austin Oman. 1 minute and a quarter to go. This is straight away going into the archives of a British Kart Championships Classic, and Austin Oman's done the move into the Fullerton S's. That's the move, the classic Minimax charge into the Fullerton S's. Oman has pulled it off. Is that going to be the move that gives him the race win? Scrap going on between Sebastian Behrman and Josh Cook and Chloe McGill. That's all over 7th place. 2 more laps to go. 45 seconds on the clock here at Paul Fletcher International. Logan Rolfe hasn't ever been on the podium at this level. He's trying to find a way underneath Austin Oman there. Austin Oman's got to make his Minimax machine as wide as possible. And here comes the Coles Racing boys as well. Maximilian Abrahart, we thought he was out of this. He's somehow back in play. There in 4th place. He's going to try and sling it around the outside of Otis Cleary. He actually loses out to his teammate on the road, Eddie Duncan. Logan Rolfe has taken the lead of this race, so Logan Rolfe once again has got to the front of the order ahead of Austin Oman. Is that going to be the key move that gives him the race victory? Oman's out wide. It's all starting to unravel for Austin Oman. It can happen here at PFI. Through goes Maximilian Abrahart now into 4th place, but this race is still not done. The chasers have got to get themselves together. Logan Rolfe will take the final lap board, but he's still not won this race. Cleary and Duncan there, 2nd and 3rd. Remember, Duncan can't realistically win this race, but what he can do is push Otis Cleary back towards Logan Rolfe. They're not teammates, but this still could be. Oh no, but Eddie Duncan's now going to try and go for race position, track position. That's not what Otis Cleary needs. Logan Rolfe, that's one of the major overtaking zones of this circuit. Clear now for Logan Rolfe. There's another one gone through hairpin number 2. Now the belief will start to grow for Logan Rolfe, for KR Sports, through the Fullerton S's. The chances for Otis Cleary to win this race are diminishing through into the Mike Wilson complex. It's been a brilliant display, a mature display from Logan Rolfe, who for the first time in the British Kart Championships is going to win a round. Logan Rolfe takes victory at Paul Fletcher International for the KR Sport team with a masterful drive, a calm drive throughout everything that was going on in that race. And he takes it by 0.3 of a second. Now the emotion will come out. Otis Cleary takes 2nd place. It's one of the best results that Otis Cleary has got. In fact, it is a best result for Otis Cleary at any British Kart Championships event. It beats his results from his Bambino days. Eddie Duncan 3rd, but a 5-second in-race time penalty. In fact, 2 5-second in-race time penalties will drop Duncan a long way down the order. So Maximilian Abrahart looks like he's on the podium here today with 3rd. What a race. We knew it was going to be a big display from the Minimax drivers. But there is your winner of round 2 in this year's British Kart Championships. Logan Rolfe has worked very long, very hard for this moment, and you can see there, I think there's a few tears possibly coming through for Logan Rolfe, and this is going to be a really special moment for him and his family. As I say, he's quite the character in the paddock. But this is a special, special moment for Logan Rolfe and the KR Sport team. who I think it's fair to say may not have expected this at the start of the weekend, but they fully deserve this result based on how this young man has driven this weekend. I've had the pleasure of watching this young man race for a good number of years, and without doubt, not just because of the result, but the manner in which Logan Rolfe has raced here this weekend, that was the best performance I've ever seen from Logan Rolfe there. Also, it's his teammate Josh Cook, who just loses the championship lead here today. After all of that, yeah, there is still a championship leader that's changed here today. So whilst Austin Oman won't be happy that he wasn't able to see out the run of wins, he does take the championship lead from PFI by 3 points ahead of Cook, 245 to 242. James Roots a further 3 points back on 239. Otis Cleary a further 4. But the day belongs to Logan Rolfe, who for the first time in his time in the British Kart Championships is a final winner. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. Here we go for a 15-minute long highlight reel of that Minimax race. This was the very start of things. Good to see everybody getting through the first couple of corners. Achille Giannone in the early stages of that race was on the attack. Some good speed, and yeah, Achille fell down a little bit in the second half of the race, but it should not go unmentioned that Achille's raced very, very well here this weekend. This was one of the early moves. That was James Roots going for the race lead. Logan Rolfe, of course, working his way from, where did he start? Yeah, 7th place on the grid in the early stages. Austin Oman taking a good move down the inside, was keeping himself. I say, you've got a feel in a way for Austin Oman, because he didn't really do much wrong across the course of this race. He kept himself up towards the front of the field. That was a close moment for Maximilian Eberhardt, who had a bright start, fell down outside the top 10. Close running between Giannone and Chloe McGill through that part of the circuit as well. Logan Rolfe managed to get to the very front of the order, and this is where he just seemed to grow in confidence and calmness as well at the front of the field. Oscar Kenny got involved. Otis Cleary also moved up to second place. It really was one of those races that could have gone any and every way. This was how Logan Rolfe got the move done. So it was off that first hairpin and just draws alongside. That was the key move in the end to take a maiden victory and propel himself up the standings as well into the top 10. I say Logan had a bit of a tough time last time out through the heats for Warden Law. Did make the final and up into the top 10, which at the time was the best result that we've ever seen from Logan in this championship. But that's been blown apart here today with this race victory here in Lincolnshire. And hopefully we'll be down in Parc Fermé shortly. But there it is. Logan Rolfe for KR Sports wins in Minimax at PFI. Otis Cleary second. Eddie Duncan's penalty will drop him out of the top 10 for Maximilian Eberhardt to go up into the top 3. Austin Oman, James Roots, Sebastian Behrman, Josh Cook, Dimi Uzanov and Chloe McGill all in the top 10 here today in a high quality race. Jackson Hilton in 11th ahead of Ralph Martin, Jack Fulbrook, Harmer, Teddy Murphy and Charlie Page. Arthur Farrow finishes 16th here today ahead of Rian Townsend, Harris Barber, Dean Singh Pahal and Albie J. Stubbs. And let's head down. I think this is going to be quite a good one. Let's head down to Keele Lynch.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I'm here with a very happy Logan Rolfe. Logan, you've just explained how much this meant to you to get your first win in the British Kart Championships. Tell us about it.
Oh, it just feels amazing. Everyone, even Ash and Connor, my engine builder, he will be very happy, and so will my dad, and so will all the people in the team. Like over there, I had a whole fan club.
Absolutely, and you've worked so hard to get to this point and to get your win at PF International for round 2. Does that set your hopes high for the season?
Yeah, definitely. Concluding that at Warden Law we had not a very good round, so yeah.
And we've seen you celebrate very emotionally with your family over there. How much do your family support you and mean to be here for this win?
Well, my sister does gymnastics, so if she doesn't come with me, then unfortunately, I have to stop the amount of racing that I do.
Oh, and are you lucky to have her supporting you at the racing?
Yeah, definitely, and especially to watch her gymnastics. But yeah, I'm just over the moon to get the win.
And is there anyone else you'd like to thank for this weekend?
KR, Freem UK for this lovely brand new white suit, and Cosmic and my dad, all my family, basically, yeah.
Thank you very much. You can go and celebrate with your family now.
Thank you.
That is it from me here in a very emotional Parc Fermé. We will send you straight back to Andrew because we have more action very shortly.
Good to hear there from your Minimax winner, Logan Rolfe, here today. There's the scene now down on the pit straight. Juniors up next. And this has been the hardest final, mathematically, to qualify for this weekend, with over 50 drivers competing from the start of things. We are down to the top 36 for this second round final here this year. And they're just some of the drivers who we're going to be seeing compete in the next 20 minutes or so. Thomas Jackson in the Craft Motorsport 216. Colby Patterson could be an outside bet here today. Doesn't normally do the ROTAX categories, but is well in tune with that Energy Corsa chassis that he's piloting, of course, with the Excel Motorsport team. And he does do all of his other racing in other categories with. The drivers to keep an eye on, there's Nathaniel Gray in the KR Sport 240. That's a young driver to keep an eye on in this one. Tom Reed, the reigning Minimax Grand Finals winner, knows his place very well. Sebastian Clark has been nicely getting on with things this week and actually goes into this race second in the championship standings after his strong performance last time out at Warden Law. And towards the front of the field as well, Blake Southern. Could be a big day for Blake Southern. Top rookie in the championship standings heading into this race. 9th overall, has already got his best points tally in a championship stage. Let's head down, though, to Kiel.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And I am now on the grid with our junior ROTAX. And we are about to get underway. The junior ROTAX have had an incredibly strong weekend, and what a front row we have today. But let's talk to our pole sitter, Finley Lyons. Can you come this way for me? Of course, you've been so dominant this weekend. How's it been?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Pace has looked really good since Friday. And obviously we brought home, we've won every race so far, and let's see how this one goes.
And you have not yet gone head-to-head with Charlie Wolfett, who has also been incredibly dominant. How do you think that's going to play out for you?
Well, as you said, we haven't raced each other yet. We've both won all our races. Let's see who wins.
Do you have a game plan for the start of this race?
See how it goes and I'll think of it.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Right, let's head along to Charlie Wolfett, another driver who has been incredibly dominant, won everything so far this weekend. You're coming off the back of a win at round 1. How does that feel?
Yeah, I mean, it's good. We just got to take it into the race, stay calm. It's a long race, 15 minutes, so just take it as it comes and just get as much championship points as we can.
And what's your opinion starting on this side of the front row for the final?
Obviously, it doesn't help on the outside, you know, because you're going flat out into turn 1 and there's not much room. But, I mean, we'll make it work somehow. And you've got 15 minutes, like I said, so even if it doesn't work out, you just got to come back through and stay calm.
And, of course, is there any last words from your team? You've been really consistent so far. I'm guessing it's a points game for you, a championship. Yeah. Thinking of the championship?
Yeah, 100%. They've just scared, look, just no silly moves and just keep second if we can, you know. Obviously, we want to go for the win, but just keep as many points as we can.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
We will let our front row go. Whistle has blown, so it is time to get underway with our junior ROTAX racing. Back to Andrew.
Thank you very much, Kiel. Ready then for the junior ROTAX final here at PF International. This could be another frantic one. Let's get ready for it. It's up next. Let's take you through the grid then for the second round final for junior ROTAX here at PFI. Finley Lyons and Charlie Wolfett form up a completely unbeaten front row. This is the first time these two have met on track all weekend. Ellis Bell and Jensen Chalk, they go from row 2. Blake Southern very popular with those here at PFI. Starts on row 3 alongside teammates Harry Taylor. Row 4, Sebastian Clark and Riley Murrow. Tom Reed on home soil starts on the 5th row of the grid alongside Fletcher Jameson. Nathaniel Gray and Ewan House go from row number 6. Thomas Jackson and Louis Radcliffe there on row 7. It's Colby Patterson and Connor Large on row 8. George Fountain and Ryan White go from row 9. Joseph Berkery and Zach Turner due to go from row number 10. Alex Goodson and Lomond Wilcox there on row 11. Harry Radcliffe and Eris Cosmin-Pascu go from row 12. Row 13, Braith Murdoch and Luca Holmes-Ballack. Aidan Clark and Kai Clark, who does make the final, start on row 14. Josh Cormack and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson go from 15. Stanley Stafford and Finley Smith go from row 16. Jacob Underhill and Devin Taylor go from row 17. George House and Alex Shepherd go from row 18. The drivers getting their materials up to temperature, and drivers who have not made it, because there are quite a few who have not made it. Max Douthwaite, Benjamin Lawn, Lewis Finley Gilbert, Theo Bradshaw, Tobias Johns, Cian Bernard had drops down the order after the race, after that sterling drive through the field. He doesn't make it. That's a big one today. Lucian Smith, Jack Beasley, Henry James, John Richardson, Henry King, Samir Paul, Ali Ferret Myris, Max Bosal, Kartik Kometa, Sam Kohler, Bailey Collins, Austin Mayhew, Adam Judatis and Clark Naylor. They all will not compete in this one and hope to use their drop scores for this race later on in the year. But for the 36 drivers ready to go then for the junior ROTAX final, into the tram lines, 15 minutes underway at the first time of asking. In towards turn number 1, Finley Lines will lead under the bridge, wrapping round through. No, he won't. Through has come. Is that Jensen Chalk, who's come through to the very front of the field? Off the road as well is one of the Strawberries. It's Kai Clark. Kai Clark out of this one. Finley Lines has retaken the lead of this race. Charlie Wolfett is there in second place. Ellis Bell has had a decent start as well, running up there into third. Charlie Wolfett trying to get alongside here, trying to take the lead. Of course, one here at the back end, and has taken the lead. Charlie Wolfett back to first position then, back to the same position that he finished the final round of the 2025 championship in, trying to go 3 in a row for finals victories here today. Out of the final corner, end of the first lap. Wolfett leads from Lines. Blake Southern running there in third place. A good start for Blake Southern for Dan Holland Racing. Then it's Jensen Chalk in fourth place. Ellis Bell running in the top 5. Likewise, Riley Murrow, Harry Taylor, Sebastian Clark, Tom Reed and Colby Patterson all in the top 10. Chalk defends, has taken third place away from Blake Southern. Riley Murrow holding a space open there, avoiding any further contretemps with Sebastian Clark. Also coming into the equation, Louis Radcliffe there, just outside the top 10 at the moment, but has looked pretty quick so far this week for the Sam Pollitt Racing team. As, oh dear, car park at hairpin 2. Out there, got the 2:41 of Devin Taylor, Reris Cosmin-Pascu, and I think Josh Cormack may have also been caught up in what's happened there at hairpin 2. It's a very easy corner at the start of the race for things to merge together and have problems. The end of the second lap then, Wolfett leads from Lines. Jensen Chalk holding at the moment in third. Riley Murrow there, I think, is a driver that you've got to keep an eye on in this race. How many moves did Riley Murrow pull in his Minimax races here last year to take positions, to take race wins? Still learning lots along the way here in his early stages of junior ROTAX. Tom Reed moving up the order as well there in the 2:42, just going wheel to wheel with Ellis Bell. Ellis Bell on the back foot a little bit at the moment. Started on the second row of the grid, is now running P6. And the race already settling into a rhythm. Ooh, not much of a rhythm there for for Taylor. Harry Taylor's going to lose a number of positions there as Fletcher Jameson goes through. A lot going on here, Kiel, on the first 3 laps of this race.
There absolutely is, but what a brilliant start for Charlie Wolfett and Finley Lyons. Of course, Finley Lyons missed out just on the initially taking that race lead. Charlie Wolfett knew it was going to be a challenge from that outside line, but handled it well. Those two are now entering hairpin 1 way ahead of the battling. We are seeing now some defensive lines back here, but that is not going to stop that Coles Kart going down the inside. That is kind of 8-2-2, making a move down into hairpin 2. It is all still getting underway here with the Junior Rotax final.
Through there goes another one of the DHRs. That's Harry Taylor responding back up the order. Finley Lyons keeping Charlie Wolfett honest right now. 2 heavyweight teams of this sport, Dan Holland Racing and KR Sports. Both with drivers who they know could win this championship this year. There's a long, long way to go, of course. At the moment, Wolfett would lead the championship, leaving Lincolnshire.
Tom Reed is our new fastest driver on circuit, running there in 6th, right in the midst of the pack here as they go towards hairpin 1. As someone moves down the inside, that is
Louis Radcliffe for 217. 10.5 minutes of this race to go then. As expected, very busy in that midfield battle. And look at this, change for the lead. Finley Lyons has got ahead of Charlie Wolfett. Now, is this a little bit of a test each way to see, well, what kind of pace has Finley Lyons got in this one? Charlie Wolfett, again, another driver who has really matured in terms of how he constructs these races, particularly these finals. Made the move to Dan Holland Racing, of course, in the off-season. Maybe this is a point where Wolfett just wants to have a little look at where Lyons is placing his machine. Because remember, oh dear, out. That looks a bit nasty through the Mike Wilson complex. George Fountain was one of the drivers. Was it Isabella Stansmore Wilson the other? Because Isabella has fallen down the order in the 288. That's not nice at all. A quite abrupt stop there, I presume. Through that tight left-hander through the Mike Wilson complex. And it's that matter of for a good number of the drivers, if they've been in, like, for instance, the same group out of the TQ, or simply they've had a race against another driver at the front end of the field through the heats, as there's damage there to another one of the drivers. Was that Colby Patterson heading in? I think it was in the 625. So that's not good for Colby. I think the rear bumper was detached for a moment. Apologies for some of the moments on the timing tower on the left-hand side. Harry Taylor has been doing well in this race, but he's not in the race lead at the moment. But, you know, over the course of a weekend, drivers race against one another. They get used to how their competitors are dealing with the different scenarios and the different corners. That's not the case, though, between these two, because I don't think they're even in the same qualifying session. So they've literally not been on track at the same time in a competitive session at any point this week.
You're right, and Finley Lyons said it in the perfect way. They haven't raced each other yet, so it is all to play for the two of them now, to battle out between the 2 fastest drivers from each group from Junior Rotax this weekend. And so far, they've worked together really well. That shows their mature racing to battle out, making sure it's just between the 2 of them as we get underway with another lap. The drivers head towards under the bridge as Wolfett is closing in on Finley Lyons drastically. I wonder if we're going to see another change for the race lead, and he does. Wolfett, 8 minutes to go. Change for the race lead already. Finley Lyons back into 2nd place. These two are really, like you said, Andrew, playing who can keep the race lead. Finley Lyons back at the hairpin 1, down into the race lead. Charlie Wolfett slots back down. Is he going to have a look into hairpin 2? And he does. We have another change for the race lead. These two need to be careful because Jensen Chalk is in the background of this shot and he is ready to pick this battle up.
This is a really intriguing one, you know. These two both feeling each other out at the moment. It feels like a 12-round heavyweight boxing match at the moment. We're only in about round 3, but you're absolutely right, Kiel, that all of this back and forth is very good news if you are a fan of Jensen Chalk in, of course, the MLC Motorsport machine here today. the same karts that won here last time at the end of 2025 in the hands of Charlie Wolfett. So that is a team that we know, that they know how to set a kart up round this place, albeit the conditions a bit different to when we were last here in the later autumn of 2025. There's a move coming in from Sebastian Clark, who, again, likewise, I've really liked Sebastian Clark's progress so far this season. He's been a pretty much constant feature up in the top 10. 6.5 minutes of this race to go. It's only 2.2 seconds off the race lead at the moment. Again, you could see a run towards the podium. Lines there, once again, in the lead of this race. This one's not over. Again, these are just the early throws of what are going to be a back and forth tale. Another characteristic of races here at PF International with Junior ROTAX. I've got to say, this is reminding me quite a lot of Albin Lapper and Cian Bernard's battle at Kart Masters last year, where they just traded blows back and forth before they then, of course, sorted out in the last couple of laps.
You are right, Andrew, and one thing that is very important to not see at this stage of the race is those defensive lines, which is why they've been letting each other through so easy. Here we are, hairpin one once again, and Wolfett decides to stick behind lines for this one as Jensen Chalk is there in the distance. This is the car that hasn't, unfortunately, remained in the race of George Fountain.
Yeah.
We did see an unfortunate time for him earlier as well. Here is a bit further down the pack, car number 281 running. Oh, sorry, that is your race leader, and there's a change for the race lead again. Charlie Wolfett grabs the race lead. Now Finley Lines is under some serious pressure for Jensen Chalk now.
And now Jensen Chalk is properly part of this equation. Out of the final corner, that was quite a big move from Charlie Wolfett that he threw in there. Tom Reed's got a 5-second penalty that's similar to what we saw in Minimax may come into play in terms of who gets on the podium today, because Tom Reed is currently running 4th on the road. Louis Radcliffe has had a 5 seconds as well. Just to confirm that, yeah, the 625 of Colby Patterson was pulled in and was shown the mechanical flag for, I think, was a dislodged rear bumper. That's a real shame for Colby. He would have looked forward to a strong run here today, but not to be. Down the infield straight once again, in through the Fullerton S's. Wolfett and Lines still going toe-to-toe here, but Jensen Chalk, once again, I like how Jensen Chalk's playing this race, Kiel. Just keeping things nice and calm. He's not overdriving at this stage of the race. He knows these top two are going to have at least one more go at each other, possibly more. He's just biding his time right now.
You're right, we have seen, there is a brilliant supporter there on your screens. We have seen a lot this weekend from Jensen Chalk, waiting for his time, but it is Finley Lines' time right now as he regains the race lead around the bowl and over the bridge. He will lead into hairpin one with Wolfett right on the back of his bumper. Jensen Chalk waiting to see what pieces he can pick up. It's going to be Wolfett to the inside to regain the race lead once again out of hairpin one. We've got 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go, Andrew.
We have indeed. This one's not over. Jensen Chalk now starting to get involved. Finley Lines looks for a little move down the inside into the Fullerton S's. No doing there. It's all backing up, and look at more of them coming into play. Tom Reed's there. Ellis Bell's there. Sebastian Clark as well. It's a top 6 now all of a sudden. The top 2 in the early stages of this race looked like they were clearing off into the distance. Well, we've been saying up to this point it was going to be Wolfett versus Lines, which one of them was going to lose their unbeaten race streak. It could still be both of them at this rate. Jensen Chalk's defending 3rd place from Tom Reed. Remember, again, Reed does have a 5-second penalty to be applied. There's Blake Southern now back part of this discussion. Down towards hairpin one once again. 3 minutes to go. Out of the race is Nathaniel Gray. No top 10 for Nathaniel Gray here today. Lines to the outside. No way round there. That's a good bit of defence from Charlie Wolfett. He knows how to win round here. He knows how to take victories. He did it in 2025. Jensen Chalk's pace has started to drop a little bit now, so maybe he's thinking that he can't take the fight to Lines and Wolfett here today, and he's content with 3rd place for MLC here today. He's actually got quite a helping hand in that it's Tom Reed directly behind, because even if Tom Reed was to sneak by in the latter stages of this race, as long as Chalk doesn't fall more than 5 seconds behind Reed and doesn't fall behind Ellis Bell, he's still pretty good at the moment for a top 3. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Little note further down the order. Alex Goodson's had a great drive, up 10 positions as Lyons has a little look there but doesn't go for it. So Goodson now up to P11. Braith Murdoch likewise for Ultimate R, up 11 spots to P14. Finley Smith's had a great drive as well. One of the championship rookies for this year, up 15 places for KR Sport in the 2:34. George House has been on the move as well. Not in his usual category, of course, here in Junior Rotax, but he's gained 14 places so far in this race up to P21. And just for good measure, Alex Shepherd for Evolution Racing up 12 spots to 24th. 90 seconds to go then. That is the end of lap number 14. Charlie Wolfett. Now, is this the point of the race where Charlie Wolfett starts to stretch things out? What has he held in reserve? Finley Lyons was really quick there under the bridge. Does it look like Finley Lyons has got a good amount of top end from his engine here today? Trying to will himself out of the corners. I am going to say this. I think Wolfett's a little bit quicker out of the slower corners, but Lyons has got the pace on the straights. This is a fascinating duel between these two. Jensen Chalk is kind of settled down in third place now. He's not under any immediate pressure from Tom Reed, and I tell you why, because Ellis Bell has got through. Ellis Bell is through into 4th place now. So could Ellis Bell have a go at getting onto the podium here today? 2 more laps then. Wolfett just holding Lyons there at about a kart length, 2 kart lengths back. There's the fight for 4th place between Bell and Reed. They don't seem to be on terms with Jensen Chalk right now, so Jensen Chalk nicely in 3rd place. Down towards hairpin 1 once again. There's the move coming in from Tom Reed. Right now that 5 seconds would drop him down the order, probably, actually not too far. I think he'd still be in the top 10. As was there the move? Yes, there was. Finley Lyons has gone for the move through hairpin number 2. Takes the race lead, and he's kicking now. Finley Lyons going for it here with a lap and a half to go. It's a long way out to go from, as once again Bell's down the inside. Tom Reed's being shuffled outside of the top 6 now, but this is a big move from Finley Lyons. He's got track position. Last lap board is out. Can he stop the run of Junior Rotax? Final wins for Charlie Wolfett. Oh, he makes the defensive shape to keep the race lead. Jensen Chalk's back part of this again. Here comes Wolfett up the inside to take the race lead. Chalk gets through as well. Did Lyons go too early? Wolfett now. Lyons is not happy at all about how that went down into hairpin number 1. Chalk defends. Lyons is going to draw back alongside Reed, takes 2nd place, but look at the gap that Charlie Wolfett has now. Is this going to be the hat trick of wins in Junior Rotax for Gold Chain Charlie? Through the Fullerton S's for the final time. Once again, the corners are counting on down. Lyons and Chalk are fighting over 2nd place. Harry Taylor's all of a sudden back on the scene. I think he's going to run out of corners, though, to make the difference. But it's going to be 3 on the row. 3 repeated victories for Charlie Wolfett. Twice here at PF International. He takes a big, big step in the championship stakes. What a way to do it. Charlie Wolfett wins in Junior Rotax. And how about that? When he took his first win at the back end of the 2025 season, nobody at that point would have thought that he would have then gone on to win the first 2 rounds of 2026, but he has. What a display from Charlie Wolfett. Finley Lyons comes home in 2nd place. Jensen Chalk on the podium as well with a really, really good drive. MLC Motorsport make it back-to-back podiums in Junior Rotax finals here in the British Championships at PF International. And this result will mean that Charlie Wolfett will take a 26-point lead towards round number 3. There it is on your screens. As it was at Warden Law, Charlie Wolfett takes the win here at Paul Fletcher International. Finley Lyons P2, Jensen Chalk P3. Great fight back from Harry Taylor there to 4th place. Ellis Bell comes home in 5th place. And I tell you what, is knocking on the door for a first podium. That will come, I'm sure, later on in the season. Not quite here today, but good points for the Scottish driver. Sebastian Clark 6th today, another solid result. Louis Radcliffe, Tom Reed, Blake Southern in 9th place was the top rookie. Fletcher Jameson, that is a great result for Fletcher and the Jacks Motorsport team, running there in 10th place. Beats the score that he got last time out at Warden Law. But there is the scene down in Parc Fermé. Well, what is it going to take to stop Charlie Wolfett this season? 2 finals, 2 round victories. As I say, to go with the race win that he had here for MLC Motorsport at the end of 2025. That's now 3 in a row in Junior Rotax for the number 6 seed of 2025. And it looks so calm and so cool. He looks like he could do that all. Well, maybe not quite do it again with a quick puff of the cheeks there. But he's had a lot of pressure this weekend. I say, with the performance that we saw at Warden Law, it really has made a lot of people sit up and take notice. But he has risen to the challenge. Let's have a look at how he did it. This was the start of the race. Line starting from pole position. Checking into the middle of the road there. Through the first couple of corners. We'll see how it all emerged from the boot. So apologies, no, Lines didn't lose the race lead at the very start of this one. So he held it through the first few corners. And there he was at the front of the field. The rest of the order filing on through there. Oh my goodness, that could have been quite nasty for Kai Clark straight out on lap 1. Went very high up the bank there. Close quarters with one of the Marshall posts. Tom Reed had a decent run. Again, got to give Tom Reed time at this level. I think Tom Reed is on course for a very strong second half of the season. Now he's up to speed in this category. This was Riley Morrow going for a little bit of grass tracking. That he's normally doing overtakes around that part of the circuit. And he was just saving himself to keep himself in the race. This is one of many moves. This, I think, was part of the triple back and forth between Wolfett and Lines in the middle phase of the race. Sebastian Clark on his way to another top 10. In fact, another top 6. And that's 2 top 6s so far this season for Sebastian Clark. This again was another move from Finlay Lines, who looked really strong at the end of the straights. That was a big problem for Charlie Wolfett across the course of this one. This was some happenings with Joseph Berkery there in the 237. Down towards hairpin 1, Tom Reed kept chipping away. 8th place on the road for Tom Reed here today. And these were the key moments. Lines getting through past Wolfett, but Charlie Wolfett would fight back late on in the race with a bit of an assist from Jensen Chalk as well. Not much that Finlay Lines could have done at that point, but try and just get back into second place. And I think it was a simple case of not enough time to re-challenge Charlie Wolfett. So Wolfett takes the win. Let's see what he's got to say with Keogh Lynch down in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I am joined by our Junior Rotax Round 2 winner, Charlie. You won at Warden Law and you've done it again. How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Like I said, on a grid, good championship points, so we'll take it into the next round, and yeah, it's really good.
Now we have to talk about the battle with Finlay Lines on that one. It was chopping and changing a lot. Did you have a game plan between the two of you or for yourself along with that?
I mean, team just told me, you know, you've just got to keep going back in, keep your head, and that's what we did. And I think that was a really good race, really hard, and that's how I like it, really, clean, so good.
Well, it looked exactly like that. And the sun is out now. It is considerably hotter than it was this morning. Is that a challenge for you?
No, I mean, it's not a challenge. It definitely takes a toll that it is a little bit harder in the kart, but I mean, you've just got to get on with it, and whatever you've got to deal with it.
And heading into the next round, I'm sure you're filled with confidence.
100%. I mean, with 2 wins now, so just got to keep going.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is it then from Charlie Wolfett, your Junior Rotax winner. We're going to head straight back to Andrew because we have seniors very shortly.
Thank you very much, Keel. Down on the grid now, our senior ROTAX drivers getting ready for this next race. And sunny conditions once again here at PF International. Jack Lilly there, well positioned for the start of this race, just outside the top 10, but once again you can overtake around this circuit. There's Pearson Bullock Carter on your screens as well. Pearson Bullock Carter for the Jacks Motorsport team, who continuing their strong record of results. They really have picked up performance in the last year or so. Bullock Carter starting this race from 14th on the grid. It's good to have Thies van Vischk on the grid with us this weekend, running for the Dan Holland Racing team. This, of course, another category that there have been a number of drivers who've not made it, of course, through to the top 36. There's another of the Jacks Motorsport runners. I tell you what, Jared Fox-Whiteley and Pearson Bullock Carter, if they can get together, they could quite nicely make some moves up the field as teammates. But the blue, teal green and white colours of Jacks Motorsport, ever a feature on the grid in recent times, part of the Project One racing group as well in recent years. Just a quick update on championship points heading into this one. Freddie Lloyd has the championship lead, 188 points for Freddie Lloyd. Matty Hingley only 2 points back. Joshua Turnbull third on 173, Jack Lilly 171, Hugh Moulton 169, Joshua Gray on 174, Pearson Bullock Carter, Leon Hasty, Ewan Charman and Cian Geraghty all in the top 10. But as I say, still very early stages of the season, of course, so you'll no doubt have noticed there was a couple of names you'd expect to hear in that top 10 not there. But not there yet is what I would add to that. Let's head down to the grid, over to Keel.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and we are ready to hear from the last of our ROTAX classes. Of course, Senior ROTAX has always been one to watch, and it has been really close between the top 5, really tense within the heats over the last couple of days. But your man on pole position is Freddie Lloyd. For Evolution Racing, Freddie, how do you feel?
Feeling pretty good. Speed's good, good position. I can definitely do something with this.
You've been really strong this weekend so far. It's been really tense between all of you in the top 5. How do you feel to start on pole? Do you have a plan?
Just see how the race goes. I mean, can't really say anything to the race. Just see what happens, I guess.
And of course, PFI is an iconic circuit. Everyone loves to race around here. It's a circuit you're all quite familiar with. Are you a fan?
Don't mind PF. It's quite quick round here.
Thank you very much. Right, good luck.
Thank you.
And let's move along, because someone else who done brilliantly, he did everything he could in his super heat today, was Matty Hingley. Let's catch a quick word. Can you come this way for us? You did brilliantly in your heat today. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough for pole, but you're starting on the front row. How do you feel?
Yeah, really confident, got loads of pace, so yeah, looking forward to it.
And of course, you're coming off the back of a consistent first round. Does that make you feel better?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's all about momentum, so going to continue that in this final as well.
And what's your opinion starting on the second row? We've had mixed opinions so far this weekend. Sorry, the second place on the grid, not the second row.
Yeah, to be honest, it's a hard place to start, but if you do things right, then you can get away with it. So, yeah, I'm not really too bothered.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, that is it then from our senior ROTAX drivers. Someone to note, Macaulay Bishop, who just missed out, not what we usually see from him. He'll be starting on the second row, and it will be harder than ever between these lots. So let's head straight back to Andrew and watch the action.
Not too long to go then for this senior ROTAX final. There is a shot of your front row and also the top 2 in the championship. Let's get ready for it, the senior ROTAX final. Here's your grid then for the senior Rotax final. Freddie Lloyd starts on pole position. Can he go back-to-back with that win at Warden Lawn? Matty Hingley looking for that first win of the season. Starts alongside on the front row of the grid. Cian Geraghty won one of the superheats earlier on today and will start alongside Macaulay Bishop on row 2. Joshua Turnbull and Leon Hasty go from row number 3. Hasty won the O-Plate in juniors here last year. Ewan Sharman and Guy Cunnington, a returning Guy Cunnington, go from row 4. It's Lorenzo Cordal and Ryan Gandor on row 5. Daniel Kilpatrick will be flying the flag for Northern Ireland from row 6 alongside Jack Lilly. On row 7, Hugh Moulton in his new colours of Ultimate R starts alongside Pearson Bullock Carter. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Ties van Visch go from row number 8. Brandon Truman and Will Archer start on row 9. Eva Morris and Harry Freeman start on row 10. Michael Walker, Oliver Smith, there on row 11. Albie Lapper is on row number 12 alongside teammate Charlie King. Joshua Smith and Jack West start on row 13. It's Mac McGilvery and Oliver Liversidge on row 14. James Kell and Antoine Lemieux go from row 15. On row 16, Easton Seng and Victor Hansen. Jack Thompson and Leo Steed go from 17. Oliver Walker and Reese Bailey wrap out the capacity 36 strong field. Drivers missing out in this one. Not making it through from the heats. Jake Fisher, Joshua Graham, oh, that's a big faller. Joshua Graham not making the final, the number 8 seed from last year. Rayan K. Roos, Miles Roby, Zaki Hussain, Harrison Crowther, another big absentee from this final. Connor Tubby, James Tester, Morgan Hudson, and Jaden Sherwood. So the formation laps continuing, quite spread out at the moment. The front runners in the field or going through Bobby Game, the end of the field only just coming out of hairpin number 2, so they're going to have to get themselves organised pretty quickly if they are going this time around. Championship situation once again. Lloyd 2-point lead over Matty Hingley into this one. Joshua Turnbull 3rd in the standings, going from the 3rd row of the grid as well. Keep an eye on that 2nd row. That is a strong 2nd row here. We're going to go around again, as I thought we might do. The 2nd half of the grid not formed. Oh, now Ryan Gandor has come to a stop to driver's left out towards the final corner. There he is. There's a close-up shot of the Canadian driver. Oh dear, I think Ryan Gandor may be out of this race. Now if he can get the kart to the repair area, which isn't too far away of course, he can get in there, he can get mechanic assistance and maybe get back in this race. The trouble is the fields are already running towards hairpin number 1 and will surely be looking to get this race going pretty quickly. There's another kart that's slow, just coming round the bowl. We'll just try and identify who that is. I think it's another one of the KRs, actually. Is it Eva Morris? I don't think Eva Morris has not come through sector number 1. There is the scene down in the repair area. Work going on the spark plug there. Replacement spark plug coming in. Hopefully in time enough for... No, that's not a replacement spark plug going in. That's far more than a quick change of spark plug going on. Oh no, now it is a replacement spark plug going in, tightening up. Oh, Ryan might still make this, you know, or just sit there and wait. That's great work from the KR Sport team to get Ryan back in the race. Now the other concern is Eva Morris, I'm pretty sure, has come to a stop. I could just see Eva there, yeah, just at the back of shots, going into hairpin 1 now. Very slowly indeed. And it looks like a second of the KR Sports is having technical issues. Now, back at the front of the field, Freddie Lloyd brings them to a steady pace. Ryan Gandor will get back into this race. That is superb work from the KR Sport team. And I think they had a bit of help from others in there as well. We're racing in the senior Rotax final. Away we go then. Freddie Lloyd into the first couple of corners, has the race lead. Good start for Cian Geraghty as well, who is immediately up to 2nd place, out before this race has really got underway. Antoine Lemieux will not go further than the formation lap, but at the front of the field, it's the experience of Lloyd, Geraghty and Hindley in the top three. Guy Cunnington right in the middle of it all as well. Driver and team manager, of course, for the effort running the 352. Bit of a moment for Leon Hasty as well for Craft Motorsports. But apart from that, don't think there's any other major issues to report for any of our 30-odd runners here today. Is Guy Cunnington trying to get involved once again there with one of the crafts that most likely will have been Leon Hasty, who's dropped down a couple of positions in the early stages of this race. Ewan Charman's had a decent start as well. Ewan Charman did not have a happy time in his superheat. I'm sure there's been some setup changes to try and bring the pace on a little bit earlier on in this race, but Lloyd leads from Geraghty. From Hindley, Turnbull, Macaulay Bishop up to fourth place, has just taken that spot away from Turnbull. Top five breaking away then. Down towards hairpin one they go. Bit of a move round the outside there from Pearson Bullock Carter. That looks close on corner exit. Turnbull trying to fight back in here with Macaulay Bishop for P4. Freddie Lloyd having to do a bit of defensive work here. We saw defensive work from him that took him to the win at Warden Law. He's having to do likewise again here, Keel, in the early stages here at PFI.
That is correct. Cian Geraghty then as well, a driver to note for this final. 13 minutes to go and he is running in that second place. We saw the confidence from him during the heats when he was able to defend from the likes of Macaulay Bishop. Changes further down the order, that is Guy Cunnington. After a not great start for him, he is working his way back up the field. Of course, it is great to see Guy Cunnington back in the mix this year.
Oh, big squabble going on for fourth place as Macaulay Bishop is going for second place here, past Matty Hindley. It's out wide. It's all going a bit wrong for Joshua Turnbull, who not long ago we were talking about in that top four. Now I think he's been ducked out of the top 10, or not quite. He's still there, just inside the top 10 as wheel to wheel go Jack Lilly and Guy Cunnington. That is over 10th place. And here we now get to see in a final for the first time this year the battle that had many, many followers of British karting rubbing their hands with glee. We didn't get to see this at Warden Law, but it's going to be Freddie Lloyd versus Macaulay Bishop versus Matty Hindley today, as well as there's an attempt from Jared Fox-Whiteley. Nice move from Jared Fox-Whiteley going through into fifth place. Matty Hindley on the outside. Lloyd feels the need to defend. Oh, big in deep there from Matty Hindley. He might get second place out of this. That was a good run round the outside of Macaulay Bishop. But just like that, it brings Cian Geraghty and Jared Fox-Whiteley, who finds himself on the grass out of hairpin number 2. Leon Hasty's taken 6th place away from Ewan Charman. Well, first strike then to Matty Hindley. He's gone and done that round the outside move. He got it done on corner exit. That was brave stuff.
Absolutely, what a move. That is confidence here in the early stages of this race. That was a Strawberry Racing driver who is no longer part of the race. Saying unfortunate for him, but Freddie Lloyd still leads. Hindley now up into second. Is he going to have a look for the race lead? Not quite. He's going to slot back while they go over the bridge. Macaulay Bishop still right there waiting for his opportunity. This has brought Cian Geraghty into play. Everyone takes a look behind them. Your race leader goes defensive, followed by Hindley and Bishop. Cian Geraghty is going to get a run on Bishop here, but it is also Fox-Whiteley in contention now as they head out of hairpin 2 and towards the Fullerton S's.
I just wonder for Freddie Lloyd here, I know we said it a lot in 2025, could this be an example of a race leader just playing a bit of cat and mouse at the moment with the rest of the field, just keeping that pace, keeping that track position, because look how busy it's getting immediately behind Lloyd. This group will not just sit there and follow the leader for the next 10 minutes. They will scrap. There will potentially be a point where Lloyd just checks over his shoulder and goes, yep, now is the time to go. I'm speculating, of course. It may just be that Freddie Lloyd's not quite got the pace right now to pull away from the rest of the field, but we know over the last few years just how tactically brilliant this senior Rotax class has become. Macaulay Bishop just moves to the inside there just to cover off any kind of move from Cian Geraghty. As Matty Hingley looks down the inside, well, that's not full control for Freddie Lloyd anymore in terms of controlling the pace of this race, because Ultimate R take the lead of this one in the hands of Matty Hingley. Could this be the day? Could this be the race that Matty Hingley steps on top of the British Kart Championships podium in Senior Rotax? Over the line once again. You can see the gesticulations once again from the mechanics. Couple of penalties coming in. Oh, one of them's big. Jared Fox-Whiteley's got a 5-second penalty as Bishop and Lloyd go wheel to wheel round the bowl. Lloyd holds it round the outside. Hingley starting to break away here. This could be a big moment in this race. Fox-Whiteley out wide off of the bridge. He's got Charman and Hasty looking to snap their way through. And well, this is a very, and look at the gesticulation this time from Cian Geraghty, who's waving at Freddie Lloyd going, come on, what are you doing? Let's get into this, because Matty Hingley is running away with this right now. Cian Geraghty gets down the inside, takes third place away from McCall. Look at him, he's furious with Freddie Lloyd right now to say, what is going on here? We're letting Matty Hingley run away with this one at the moment. Hingley's calmly getting on with things. He's got a 1.5 second lead. Right now he'd lead the championship as well. This is a very, very interesting opening third of this race.
That is correct. Over the line they go once again, and it is Hingley that leads by 1.5 seconds now. Cian Geraghty running there in third. Was the driver trying to wave everyone to get going with themselves, as he does it again, but nope. Lloyd is going to go defensive, which is going to drag that gap for Hingley even more. Look at the train of seniors we have now, Andrew.
And Lloyd needs to be careful here. I think Lloyd's had a warning here for potential blocking, i.e. if you start over defending and driving abnormal racing lines. We have seen it in this championship before that you can receive a penalty. This time Geraghty's nearly down the inside there, nearly taking second place. But look at the gap that Matty Hingley has now. It's nearly 3 seconds with only 7.5 minutes of this race to go, and now an investigation board on our screens for Freddie Lloyd. This is not going the way that the winner of Warden Law's round would have hoped for. Oh, here we go, round the outside. Here comes Macaulay Bishop, not quite yet. In fact, he loses out there to Jared Fox-Whiteley. 5-second penalty comes in now for Jack Thompson in the 365. Bishop again feeling the need to defend, and there's the move from Geraghty. There's the move into second place. Fox-Whiteley going wheel to wheel now with the former Kart Masters winner out of the hairpin number 2. Now a new phase of the race begins, because they've got to get themselves organised. The hopes of them winning this race are not gone yet, but it is a mammoth Everest-like mountain to climb now for them, because with 6.5 minutes of this race to go, Matty Hingley for Ultimate R, who's hitting purple lap times as well. We should state that the pace for Hingley is fantastic. His lead is 4.6 seconds.
Look at this, Andrew. 4.6, like you said, this is not what we expected to see this stage in the race. But Cian Geraghty is going to be getting his head down now. He was the driver trying to signal to everyone that they need to catch up. Behind him, though, is defensive lines from Lloyd, Fox-Whiteley and Macaulay Bishop as they all head through hairpin 1. You can see the signals try now let Cian get away, because Geraghty out of hairpin 2 has already got some breathing room.
And Lloyd's in trouble now. Lloyd's lost control of third place. I think it may have been a goal. It's all breaking down through the Fullerton S's. Jack Lillian, Guy Cunnington getting together. Freddie Lloyd having to take to the grass. It's starting to break down a little bit here in this senior Rotax final. Freddie Lloyd, it's gone round now. Now it's out of the race. Oh, he's in a very, very vulnerable position there. Thankfully, everybody avoids. Albie Lapper's in trouble there as well, the winner of Kart Masters here last year in Junior Rotax. So, oh dear, I think the race officials might be a bit busy at the end of this one. 5.25 minutes to go. I'm struggling to see beyond a Matty Hingley win here right now, because all of this defensive work and everything that we've just seen in that last half lap, the field spread is huge, absolutely huge. That is brilliant news for Matty Hingley, because as good as a driver as Cian Garrity is, in fact that's unfair to Cian Garrity, he's not a good driver, he's a great driver, is Cian Garrity, but I just doubt that even he would be able on his own to close down a now 5-second lead against Matty Hingley in the form that Hingley is demonstrating right here, right now.
That is correct, and Cian will be disappointed with that one at this stage of the race, because he was the driver trying to signal to everyone that this was going to happen. But 5-second lead for Matty Hingley. We have not seen this yet in 2026 for the British Kart Championships. A gap quite this drastic from senior ROTAX.
Indeed, so 4.25 minutes of this race to go. Still great scrap going on for third place that at the moment is in the hands of Macaulay Bishop. And I tell you what, this championship table could be very interesting at the end of today. Lloyd's have had a bad one today. Lloyd is now down all the way to 31st place. Macaulay Bishop, of course, had his difficulties last time out at Warden Law. Matty Hingley right now would have a 251-point score. To Joshua Turnbull would be second. Oh dear, is Guy Cunnington's off there. Was that Harry? Yeah, it was Harry Freeman he was involved with in the KR Sport machine. As out is Albie Lappert. That's a real shame for Albie. It's just not quite got going for him this weekend. Loves this place, but won't keep this race meeting in the box of good memories. Been well supported by his dad Phil and Nana Babs here this weekend, but yeah, not to be on this occasion. 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. And well, at the moment, it's looking pretty odds-on that it's going to be a podium of Hingley, Garrity and Bishop today. That's mainly because Fox Whiteley, remember, has a plus 5-second penalty from earlier on in the race. The top three are all clear in terms of race notifications. Leon Hasty, actually Leon Hasty's got a 5 seconds as well from earlier on in the race, so your next challenger in that regard is back to Ian Charman. Look at this scrap going on. This is all around 11th place downwards, with Guy Cunnington at the head of this field. Look at Ryan Gandor there. What a drive from Ryan Gandor from the repair area back up to 12th place. It doesn't look as good because, of course, he was due to start this race from 10th place, but considering the situation that he was in before this one got under the way, that is a great drive from the Canadian. Also in this group, you've got the likes of Charlie King up 8 spots to 16th. Oh dear, as there is, that was Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd will not see the checkered flag. What a turnaround, and not in a good way in terms of fortunes for the Warden Law winner. He will not add to his tally of results here today. And there's been a change for second place. Bishop has got through past Cian Garrity. So a strong finish here potentially for Macaulay Bishop. Has managed to catch up to Cian. I'm sorry, I didn't see that one coming. Cian Garrity was looking good in that second place as Freddie Lloyd walks away and heads back to the Evolution Racing 10 race over for today. Well, now there is a scrap going on as Fox Whiteley nearly loses it round the bowl. Well, hold all the bets in terms of who's going to finish on the podium today, because Ewan Charman's back into play here. He's just got to get past those two drivers ahead of him who've both got plus 5-second penalties. Oh, and he's brilliantly done so. Superb stuff from Ewan Charman. If he can find a way past Cian Garrity, I think he's on for a podium here. I'm just checking through because there's quite a few penalties in this one. No, Ewan Charman hasn't had one. There's a close moment, or was a close moment, between Jack Lilly and Joshua Turnbull. That was over 7th place. Through into the Mike Wilson complex. 2 laps to go. Matty Hingley's lead now 8 seconds. Matty Hingley could probably afford enough time to pop over to fullback and back and still be in the lead of this race right now. This has been a mammoth drive. And quite I must admit, a bit of a strange final for senior ROTAX today. But it's been a bit of a strange weekend for the whole category. Towards hairpin number 2 now. Bishop looking really good in this phase of the race. Yeah, he won't be delighted. He comes to every race to take home the first position trophy, but given the demise of some of his other rivals today. It's not been a bad day for Macaulay Bishop in terms of the wider picture of championship. 40 points would cover the top 10 heading towards round number 3. Final lap board is already out. Now it's a quick look at the battle for 6th place on the road. Cian Geraghty coming back though at Macaulay Bishop, so the debate for 2nd place isn't done yet. Round onto the bridge. Off it again for the final time. Bishop knows he's going to have to defend here. Down towards, and Ewan Charman could pick up the pieces as well, as here comes Jared Fox-Whiteley round the outside for 4th place on the road. Another magnificent move from Jared Fox-Whiteley. It's just a shame it's not really going to count for anything because he does have a +5 second penalty. Back comes Charman to retake 4th place on the road into the Fullerton S's, but here comes Matty Hingley. This is going to be the moment, irrespective of what's happened behind him. Matty Hingley wins in the British Kart Championships. Ultimate R takes senior ROTAX here at PFI. Macaulay Bishop back on the podium, P2 here today. Cian Geraghty takes 3rd. But for Matty Hingley, this result has been coming for almost a year now, and he's done it. What a great drive, what a deserved victor. And in the end, 9.1 seconds ahead of the rest of the field and the championship lead. Matty Hingley will leave Lincolnshire this evening with quite a mammoth 23-point advantage over Joshua Turnbull in 2nd place. Behind, it is very, very close. We'll get into that in a minute, but there is your provisional result. Matty Hingley has a win in the British Kart Championships here in senior ROTAX. He takes it from Macaulay Bishop and Cian Geraghty. Jared Fox-Whiteley 4th on the road, but has a penalty that will drop him down the order. Ewan Charman will inherit that 4th place. With having finished 5th on the road. Leon Hasty likewise, the 383 having a penalty from earlier on in the race. Jack Lilly, Joshua Turnbull, Michael Walker, great drive as well there from Michael Walker, up 12 spots into the top 10 for Jacks. And Daniel Kilpatrick as well inside that top 10. Truman, Moulton, Cunnington, Bullock, Carter and King all in the top 15. Gandor, Smith, West, Freeman and Archer take us down to 20th place. Quite a few drivers having troubles in that race. Lorenzo Cordell, Oliver Smith, Jack Thompson, Thijs van Wisch in 24th place. Leo Steed, 25th. James Kell, after trouble in the superheat in 26th. Liversidge, McIlvray, Sang and Hansen all in the top 30. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one. This was the race start with an early run from Cian Geraghty up to 2nd place past your eventual winner, Matty Hingley, but it was Freddie Lloyd who led in the early stages of this one. Macaulay Bishop looking bright as well from the get-go. That was a wide moment for one of the Coles machines. That was Joshua Turnbull running wide. Jack Lilly and Guy Cunnington went back and forth across the course of this race. That was the key move in the end then. Matty Hingley getting past Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd, for whatever reason, not having the kart underneath him to challenge for the win here today. And, well, he tried to hold on to 2nd place, and that pretty much handed the win to Matty Hingley. Cian Geraghty was able to get through, but by this point, Hingley was some 4 or 5 seconds up the road, having great speed, hitting purple sectors. This all got a little bit rough through the Fullerton S's. Freddie Lloyd's race ended through the Mike Wilson complex. Just a little moment there with the front fairing of Guy Cunnington's machine. Good finish from Macaulay Bishop as well. Quite a few trips across the grass for drivers. Harry Freeman and Guy Cunnington on that occasion through the Fullerton S's. Bishop got back into 2nd place, but there was no touching Matty Hingley here today, who kept his cool, kept his nerve and his concentration. Not the easiest to do when you're out on your own with such pressure like that and you haven't had a victory like this in such a long time. But he's taken it, and that could well be the launch pad for Matty Hingley. So this result has been coming for a while. He's had a run of 2nd places, but now he can speak as a winner to Keogh Lynch.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I'm here with Matty Hingley for his first ever senior ROTAX win. How do you feel?
Amazing. Yeah, lost for words a little bit. It's been a long time coming, to be honest. Like, the guys at Ultimate R have done an unreal job all season and all last year and before that. And yeah, it just wouldn't be possible without them. But yeah, finally come.
And I can imagine you weren't expecting your first win in the British Kart Championships to end like that with a 10-second lead.
No, especially not around here. It's so hard to kind of break the toe and get away. But to be honest, we had really good pace all day and all yesterday, all weekend. So yeah, it was just a nice surprise to see them battling behind.
And of course, this is a great addition to your season so far. You're coming in seeded. How do you feel after this one towards Larkhall?
Yeah, really confident, because this is probably the hardest place to win at, if anything. So hopefully I can just continue it.
And that's a good point. What does it mean to win here, have your first win here at PF International out of everywhere?
Yeah, it's massive. I mean, like, thank you so much to everyone at Ultimate R, Callum, my mechanic, my mum and dad, Ben, my granny and granddad watching at home, my girlfriend, Bucky watching at home as well. Honestly, there's probably so many people, more people to thank, but I just can't think of them. But yeah, no, honestly, without them, it wouldn't be possible. And yeah, they did a great job.
And we will let you go and celebrate with all those people now. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Also, happy birthday, Ben, for yesterday. There you go.
Thank you very much. There you go. You've heard it from our senior ROTAX winner of round 2. That is it from our ROTAX classes, but let's head back to the box, because that is not it for the action today.
Thank you, Kiel. Good work down there in Parc Ferme. Now for something a bit different. For the first time ever, it is time for the final in the E10 Cadet Cup. The first of 3 finals that we'll see across the course of this season. They'll be racing at Kimbolton and at Wilton Mill as well. That's the next 2 visits for us for the ROTAX categories. And well, we've got 12 drivers on the grid for this first run in the all-electric class. And if you're new to this one, I've done a good amount of features on this one. It was part of the build-up show earlier, so do go and watch some of that back. And some of that will be appearing on the Sky Sports F1 Highlights programme later on in the week. In terms of new stuff as well, this will be an 8-minute plus 1 lap final. There are some of the drivers. Lots of the field being run by the R1 Racing organisation, who are based here at PF International. They're based in one of the garages directly below us here in the timekeeping and commentary building. There is Arthur Jardine, who we had a good chat to earlier on in the race meeting about what it's like to drive one of these E10 machines. Differences versus perhaps some other electric classes before. You can see the blue button on the right-hand side of the steering wheel there. That is the boost button for the drivers. And they also have a reverse gear as well. In fact, brilliantly demonstrated right there by the number 32 that these karts can not just go forward, they can go backwards as well, which allows the drivers to get themselves out of tricky situations should them find themselves in a bit of a problem. But let's hear from the drivers ahead of this first final in E10. Over to Kiel Lynch.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And this is history making for the E10 Cup here with us this weekend, their first ever track walk with the British Kart Championships. Let's talk to our pole sitter, a driver who has looked incredibly strong this weekend, won by margins. Ansel, how do you feel?
I feel great. I'm very confident in this race.
And of course, you have raced on this chassis before in other cadet championships. Do you think this is really helping your experience joining the E10?
Yeah, it's really great with the boost as well.
And of course, we are minutes away from your final here today at round 1. How are you feeling?
Good.
Congratulations and good luck. That is the whistle.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. We heard it from your pole sitter here. Let's head straight back to Andrew and see how our E10's first ever final with us goes.
So counting down the last few seconds then ahead of the first ever British Kart Championships ROTAX E10 Cadets Cup final. Ansel Murray going from pole position in this one with Stanley Gill alongside on the front row. Let's get ready for it then. The final in E10 Cadet. Let's take you through the grid then for the E10 Cadet Cup final, the first of 3 Cup finals here today in this new competition to the British Kart Championships paddock. On pole position will be Ansel Murray in that number 96 machine. He's done plenty of racing aboard the RCE chassis in internal combustion engine categories. Now he's here in the electric category, looking to wrap off what would be a perfect day, having won both of the heats. Stanley Gill starts alongside on the front row. Jamal Pumaram and Arthur Thompson on row 2. Heath Smith and Buddy Hugo go from row number 3. It's then Arthur Jardine and Leo Hartley on row 4. Adam Elahi and Cairo Zubaida go from row 5. Caleb Hiles and Malachi O'Neill complete the 12 runners in, as we say, the first ever ROTAX E10 Cadet Cup final. Oh no, I think there might be some issues there for Malachi O'Neill, and hopefully those can be resolved in the not too distant future. New features in this category as well, that boost button as well, available to the drivers every 50 seconds. How is that going to be used across the course of this race? Big long straights, of course, here at PF International. And there is the number 55 of Jamal Pumaram, who's just going to slot in there into 3rd place. That's fine. They're not quite at the line yet for forming the grid up. There it is. Good news, Malachi O'Neill has got going again. So Malachi O'Neill might actually, I think Malachi's just going to be able to join the back of the grid here. Thankfully, he doesn't need to overtake any of the drivers. He was due to start on the 6th row of the grid anyway. It'll be over to Ansel Murray there, alongside Stanley Gill, RCE and R1 Racing on the front row for this first final in the British Kart Championships for E10 Cadets. Through the penultimate corner, they'll then swing right into the tram lines. It's a rolling start like it is in the established ROTAX classes that we've already seen finals from earlier on in the weekend. We're getting into those tram lines for the final time here this weekend in E10 Cadet, and we are racing for 8 minutes plus 1 lap in the E10 Cadet final. Good start for Ansel Murray, good start as well for Jamal Pumaram, who's straight up into 2nd place. Under the bridge then, and round onto the bowl. How these karts produce their lap time, quite different to other categories. They're very, very quick out of the corners, especially corners like here coming off the bridge. Down towards hairpin 1 for the first time then. Ansel Murray leads ahead of Jamal Pumaram in 2nd place. Stanley Gill still holding there in 3rd. And Buddy Hugo's had a good start. Buddy had a bit of a tough time in the first heat earlier on today. Bounced back well in the 2nd one. So we know he's got good speed. And we know he's got the experience as well, as raced in other categories in the British Kart Championships before. He's having a look now for 3rd place alongside Stanley Gill. Oh, Stanley out on the grasscrete there for a moment and over the curb, but gets back onto circuit and will still be in this race. End of the first lap then. Looking good at the moment, Ansel Murray. He checks over his shoulder. This is a strong start for Pumaram. Change for 3rd place as well. Heath Smith, who had some challenges in the 2nd round of heats, is up to 3rd place and now up to 2nd place. So look at this. This could be an RCE 1-2. Pumaram's back down the inside. Great racing here in E10. Pumaram back up to 2nd place, but this is good now for Ansel Murray. There's Logan Rolfe in the grandstands with Otis Cleary, both of them watching on from the sidelines. And look at that run from Stanley Gill as well. Moves up past the number 17 of Buddy Hugo. Now he's going to go down the inside of Heath Smith. Once again, Stanley Gill up to the top 3.
Exactly that, Andrew. And of course, another thing that is not shy of what we've seen earlier today, Ansel Murray, a 1.5 second gap we heard from him on the grid. He's confident, he's got experience on this chassis. And it's great to see all the drivers there supporting the new E10 category that we have this weekend. And I tell you what, this racing has not disappointed so far. A grid that's constantly growing, and there is the race leader out in front.
Yes, indeed. So 5.5 minutes of this one to go. As through there goes Heath Smith back into second place. Restores that RCE 1-2. Wide line being taken there by Pomeran, with Stanley Gill having the opportunity to still be alongside as they run over the bridge. And that might open things up now for Buddy Hugo. Just holds the inside there. Is going for another position here, up into third place ahead of Jamal Pomeran. Oh, close through hairpin one between Pomeran and Stanley Gill, but thankfully neither of them go round. Still in this one, Pomeran fights back down the inside of Buddy Hugo. Good racing here in the E10s. It's not done yet. Buddy Hugo will look to the inside through the Fullerton S's. Sweeping around the outside there was Pomeran. Pomeran taps on the back of the helmet, so let's try and work together here. The gap up to Heath Smith has grown quite a bit on this lap. It's now 1.7 seconds.
That is correct. Jamal Pomeran then promoting himself to a podium position for his first ever event with the British Kart Championships. Driver who's been really strong so far this weekend, getting his head down as we go again. Once again on another lap, but he gets just overtaken then by Buddy Hugo, another driver who we've seen in various guest rounds of this championship in other classes. Brilliant drive from both drivers, but Jamal Pomeran, a really unexpected face to do so well this weekend.
Well, I say there's a lot of rookies on this grid, and Jamal Pomeran has been one of the strongest of them. He's got the backing of the Jack Dex Racing team, and slings it to the inside there. Just a little bit too much speed on that occasion. Buddy Hugo will come back in to third place, down towards hairpin one once again. Through he's coming Arthur Thompson. Arthur's had a good day and started this race from fourth on the grid and could be making up positions in the latter stages of this one. Sun shining over us here at PF International. Could be a moment as well coming in for the number 18 of Stanley Gill. Gets back ahead of Arthur Thompson for P5. Through the final two corners onto another lap. Ansel Murray 1 minute 8.593. I think that's going to be the fastest race session lap that we've seen so far. In a strong manner on its debut. It's consistently been 3, maybe 4 tenths quicker than the rest of the field. And of course, I've mentioned that he's got good experience aboard the chassis. It's a big part of this style of racing. Here's the fight for third place once again. Jamal Pomeran and Buddy Hugo going for third place into hairpin 2. Pomeran looking around the outside. Good racing room given by each of the drivers to each other. Back comes Pomeran again though through the Fullerton S's. Round the outside is looking Stanley Gill. That was good driving from, again, everyone involved in this battle. Arthur Thompson still there, and Arthur Jardine in the Lando Norris replica helmet, and kart number 29 gains a position out of all of that. And of course the chassis and a lot of the tyre learning, pressures, the engineering side of things all carry over to internal combustion engines. So it's a great platform to allow new people to learn about kart preparation and being mechanics on such machines. There was a little bit of a close moment, but Pomeran's got through there. Oh, great bit of driving from Stanley Gill to gain 2 positions out of that one. Back ahead of Jardine and back ahead of Thompson. Down towards hairpin 1 once again. 90 seconds on the clock for this one. Ansel Murray leads by 3 seconds. Heath Smith, it's about 3.5 seconds over the third place driver, which is Buddy Hugo. This group now just starting to drop back a little bit from Buddy Hugo there in third place. So I don't think they're quite going to be fighting for a podium here today. But in a way, it's all about learning here this weekend on this first appearance. Oh dear, there's a bit of a spin there for Stanley Gill. Plenty of torque to get back out of the grass though. That's one of the advantages of an electric powertrain. And Stanley Gill protests, but I don't think there was another kart involved in that one. I think that was a case of just the back end of the kart breaking away from Stanley. Good to have another little look at that one. 40 seconds to go on the clock then. Here's Arthur Thompson and Arthur Jardine. Jardine looking to the inside. These two teammates for this weekend for the R1 Racing outfit. Been doing a lot of work with Daryl Smith and the other technical experts on site here at PF International this weekend, as who've come from Rotax to support this event. It's been a big weekend, of course, for new initiatives from Rotax in British karting, with the Rotax Racing Club finals on at Silverstone as well. Time is up though. Last lap board is out for Ansel Murray. 3.4 seconds is the gap. And having taken pole position yesterday, looking like it's going to be a clean sweep of race victories for Ansel Murray. Smith still running in second place. Has got a good gap to Buddy Hugo there in third. And I've got to tell you, I'm really, really intrigued to see where these packages go from here. This is just the start. This is just the beginning of the journey for the E10 cadets. I wouldn't be surprised if we get more of them on the grid for next time out when we head to Kimbolton. And I do hope we see them later on in the season as well. At the moment, it's the 3 events scheduled as part of this E10 Cadet Cup, which the first round of is going to go the way of Ansel Murray, who will have a perfect 130-point score in the Virtual Championship standings. Out of the final corner for the first time in E10 Cadet, Ansel Murray takes race victory here at PF International, and he'll win by 4 seconds over Heath Smith. Buddy Hugo will come home in third, just ahead of Jamal Pomeram in fourth. Arthur Thompson home in fifth place as well. And a great drive for Ansel Murray. Ansel, who does I say not just a lot of work as a driver. Him and his dad often share the workload in terms of getting the kart set up. It's been a good weekend for them. They've not had to change tyres back and forth. They are one of the best in the cadet paddock at doing that, but they've mastered the early stages of E10 cadet racing here in the British Kart Championships. Good to see a round of applause there from the marshals, the hard-working Trent Valley Kart Club marshal team here for our young drivers. For many of them, this was their first ever sample of British Kart Championships action, the first time in this paddock. Ansel Murray takes the win from Heath Smith in second place. It's a Richardson Chassis Engineering 1-2 for the start of a new era here in E10 Cadet. Buddy Hugo in third place, first of the R1 Racing Brigade. A really good run for Buddy Hugo here today. Jamal Pomeram for the Jack Dex Racing home in fourth. Arthur Thompson, Arthur Jardine, Stanley Gill, Leo Hartley, Adam Elahi and Malachi O'Neill all home in the top 10. Caleb Hiles and Cairo Zabida 11th and 12th. All 12 drivers who started the final, finished the final. Great stuff to see in E10 Cadet. So we'll see the E10s back in the not too distant future. As let's have a look at some of the highlights from this this first final of the year for the E10 Cadet categories. Ansel Murray had a run through the first couple of corners. Jamal Pomeram a decent start as well for JDR. Was up to second place. Some good battles involving the R1 Racing team. Buddy Hugo there with Stanley Gill, and Heath Smith after the retirement in heat number 2 nicely came back through the field to get back up onto the podium. Really good presence of Rotax Racing representatives here this weekend. You just saw the shoulder of Jen Wade there on the mechanics gallery overlooking this race. This was the run from Arthur Thompson back up through the field with Stanley Gill. Jamal Pomeram and Buddy Hugo going back and forth as well in their battle for third place. Buddy Hugo would win out in that one in the end. Through under the bridge. There was a close moment with the likes of Thompson in the middle of it all, and Jardine. This was the moment I said, this was the moment I said, yeah, oh, now I think what happened there, Stanley might have just caught the rear bumper of the cart ahead, and that pitched him into a bit of a spin. But again, you've got to say, very easy to recover these carts if you do have a bit of an issue, which is good from a safety perspective. But for Ansel Murray, a great drive, 130 points from this first event at PF International. Let's go and see what the words are down in Parc Fermé with Keogh Lynch.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I'm here with our first ever E10 Cup winner. Ansel, you've been incredibly dominant this weekend. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. It's great to be here.
Of course, and your prior experience has helped you a lot coming into this class. You guys have chose to take a leap into a brand new series. How's it going so far as a whole? It's been a great round one for you.
Yeah, I mean, I won everything, so I can't complain now.
Definitely not. And of course, you've had your dad on the tools for you this weekend. Who do you have to thank about the team at RCE and your family for getting you to this point?
I'd like to thank my driver coach Sam and my dad and Dave.
And of course, what are we going to see you hoping for the rest of the year, the remaining rounds of the championship?
More wins.
Absolutely. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can go and celebrate now with his family. That is it then from our first ever E10 appearance with the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Let's head back to Andrew as we are getting to the latter stages of our day. We have the Tillotsons up next.
Well done to all of our ROTAX drivers. Yeah, really looking forward to the next time we see ROTAX in action here for the British Kart Championships on the weekend of the 10th to the 12th of July for their third event of the year at Kimbolton. Right, sun is out. Let's move to the Tillotson T4 series, third round of the year for them. But this one's not a normal championship round. This is a qualifier for the T4 Nations Cup, as well as the O-plates being awarded to our winners for the junior and senior categories here today. I've got to say, I think so far this has been the best Tillotson T4 set of races that we've seen in the guest appearances up to this point. The numbers are growing, the competition is growing as well, and that is really showing off the advantages, the plaudits, the great things about this this series. It's a 4-stroke based engine. It's a cost-controlled series as well. Really, really accessible for people from all different backgrounds. We've got a huge mix of drivers who've done other owner racing. They've done pretty much, next to no racing at all. They've gone straight into this. We've got drivers who've done arrive and drive and have wanted to step into doing some owner racing for the first time or the first time in a while. We've got pro kart drivers who've had a go with this one as well. We'll start with the juniors, who again have raced really, really well so far today. 13 of them due to go out on circuit. There is one of our drivers, Anna Lismore, in the 310. Let's head down, though, to Keogh Lynch, who will be talking to the drivers.
Very much, Andrew, and it is time for our Tillotson Juniors final. I am here on the dummy grid as we are about to head out. Let's catch your pole sitter, though, who is Angus Langley. Angus, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling very well, thank you.
You've been really strong so far this season. Of course, this is your third round. How does it feel to be here at PF International?
Oh, it's amazing. It's really amazing to be alongside such a big championship with the British Kart Championships.
Are you struggling in the heat? It's very hot out there today. I know the drivers have found it an extra fast circuit in places.
Yeah, it's a really good track. The heat's been all right, but I've been dealing with it okay, and the track's amazing.
And there's the whistle. You can go and head along onto the grid, but let's catch a word with our... Who's joining us? on the front row of the grid. Hello, Ben. Let's walk and talk so we don't hold up the pack. Thank you. You've had a brilliant round 1 to your championship. You won. Coming off the back, then you had a top 5 in the last round, starting on the front row. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling quite confident. Hopefully we'll be able to work away from the field and maybe take the win, depending on how it goes. Just trying to keep consistent over the whole race and see how it goes.
And of course, we've been talking to the other drivers about the heat this weekend. It's been hotter on the likes of Friday practice and stuff. How have you been finding it with the heat?
Yeah, it's been very tricky. There's just so much grip on the circuit that you've got to be so smooth to really extract the lap time, which just makes it a very different driving style to what I'm used to.
And are you a driver that's familiar with this circuit exactly?
Not really, no. It's only my second time here, and the last time I came here was quite a few years ago, so.
Well, that's brilliant for round 3. What are your impressions of PF International?
Well, it's got lots of overtaking opportunities, and it's just fun to drive, actually, really.
Absolutely. And starting on the front row in that second place, any game plan for the beginning of this race?
Just going to work together with Angus and hope to pull away from the rest of the field, really.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
But let's catch a word quickly with another driver, Leo Belamenko, who's done really well so far this weekend. Let's see if we can figure out where he is. Here he is, I think. Nope, not quite just yet. Let's go back this way. We'll let everyone settle in to start off. Leo Belamenko is here. We have found him in the bright green helmet while he helps his mechanic get that car onto the floor. One thing we have really seen with these Tillotson T4 series is the teamwork and the environment that goes in behind these guys, and it is truly brilliant. But Leo, can we grab a chat before this race? How are you feeling so far? Because you've had a really strong start to your season. You had a strong day. You're not exactly where I'm sure you'd want to be.
Yeah, I think today went pretty decent, except from the crash I had with Angus. But overall, I think I'm having a good season with starting with Tillotson this year.
And you're starting on the 3rd row. What are your hopes? Because what we have seen today so far, you could be absolutely anywhere by the end of this race.
Well, I'm thinking I could get P1 or P2 because I'm pretty decently close towards them.
Are you a fan of this circuit and the overtaking spots it's got?
Yes, there's loads of overtaking spots and lots of opportunities where you can start from last to first.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
There goes the whistle then for our Tillotson T4 series. How brilliant to have them with us this weekend. It is their 3rd round. We are going to see the seniors shortly. Let's see who else we can catch a quick word with maybe ahead of their race. Someone who's just jumped into their car, Harry Ward. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Pace has been there. I had a bit of an unlucky engine issue in Heat 1. I was going for the lead, but Heat 2 was better in the fight for the win, so I know we're quite far back, but around this track, the slipstream's really, it can still be won. You never know until it's done.
You're absolutely right. That is something we have seen so far today. So your hopes are to get as far forward as you can on that first lap, I'm guessing?
I want to try a good start and then try and get in that front pack again and hopefully go for a podium or win, whatever's there.
And of course, the important thing to mention this weekend is it is for the O plates. Yeah. Is that your ultimate goal this weekend?
Yeah, it'd be quite nice.
Well, anything can happen still.
It's doable. Just got to hope we have some good luck and we can get through the pack.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right then, that is the last of our drivers, our junior Tillotson T4 drivers that we will hear from. Racing for the O plate this weekend, the ticket to the Nation Cup. So let's go back to Andrew and get underway with this action.
Getting ready then for the penultimate race of the day and the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup qualifier for the Tillotson T4 Juniors. Engines firing here in Lincolnshire, ready to go racing at PF International for what will be a 12 minutes plus 1 lap final. Grid being cleared, 1 minute board in the air. Great to see as well the number of young people getting involved with the marshalling at Trent Valley Kart Club. Definitely at some point this year I want us to do a little bit of a chat with the marshals, because if you are looking to get involved trackside, if you want the best view of karting, get involved with the marshals. And I've got to say, this team here at TVKC, one of the best, if not the best, in the country. So do go check it out. Let's get ready for this next race, though. T4 Juniors running soon. Time for the T4 Junior Tillotson T4 Nations Cup qualifier. Here are your drivers for this one. Angus Langley starts on pole position. Ben Cosgrove alongside on the front row. In terms of the championship, the 5-round championship, he is your current championship leader. Ronnie Legg and Elliot Drury go from row number 2. It's then Freddie Denton and Leo Bellimenko, the winner of the last round, just across the road at Fullbeck on row number 3. James Sims and Harry Ward go from row 4. It's Adam Lismore and Jensen Turnock on row 5. Harry Gardner and Niall Green start on row 6. And then Kevin Bogaski starts on the 7th row of the grid. 13 drivers ready to go racing in this one. Numbers growing. I say we're in single digits, I want to say, last year at Wilton Mill for one of the guest races that we had for the T4 Juniors. Very different conditions to what we had in the autumn the last time we saw this age category with this platform. The track nice and rubbered in, especially by those ROTAX runners across the 5 categories that we've seen so far today. Just 2 more races to go then, but plenty on offer here. A round win in the T4 Series UK. That ticket to the Cartodromo International Lucas Guerrero, one of the best circuits in the whole of Europe. Absolutely superb race place to go racing. And of course the O-plates as well. You get to carry that for 12 months from here on out. Good pace into the tram lines. Are we ready to go racing then in T4 Junior? Yes, we are. Away we go at the first time of asking. 12 minutes underway. Langley leads down towards turn 1. Ben Cosgrove looking for a way through there. Has already tasted victory previously in races in this category this season. Round onto the bridge for the first time. Clean start from the T4 Juniors. Is Angus Langley there ahead of Ronnie Legg. Ronnie Legg up to 2nd place already. Ronnie had a bit of a tough time yesterday. There's an investigation underway for Leo Bellimenko. I would imagine this early in the race, is that potentially for something to do with the start? Maybe not quite in position before the very race starts, coming into the Mike Wilson complex, or did Leo just drift out of the tram lines before the lights went out? We'll keep you up to date with any news as and when we receive it on that. Bellimenko running a little bit wide there out of the Fullerton S's. Drivers absolutely loving racing here at PF International for the middle part of their championship season. Out of the final corner and over the line to complete the first lap then. The T4s rumble through. Langley, Legg, Cosgrove, Denton, Bellimenko, that's your top 5. Drury, Ward, Sims, Lismore and Gardner on the top 10 then. Good start for Kevin Bukashki, up 2 places into 11th place. Kevin's had a bit of a tough weekend, so that's really, really good to see. As here's a move for the race lead. Through goes Ronnie Legg into 1st position. Ben Cosgrove's going to have a go as well here at Angus Langley. But Langley able to hold on to 2nd place. Harry Ward not too far behind as well there, running in 6th place at the present time. There's been a change for 12th place as well. Niall Green has got through past Jensen Turnock. 9 minutes and 50 seconds of this race to go then, and we've got a new race leader in the form of Ronnie Legg. One of the intriguing aspects of this category though is the equality across the engines. Can be hard to break away from a pack as Ben Cosgrove goes to remove. This is for 2nd place, trying to find a way through past Angus Langley. They're all once again discussing with the hand signals to one another as to about how to tackle the situation ahead of them. There's Leo Belimenko in the green helmet going through. Cosgrove finding himself on the curb. Keel there coming out of hairpin number 1.
Yes, brilliant start for Ronnie Legg, of course, finding himself a half a second lead at this stage in the race. That may not be for too much longer, though, as Angus Langley, of course, your pole sitter, who we heard from, will be more ready than ever. Leo Belimenko, though, more ready than ever. Of course, we spotted him on the grid. Not exactly where he would expect to be due to his heat today. However, making his way through the field in that green helmet, and he is head down with Langley ahead of him. There they go through turn 1 now. Another lap complete under the bridge. They will go. Legg leads Langley, Belimenko, Denton, Cosgrove, and Elliot Jury. Then Harry Ward, though, is your fastest driver on circuit.
Belimenko, one of several drivers in these 2 T4 categories who's come through from the arrive and drive scene, stepping up into the owner categories. As there's a look down the inside, Legg holds off Langley. Here comes Belimenko. Oh, Belimenko nicely positioned. Oh, I thought he was going to get through there on Angus Langley. Freddie Denton starting to come into the equation. We've not seen too much from Freddie today, but he's been quietly getting on with work there in that number 98. He's got to hustle right now. Harry Ward's drawing alongside. But Freddie Denton, who so far this season in terms of results in this championship has been looking all right. He's in the top 10 in the standings going into this round, just 2 points behind Ronnie Legg at the start of the day, looking to beat his best result from round 1 earlier on in the year. That was a race held down at Clay Pigeon, as here's another change for the lead.
There you go. Angus Langley takes the lead, 7 minutes and 19 seconds to go, and over the bridge, Angus Langley will lead into hairpin 1, signalling Ronnie Legg to work together for this remaining stages of the race. Warning for Freddie Denton there down in 5th, so he will see that the next time they come around, but is getting even closer now through hairpin 2 between Legg and Langley. It is going to be no change in the order, though, towards the Fullertonesses. Behind then, Leo Belimenko has some work to do with Harry Ward and Denton right behind him, challenging for those final spots on the podium.
Yeah, well, for Freddie Denton, you mentioned that warning flag kill, and well, Denton won't want any more than that.
Yes.
Hasn't had a top 5 finish in a final so far this year. As mentioned, his best result was back at Clay Pigeon in round number 1 back in March. It's just outside of the top 5. Harry Ward, new fastest lap of the race. I've been impressed with Harry Ward today, particularly Ward's run in the second heat. Looking like he's been building in confidence throughout the course of the day, and giving Leo Belimenko a lot to think about at this stage of the race. Down towards hairpin 1 once again.
That's right, that's a driver that's done very well, making their way from 8th place on the grid. We heard from him also not where he plans to be. Change for the race lead nearly, but it was Langley that sticks to it. I think Ronnie Legg took a look but wasn't able quite to get the move done just yet. We have just under 6 minutes to go, and it is all still to play for between these two, only separated by 2 tenths, and Belimenko and Ward are right behind, waiting to pick up those pieces. Move further down the pack, though, that is Ben Cosgrove going up into 5th place before he... That is so unfortunate after trying to get the move done. That is the end to his race. We hope he is okay. That was not a nice thing to see after a driver who's done so well so far this weekend.
Oh, that's full course, slow procedure out. That is the correct response. I do hope that Ben is okay. As soon as we've got some news, we'll bring it to you. Has Ben got going again? He has, you know. Fair play. Ben's got back in. Oh, he's kind of at least half thrown out of the kart there. He's got back in. He's completed the lap. Now, whether he continues, of course, is another question. We're under slow procedure. This will bring the pack back together, of course. I'm just looking out of the commentary box window at the number 21. Ben is just going through hairpin number 1 now. Well, the most important news is that Ben looks okay. Whether the kart is okay, I tell you what, the kart looks fine. Obviously, the front end's going to be well, it's not a surprise if the front fairing's gone, but I've got to say, full credit to Tillotson. And the equipment that they've been building. We're going to go back to green, and Angus Langley needs to be aware of this. He's not aware of this, and Leo Belimenko's going to go through. So, Leo Belimenko catches Angus Langley a little bit asleep there. Going back to green, out of the slow procedure. Ronnie Legg down the order as well. I don't think the drivers were really expecting that one, but fair play to Leo Belimenko. Play to the whistle. Play to the flags in this case. There is Ben Cosgrove out of this race by the looks of things. But the most important thing is that Ben is okay and has been able to bring that kart back to the pits. And it is a little thumbs up there from Leo Belimenko. Say, did you like that? Did you like that restart? That was a pretty good one. Now, of course, be interested in a little look on that one again. Maybe from out of the last couple of corners. But Leo Belimenko was on the ball there. The driver flying the flag this weekend for Slovakia. Down the pit straight once again. Lap times at the moment in the 1:05s. 3 minutes to go. And of course, don't forget, this is for a ticket to Valencia, to the T4 Nations Cup, to represent their countries in the junior category. This is not done at all. These two have gone back and forth several times so far today. They've had their moments as well in Heat 1 in particular. Ooh, is that a problem for Harry Ward? Harry Ward a little bit slow off of hairpin number 1, and yet Harry Ward's out of this race. He's gone off at hairpin number 2. He's driven that one there of his own accord. I wonder, has he lost a bit of his steering? Oh, and he could see the real frustration for Harry Ward, and I fully understand that one because Harry has been driving brilliantly today. Deserved a lot more than a retirement with a couple of minutes to go, but his hopes of taking the ticket to Valencia are gone. Still alive are the chances for everybody else. Belimenko leads from Langley by less than 1/10 of a second, and here goes Angus Langley down the inside into the banking. Bit of a different spot to make the overtake work there, but again, these are a different style of kart. They deliver their power in a very different way to the ROTAX categories that we've seen here so far today. And Langley, that was superb. He lent the way to the kart into the banking, made it stick, but now another piece of hard work's going to begin with Belimenko looking to get this lead back. Ronnie Legg, who shouldn't forget as well, was on the podium for the O-Plate race at Wilton Mill last year. That final did not go his way in the wet conditions, but how he would love to bounce back from that disappointment back in the autumn and take a win here today through the Mike Wilson complex once again. Great work from the Marshall team, by the way, once again to get that tyre barrier repaired very, very quickly indeed. 2 more laps to go then. Less than 65 seconds on the clock as the drivers came over the line, and that was, at the moment, it's a 65-second lap as Belimenko trying to find his way through. Here comes Ronnie Legg round the outside. No, not quite. Freddie Denton's still there in 4th place as well. And James Sims. We've not talked about James Sims too much in this race. James Sims, who was on the podium last time out at Fullbeck in this championship. So it's still very much anyone's guess who's going to be taking this ticket to the T4 Nations Cup, to the biggest race of the year in the Tillotson T4 formulas across Europe, across the world, in towards Bobby Game Corner. Angus Langley, nice and calm at the steering wheel, making those little adjustments, keeping the pace up through these corners. But now we're on to the final lap. Now is where the moves have got to be made. Can Leo Belimenko find a way through? Can Ronnie Legg get past both of them? Or is he just going to wait for an opportunity here? Legg's looking to the outside. Oh, Legg's gone round the outside. We're finally seeing one. We haven't seen one in the ROTAX categories, but there it is. The round the outside move, round the bowl from driver number 55, Ronnie Legg. here in the T4 Juniors. Now he's got a potential direct line to try and take the ticket to Spain, drawing alongside with Angus Langley into hairpin 2. Belimenko goes for the move, but Leg's got the speed round the outside. Angus Langley's got a third of a lap to go here, out of the Fullerton S's. But this is where it's going to get tricky, surely. Investigation underway involving Leo Belimenko. Can Langley hold on? Out wide is Freddie Denton, who's just going to hold on to a spot in the top 5 through the final 2 corners. Angus Langley is going to take the win in T4 Junior and head to Valencia. Through goes Langley. He takes the win here at PF International. A brilliant race. Ronnie Legg takes second with a super move round the outside. Leo Belimenko for now holds third place. There is an under investigation underway involving the number 78. Elliot Drury fourth there in his number 29 car. That's an equal best result of the year so far for Elliot Drury. And well, if there is something coming the way of the driver in the number 78, it could be a first podium of the year. But that is well, all on the provisional result for this moment to be decided. Freddie Denton did hold on to that top 5. He had a bit of a wobble through that final lap, but that is a first top 5 of the year for Freddie Denton in T4 Junior. James Sims in 6th place. Good points for James Sims in terms of the championship. Adam Lismore 7th. That's the best result of the year so far as well for the driver of the 310. Jensen Turnock in 8th place. That's the best result of the year so far as well. In fact, Jensen before today hadn't had a top 10 in a final so far in 2026. Harry Gardner home in P9. Another top 10 for Harry. Kevin Bogarski as well comes home inside the top 10. The 5th place from Clay Pigeon, still the best result of the year so far for Kevin. But after the weekend that Kevin has had, that's a good drive back into the top 10. Niall Green, the last of the finishers, in 11th place. 2 retirements from that one, Harry Ward and Ben Cosgrove, and that's great to see as well. The camaraderie, the sportsmanship between Angus Langley and Ronnie Legg. And well, for many of these drivers who will be looking to move through the rest of their seasons and go race in Valencia at the T4 Nations Cup. It's a great competition. It's a great race that's, as I say, been held at the same circuit at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Carreo the last few years. And well, it could well be Angus Langley flying the flag for the United Kingdom in another success story. It was a class won by Finlay Lines last year for Team UK. Here are your highlights from that final. This was the race start, all of them cleanly getting through the first couple of corners. Very good start for Ronnie Legg, actually, to move up from the second row of the grid and up into second place, and then went for the race lead, taking that away from Angus Langley. Number 21 of Ben Cosgrove was strong in the early stages of this race, looking to repeat the win that Ben had back at Clay Pigeon for the first round of the season. Leo Belimenko moving up to 3rd place, and Harry Ward getting involved there as well. And like we saw in the heats, it was a really good. I've really enjoyed the T4s so far today. This was a good scrap between Legg and Langley. Then we had the slow procedure, which bunched them all together, and this looked like it could be the key move. Leo Belimenko getting the jump on everybody else. Now I do wonder, is the investigation potentially for going early off of that restart? We'll try and bring you up to speed with any news as and when we receive it. That was the key move in the end from Angus Langley, to get back down the inside and retake the race lead. And I've been waiting for one all day. There it was. Round the outside for Ronnie Legg there in second place, and both of them absolutely elated over the line there, and so they should be. That was a tremendous bit of racing. Let's head down to Keele Lynch.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I'm here with a very happy driver. Angus, you have just won your ticket to Valencia.
Awesome, that's brilliant.
I'm guessing that was the goal for you this weekend. You have had 2 podiums the last 2 rounds of the championship. You've not yet converted into a win until today.
Yeah, I know, it's awesome. It's great to win the ticket to Valencia, but my main aim for this was just to get, hopefully, the lead of the championship and just to get as many points as I possibly can.
Absolutely, and for the rest of the year, I'm sure this is filling you with confidence to now have just grabbed your first win.
Yeah, it's amazing, especially at such a big event. But honestly, it's just amazing to feel the feeling of winning.
And tell us, because all of you here at Tillotson, the series, you seem like a very close-knit group. It seems like a great atmosphere to be around. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, so T4 and Tillotson is obviously run really well, I think. They're strict on everything that needs to be strict, but it's a really good community, and I think everyone's close, everyone's willing to help each other, and it's just an amazing series to be a part of.
And anyone you want to thank for today?
My dad, just my dad, for being it all.
Oh, that is absolutely lovely. You can go and celebrate with your dad.
Thank you very much.
That is lovely. There we have heard from our Tillotson T4 junior and winner of round 3, a brilliant one for him, and the O-Plate winner. Ticket to his Nations Cup has been won. Let's head straight back to Andrew for our final of the day.
Thank you very much, Kiel. That is the number 71 from the junior race, just heading back to the paddock. That's Harry Ward. There are our seniors now. This could be a belter of a race. Lucas Blanford, Philip Rawson on the front row of the grid. Strong field, 27 drivers. Expected to go in this one. Plenty of experience. You can just see Lucas there, just looking to get into the zone. He's raced many times, of course, around this circuit previously. But this could be a start of a run towards the T4 Nations Cup. It could be very special indeed. So he raced in the British Kart Championships all the way back into 2021 when he used to be in Honda Cadet. Then raced his way up through the ROTAX categories as well. A number of good results over the years in junior ROTAX. But the small task of taking on the reigning UK champion, Philip Rawson, who was pretty dominant in this category last year, today has been a much harder proposition. Not just because of Blanford there in the foreground, but keep an eye on the man in the background, Bram Osavade, very popular race driver, kart driver, has got a big following online. I know a number of you have joined us to see how Bram can get on today, and he has been keeping that top 2 very honest. And when you get to a final like this, I'll just take you back to event 1, our viewers who were with us back at Warden Law when we were talking about the KZ2s as an example, and you had that join up of Wolf and Kayak. They of course came together in that final, and it was Charlie Turner, the guy who'd been in 3rd place across the course of the whole weekend, who took the win, and deservedly so. Will be down on the grid in a short few moments' time, just as the drivers get into their machines. And once again, the drivers in this race racing not only for championship points, but for a place on the grid at the T4 Nations Cup and the O-Plate. Let's head down to Kiel. Apologies there.
And it is officially time for the final event of today, and that is the Tillotson T4 Seniors. They are racing for their O-Plate and their ticket to the Nations Cup. Let's talk to your pole sitter, Lucas Blanford. He's right here, sat in his car, ready to go. Let's catch a word with Lucas. Hello. Lucas, you were not at round 1, but you won the last round of this championship. Surely you're feeling confident?
Yeah, you know, obviously the round at Philbeck was really good. We come into here with high confidence, and hopefully we can do the same thing, yeah.
And of course, this isn't just round 3 of your championship. This is for that O-Plate. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, it means a lot. Obviously, I've already got a ticket to the Nations Cup, so I got that in Asia when I went to there. But yeah, just really looking forward to it.
Congratulations. Let's catch a quick word then with your winner from last year. This is Philip Rawson. Philip, how are you feeling? You're right about to go.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm hoping to regain this O plate from last year, so feeling confident.
Thank you very much. Good luck. That is it from us here on the grid. The action is about to begin. Back to Andrew.
Not long to go then. Race number 33 of Event 3 for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships here at PF International. It's the last race. It's T4 Senior. Here is your grid then for the T4 Senior Final. Lucas Blanford starts on pole position. Philip Rawson alongside him on the front row. Bram Asawari is here again at PF International and starts on row 2 alongside the ever-experienced Charlie Bingham. Amelie Ackitts is a championship leader in the T4 Senior category heading into this one. She starts on row 3 alongside Matt Wildman. Row 4, Jason Bradbury and Chris Alcock. They'll be looking to work together to move up the order. They're ahead of James Bark and Peter Caldwell on row 5. Joe Bextold and Luca Dolby go from row number 6. It's Archie Dyson and Pierce Armstrong starting on row 7. Henry Bell and Ollie Clark go from row number 8. Max Davison and Conor McDowell start on row 9. Completing the top 20, Ollie Cooper-Welton will hope to move up from 19th on the grid. Is joined by Ireland's Joey Kearns for this one. Conrad Coveney and Braden Donahue starts on row 11. It's Caleb West and Warren Dommett on row 12. Luke Morton and Alfie Litter start on row 13. Jeff Johnson completes the 27-strong field. This is the third round of their championship. This is just a guest round for the T4s this weekend here for us here in the British Kart Championships. But if you have been inspired, if you want to follow more of this particular group of drivers, do head across to tillotson.ie/T4-Series-UK. All of the details for the T4 Series UK are on there. Their next race is actually next weekend down at Rissington on the weekend of the 6th and 7th of June. And then, of course, they're at Clay Pigeon to finalise their season on the 8th and 9th of August. But we've got one more race to go here at PF International. Ready for it here. Who's on the ticket to Valencia? 12 minutes underway then for the T4 Seniors. Good start for Blanford. Bram Asawari trying to fight in there to take second place in the early stages. They're all through the first few corners under the bridge and round onto the banking. Over the bridge this time. And at the front of the field, it is Lucas Blanford and it is Bram Asawari who's up to second place. Great start for Bram there. Jason Bradbury getting involved with, who was that? I think that was one of the 85 of James Bark that he was getting in a bit of a tangle with. That's all around at 9th place right now. Chris Alcock in the middle of that situation as well in the kind of dark green and yellow helmet. Keep an eye as well on Henry Bell's had a really good start in the number 15 in the purple and pink race lid. There's the number 21 going side by side. That's Archie Dyson trying to move his way up the order, going wheel to wheel with Luca Dolby. We'll count them through at the end of this first lap. Warning flag for James Bark straight away. It is Blanford leading this race from Asawari. Rawson there in 3rd place. Charlie Bingham 4th. Amelie Ackitts has had a decent start. She's there in 5th place. As side by side go Chris Alcock and Henry Bell. Henry Bell at 5 places in the early stages of this one. That is a tremendous run at the start of this race.
Well, Andrew, it's good to be back for the last 10 minutes of the last final of the day. And what a brilliant one to end with. A series that's been brilliant so far this weekend. Lucas Blanford, your pole sitter, leads. That is brilliant. By only 1/10 though, Bram Asawari, a driver who we've seen a lot of from this weekend. Really strong in the heats, however, wasn't able quite to push for that win, that top 2. He was always battling with kind of that podium pack. Really good so far, promoted himself into that second place. Only 2/10 off your leader. That will be where he wants to be at this stage of the race.
Well, indeed. So coming round to complete lap number 2, there's Max Davison in the number 95, just behind Chris Alcock. So Chris Alcock's gained places in on that last tour of the circuit up to P12. As back at the front of the field, it started to kick off. Rawson's got through. Philip Rawson into second place then. Ahead of Bram Osavade. This is a high quality field today in this T4 senior final. It really is great to see. As I say, the typical scene that we saw last year was Rawson get into P1 and kind of say goodbye to the rest of the field, but the likes of Blanford coming into this one. Osavade, of course, the 2024 T4 Senior Nations Cup champion for the Netherlands. The Netherlands, who have been, again, one of the powerhouses. If you've not watched this category before, they have been very, very good at T4 racing in recent years, particularly in the senior category. Oh, having said that, though, Bram Osavade's got a warning flag, and out is Caleb West. Oh, that is a real shame for Caleb West, who had a great run in the second heat. That didn't quite pay off, and the final's not gone his way either. So Caleb out of this one. I think Conrad Coveney's also had problems. Just lost about 6 seconds on that last lap. Meanwhile, back at the front of the field, Blanford still leading this one from Rawson, but here comes Bram Osavade down the inside. Great move from the Dutch driver back into P2.
He signals then to work with Philip Rawson for the remaining 8 minutes of this race. It is still all to come. We've got 8 minutes to go. Lucas Blanford still leads then. This was the battle to be seen, really. Lucas Blanford, who missed round 1, came in and won round 2. Philip Rawson, of course, the reigning champion for the Tillotson T4 Series in senior, probably didn't see this coming. Of course, Lucas Blanford is a driver that we know already. However, you never expect someone to come into your championship and grab the win straight off you. So that's a driver who is really going to be hungry for it this weekend, running down there in third, another lap complete as they head under the bridge, and those three are closer than ever. But Joe Betchold is your fastest driver on circuit.
Through goes Philip Rawson. Bram Osavade had a move, had a go for the race lead there. Blanford held him off, and it allowed Philip Rawson to step back through. Do not count out Charlie Bingham in this race as well. Bingham is just holding there in 4th place. There's a change for 5th as well. Joe Bechtold has got through, which had a bit of a rough second heat earlier on today. But it's the fastest lap holder right now. Gets past Matt Wildman for that 5th spot. And Amelie Ackett. I've been really impressed with Amelie Ackett today, Kiel. I've seen Amelie race for a good number of years. She moved into the T4s a while back, was racing in the T4 juniors, but look, if you would have guessed at the start of what I say, you'd looked at this race and gone, right, which ones have been doing this for a couple of years? I think you would say all of this top 7, including Amelie Ackett. So we've got to remember, she's only just moved up to the senior category. This is a tremendous run.
I agree. That's a driver who, it's a shame we didn't have more time on the grid. We wanted to hear from. She has done a brilliant debut to this year, to senior, and is really giving everyone a run for their money. You can see her there in the background with the white helmet, which she will be up this pack in no time if this keeps happening. Move for 2nd place. Bram Osavade wastes no time, goes in on Philip Rawson at hairpin 1. Once again, Lucas Blanford leads. Rawson and Osavade then out of hairpin 2. Look at the train we are creating now of Tillotson T4 seniors as we head through Sector 2. We've got Bingham in contention, we've got Betchold in contention, all the way to Amelie Ackett, who is now coming into play. 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. We really could see anything still yet to come.
And lots of support in the comments for the likes of Bram Osavade and for Charlie Bingham as well. Charlie knows how to get particularly a 4-stroke round a circuit like this. This is not done. This is not done at all. 5 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Here goes Rawson down the inside. Is he going to get both of them? There's no way he could pull that kind of move off, is there? Yes, he can. Philip Rawson takes the race lead. Where did that come from? Here comes Bram Osavade. Bram down the inside, takes the race lead. Now this is a change. What has happened to Lucas Blanford? Where has he gone in all of this? He's down to 5th place, but fighting back to 6th place. Rawson's fighting back through once again. What a brilliant final that we're having here in the T4 seniors. Rawson hits the front once again, and here comes Charlie Bingham as well. Charlie Bingham up to P2, points back to Bram Savard and say, let's go get him. Let's go challenge the champion from last year. And I tell you what, they've got to get themselves organised here, Keel, because now we're back into the same kind of picture that we saw in 2025 for the guest appearances of the T4 seniors at the British Kart Championships. Rawson, P1, starting to stretch out at the front of the field.
You're right, Andrew. 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go. This is not what the likes of Bingham and of Zawade would want to see just yet. 3 experienced drivers who are all gunning for that O-plate and that ticket this weekend. We know Zawade isn't in the full championship this year. He had 1 goal this weekend, and he was clearly hungrier than ever. Now running into the first chicane behind Bingham, right on his back bumper, but behind him is Blanford and Wildman, ready to pick up any pieces. Here, though, is your race leader, the number 1 kart, Philip Rawson, the reigning champion, ready to reign again.
Yeah, Lucas Blanford gets up to 3rd place here. Matt Wildman's having a go at Charlie Bingham. That's close through the Fullerton S's. Is the charge going to come in now from Lucas Blanford? There's Joe Bechtold as well in 6th place. Emily Atkins and Jason Bradbury has done a brilliant job to fight back into this group. Bechtold and Atkins going wheel to wheel there. Bradbury's going to take advantage of that and move himself up to 7th place. How has Jason Bradbury got back part of this group? I want to say he was a second and a half off the back of it, and he's crossed the gap seemingly alone. Brilliant stuff from Bradbury. Another one of several drivers in this category who's moved over to it a couple of years ago. Did a good amount of arrive and drive racing in categories and championships such as Club 100. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, Philip Rawson is starting to feel Bram Savard is starting to breathe down his neck once again. This is the British champion going up against the former T4 Nations Cup champion, the Dutch champion. He's won the German title as well in previous years as Bram Savard, and now he's starting to reel in the number 1 plate once again through into the Mike Wilson complex. We've still got a good amount of racing to go in this one, still 2.5 minutes on the clock and the +1 lap. This could go anyone's way right now. Warren Dommett is out of this race, unfortunately. That was a few laps ago that Warren stopped out there. So we've got 25 running. Once again, just to show how competitive this category is, we'll come back to that because here's the attack from both of them. Blanford's got into 2nd place, back ahead of Bram Savard. That all kind of came together as they ran into and under the bridge. Rawson still has the race lead. Blanford's trying to find his way through. That's good defence from Rawson, not too hard. But in comes Charlie Bingham once again. Bingham's got to run down the inside. Bram Savard trying to go around the outside. He's going to be put on the curb there. Lucas Blanford nearly 3 wide as they head towards the Fullerton S's. This is the highest quality final that I can remember from the T4 seniors here in the British Kart Championships, and it's still not done. Joe Bechtold down the inside of Charlie Bingham. Charlie Bingham's not too happy about that. Bram Savard gets back through. Jason Bradbury's through. It's all gone wrong for Charlie Bingham. Matt Wildman's now into the podium places. Brilliant run from Matt Wildman. Warning flag for Lucas Blanford for some of the standards out there. It's not a penalty though. He'll race on. Meanwhile, Philip Rawson and Matt Wildman's trying to find his way through. Here comes Joe Bechtold round the outside. Takes 3rd place. Bram Savard underneath onto the bridge. There's overtakes happening in this T4 senior category today that you don't normally see in other categories. Here could be another one. Blanford to the outside. Rawson defends. Joe Bechtold's moving up the order. Joe Bechtold's come from nowhere in this race, is now looking at a potential podium. He's just lost it though. Bram Savard's got back through into 3rd place. This is superb stuff. This is karting in the T4 series at its finest, and it still could be any 3 of these 8 drivers on the podium here today. We're going to have 2 more laps of this, I think. I think they'll get over the line with a few seconds remaining on the clock, but crucially, Philip Rawson still leads this race. Indeed, over the line with 4 seconds remaining. Has got a bit of a gap, has Rawson. over Lucas Blanford right now. But something tells me that it's going to be a bit of a freight train at the moment. That Blanford, Ostavani, Bechtold. Oh, it's through goes Blanford off of the bridge. Rawson not too happy about it. Ostavani's through into second place. Ostavani trying to sling it around the outside. That's a brave move into hairpin number 1. Doesn't quite pull it off. Tries to get a bit of momentum going once again. Rawson's back down the inside of Bechtold. Rawson now going for second place. This could be Lucas Blanford's chance to break off the front and get his second win of the season. Bram Ostavani, oh, has he timed it wrong? Has he timed it wrong? He's going down the order now. That's Jason Bradbury going through into 5th place. We've got one more lap to go of what has been a sensational race here for the Tillotson T4 Seniors, arguably race of the day for Event 3 of the British Kart Championship. A 5-second penalty. 5-second penalty for Joe Bechtold, so he cannot win this race unless he gets a long way down the order. Through goes Bechtold into second place, but at the moment that's not going to count. Rawson's trying to hold off Matt Wildman right now, and Lucas Blanford is now starting to tick off the corners. That's the first sector done. He checks over his head. He gives himself a little bit of a G up there, down towards hairpin number 1. Once again, Rawson and Ostavani going wheel to wheel. Charlie Bingham's back on the scene once again here. Amelie Ackertz in the blue suit is still involved in all of this. As, Rawson trying to fight back now into second place on the road. And a brilliant move there, gets through into second place on the road. I think the front fairing may have gone as well on Joe Bechtold's kart. But for Lucas Blanford, this is going to be a special day. Lucas Blanford is going to book his path back to Valencia for the T4 Nations Cup in a brilliant final. Lucas Blanford takes the win at PF International in the T4 Senior Final. A brilliant final. Philip Rawson P2. Matt Wildman will be on the podium. A 5-second penalty for Joe Bechtold will drop the number 98 down to, what will that be? I think around 15th place. But there is your winner. What a race. Full credit to the T4 Senior field, to their community. It's been brilliant to have them here this weekend. And I really hope that that race demonstrates to people maybe thinking, maybe wanting to find something new in karting, to race where it's competitive, where you don't need an enormous budget to go racing and compete out there. Well, if you are that kind of person, check this out. T4 Senior and the T4 Juniors, brilliant racing here today. And I'll give this one. The top 17 after 13 laps covered by less than 7.5 seconds. That was entertainment to the max there. Lucas Blanford takes the win and will be off to Spain to represent the United Kingdom at the T4 Nations Cup later on in the year. Philip Rawson in second place. We'll hope to look to go there as well. Joe Bechtold in third, Matt Wildman and Jason Bradbury in the top 5. Charlie Bingham in the top 6. And brilliant to have Bram Ostavani here with us. Big thanks to Bram and all of his help with this weekend. He deserved a lot more than 7th place, but again, that's racing sometimes. Just didn't quite go his way today. Brilliant drive from Amelie Ackertz in 8th place. Ollie Clark up 7 spots in that one to P9. Biggest mover in the race was Braden Donoghue. Braden up 12 places into the top 10. Archie Dyson, Henry Bell, Chris Alcock, Luca Dalby and James Barkle in the top 15. Max Davidson, Peter Caldwell, Ollie Cooper-Welton, Pierce Armstrong and Conor McDowell in the top 20. Joe Kearns in 21st ahead of Conrad Coveney, Alfie Litter, Luke Morton, Jeff Johnson. 2 retirements in that race, Warren Dommett and Caleb West. And there we go. Relative quiet falls over PF International at the end of event 3 for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Let's have a look at some of the highlights before we head down to Kiel in Parc Ferme. This was the race start. Blanford getting the early advantage. Really good start for Bram Ostavani as well. That was the moment between James Bark and Jason Bradbury, I think it was, through the Fullerton Esses. It was a good start for Henry Bell. in the number 15, who in the end would race through to 12th position. Good start as well for the 418 of Ollie Clark on the way to gaining 7 places. But so many drivers could have won this race. Unfortunately, one of them was not going to be Caleb West. Caleb West was a retirement. Blanford at the front. Osavade led. Rawson led. Charlie Bingham was a big part of this race. Joe Bexhold had really good speed in the final. Matt Wildman as well. Never quite hit the front, but started to pick off some of his rivals on the way to, as things stand, a podium finish. Osavade, I thought Bram Osavade was going to kick into another gear at this point, but unfortunately for him and his fans, just lost out a little bit in the latter quarter of this race. Blanford got back through and into 2nd place. At this stage it probably looked like Philip Rawson was going to do 2025 things, but through and back would come the drivers. That was a great move from Joe Bechtold. Matt Wildman, I know, was a little bit delayed there, but was able to sling it around the outside with Joe Bechtold. That was the move from Blanford that got him back to the front of the order ahead of Bram Osavade and to the win. His dad's here this weekend. His younger brother Ollie is a name that you need to keep an eye on on the British karting scene. He's just off his novice plates. Has been doing some great work in the clubbies so far this season. But Lucas Blanford is the focus of the T4 Seniors today. Your winner of the T4 Nations Cup qualifier. Let's head down to Park Ferme and to Keel Lynch.
Thank you very much then, Andrew. And our final race of the day definitely did not disappoint. I'm here with Lucas Blanford, our T4 Series Senior winner. How do you feel?
Yeah, you know, over the moon. Tough race, really. I wasn't really expecting it to be that hectic, really. I think I dropped out to like 5th or something, but yeah, thankfully made my way back up slowly, but got there in the end.
And of course, your aim for this weekend, it was that O-plate, it was that ticket to Valencia later this year. How thrilled are you to have achieved that?
Yeah, really happy. We did the Nations Cup last year, really great event. I'm just looking forward to do it again, really.
And who do you have to thank that has gotten you to this point?
My dad, my family at home, Logan Rolfe for being on the hand signals, and yeah, Tillotson and British Kart Championship for such a great event.
Thank you very much. You can go and celebrate with your family.
Cheers, thank you.
There you go. That is it from us today at the British Kart Championships for Event 3 here at PF International. What a brilliant weekend we have had. It's been with our ROTAX classes E10, and it's great to have the Tillotson series with us as well this weekend. You will be back with us very shortly at Larkhall with our other half of the championship. But for now, see you shortly.